down, cause I'm here to flow, 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 flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow, 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 flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow. Down, cause I'm here to flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow.
You may revere the Revenant or believe, have faith in the reign of the gods, but either way, today one will fall. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Penta Pro Series. My name is Sierra. I'm joined by OG Dolores Chicken on the desk, and I'm already feeling the goosebumps, OG, because we've got some splendid matches up today.
Exactly, man. I'm expecting nothing but excitement for today. Like we hyped it up yesterday, I'm not expecting anything less than six maps for what I signed up for. And I think we're going to get a whole lot more than, what we could ask, man. Because we have the clash
Yeah.
between gods, we have the clash between the best underdog that I could have asked so far for the tournament versus the best team that we have from South Asia to represent our region. So we're gonna have our bucket list filled. We're gonna have our hands full to the brim with all the hype that's gonna be there on the server. And boy, oh boy, I hope that the game's gonna be living up to it.
Yeah, and it's a special day, I think, for both of these teams, especially for Revenant, more so because they've had Ching and, of course, Josh arrive in India, in Mumbai, in their boot camp just a couple days earlier. But I believe today or yesterday, their coach Malik has arrived as well. So everyone now settling into that boot camp. It really does seem like its game face is on, locked in all the way through. But they've got to win here today first because, like you said, God's Reign, one of our top underdogs coming into this tournament, simply because of the idea that these players haven't necessarily found as much individual success in other iterations. But together they've come and they put off a dominant showing in their first series in the upper bracket. Now up against Revenant, if they're able to take them down and take them down in a triumphant fashion, no less, God's Reign will most definitely elevate themselves from underdogs to serious contenders.
No cap, and two players on God's Reign that I'm going to be having a close eye on are going to be Knight Rider and Ember as they
Oh
play
yeah.
against their ex comrades. And I want to know if there's any kind of anti-stratting that we get to see from both of them, because again,
Hmm.
when you play with your teammates for such a while, you get to notice small tendencies. Sometimes you're the one who forces tendencies on your teammates as a duelist or as an initiator to go peek, or you know what, just bait for me, something along that line. So
Yeah.
if those small tendencies are still there within these few players, you could see a lot of nice 2v2s, some nice 3v3s, some nice retakes. And I think that's where the heat will actually thicken. Once it gets down to the wire, and once these teams are on a timer, there'll be small flaws, small chinks in their armor. And again, who better to know that than your brothers?
Absolutely. And talking about those chinks in the armor, right? You've got the experience in the God's Reign to make it happen. But before we continue that conversation, let's have a look at what exactly motivates all these players, besides the bragging rights, of course. $30,000 up for grabs in terms of that price pool. But 10% of that $3,000 is all coming through in these playoffs itself. The winner of these playoffs, the winner who's able to not just secure their spot in the main event directly, will also get $3,000 in their bag.
Exactly. So we have teams like VLT, One Chance, Revenant, God's Reign, Reckoning Esports, White Swing still in it. Yesterday we had to sadly part ways with two of our teams, but we'll discuss that when we come to the brackets. And I honestly still feel like Velocity are still going to be heavy favorites to contend and hit that 3 grand check, because again, with the way these entire brackets have been playing off and with the way I'm expecting them to play off, it's going to be a very close affair in that upper final. So anybody who faces off against VLT, let it be God's Reign, let it be Revenant, I'm pretty sure they'll put up a stiff fight. Although I still feel like with the kind of synergy that VLT has in their four members already, and again with Excali being past teammates with some of the players in VLT and being a very experienced and flexible player himself, the natural order for chemistry and synergy lies in the court of VLT.
Oh, absolutely. Coming back to God's Reign and Revenant, right? Because, like you said, today we're going to see the upper bracket matches unfold. We're going to see which teams step one step closer towards securing their spot in the main event with the likes of Bleed Esports and Boom Esports. But talking about God's Reign and R&T and bringing back our conversation to these particular teams, you have to remember that even though statistically God's Reign were considered underdogs coming into this tournament, if you look at the individual players in this team, they have oodles and oodles of experience here, OG. Every single player has had a great run in the professional scene in esports in one FPS title or another. From Vibhor in his early VLT days to Sai in his old CSGO days where he was nigh untouchable, these players have tasted success. And most importantly, I think for the other players like Ember Hawks and Knight Rider, they've been on the rise ever since the Valorant scene has started. They just haven't necessarily been able to hit their peak. Now coming together, I think that organization name fits them perfectly because it truly does feel like the gods coming together to try and establish their reign.
Exactly. And like you said, Sai really needs to lead the way, right? And
Yeah.
back in the CSGO days, he's not only tasted, championships, he's tasted trophies on LAN. So there's a lot of value that he can add to the roster. It's only on how he imparts that wisdom into the young minds of players like Hoax and the Mavericks in the form of Knight Rider. And Ember, again, you might look at him as a good controller player, but make no mistake, his aim is absolutely on point. This guy can be a sassy sheriff at any moment of asking.
And I think for me, the biggest plus point about Ember, a really unique quality that I don't really see in a lot of professional players, is his calmness. Every single time I've seen him on LAN, whether it's a pop off round or whether they're losing, he's always able to maintain his composure. And that's so rare in professional esports players to have a player who's not just able to stabilize his team's tempo, but also stay focused at the same time. So I think that's a quality we'll definitely get to witness later on today because
Hmm.
Revenant, when you move on to that roster, all you see is star power, firepower, because this roster built for one exclusive reason: to stomp
Yeah.
the challengers South Asia and to make a mark in Ascension. But to do that, they've got to first make sure they clinically finish off this final off-season tournament, starting off with this
Yeah.
match against Kozrain.
Right before we move into RNT, I just recognized Knight Rider, Ember, and Vibor. I'm not very sure about Hook because I've not observed him as an individual for that long. But these three individuals really are reserved. You don't see them even break a smile when they pull off
Oh
something
yeah,
like a 1v2 clutch. So it's very contrasting with the very vocal and with the very energetic side because we know
yeah,
Sai to be full of banter. He knows how to keep his mood light as well when he needs to. And like you said, when you look at the other side of the boat, right? When you look at Revenant Esports, Ching, he might have been a very nice and bubbly personality, especially in the interview segment that we did conduct. But I'm very interested to see what he would be like in game because if I'm not mistaken, if you look at a player like Blackhawk or Wimp, they're very relaxed in the sense that they don't over panic with their comms, which is I think important.
yeah, absolutely. And then you've got one tap God coming in who set up a beautiful performance in their very first match, picked up exactly where Paradox might have left off, and has really established
Oh, for
himself as
sure.
a key player for when Paradox comes back and to even get into contention. And if he's able to do it once again, then
Mhm.
for Malik's the head coach and for the R&T management, it's a beautiful headache to have, right? Because you've got one tap God performing above his potential. You've got Paradox, obviously, who's one of the best players in the scene. And that's the kind of headaches you want to have where you're like, hey, I have two amazing players. Who do I choose?
Dude, and not to, overshadow anybody else, but Ching actually outfragged One Tap God when the
Yeah.
upper bracket qualifiers between Revenant and Reckoning Esports did happen. So, there's a lot of firepower on this team. There's a lot of nice, diverse amount of experience on this team. I mean, on this team as well. This all just, lines up to them having this perfect upper bracket run, right? Like I
Yep.
mentioned before, the three teams that I have in contention to make it to the top three and to qualify for the finale stage are VLT because of obvious reasons like duh. You have Revenant Esports because of the strength that they've been displaying so far, and again with the way this roster is coming together and with again Paradox returning back to India finally, we might soon get to see the day where it'll be Ching, One Tap God, and Paradox just obliterating everyone on the server, which could be what's in store for our upper finale. So we have a lot of things to expect from them and Reckoning Esports as well through that lower bracket run that they're currently on. So I'm eager to see how Reckoning Esports will perform, but that's for you tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Let's talk about now. Let's talk about the present. Let's talk about RNT and God's Reign in this best of three as we go on to the map we do.
It's all about the Pearl here. Revenant used to be amazing at it. Godsrain actually taking out Haven. I was going to suggest this might be at the insta lock of Revenant. So Godsrain clearly showing up
Exactly.
with that pre-match preparation. But Revenant lock in bind immediately with that option available. Now the question is, does Godsrain stick to their guns and go back to Pearl? Because again, Revenant used to be really good at it. In fact, Para used to play Yoru on this map, and
Oh
without
yeah,
Para, I'm not sure if One Tap can pull off the Yoru. I don't know if he even has it in his repertoire, and I think God's Reign might be itching to
we
find out,
do
and it's
it.
exactly that. They lock it in.
I still have the memory fresh in my mind. See it, the Euro Breach Cringe Fest. Uh,
Yeah,
can't, man. Not the ideal way that you'd like to go down the drain. But hey, we're getting to see both teams play to their comfort, and this is something that we expected off the bat. We expected a Pearl. Bayern might have been somewhat of a stretch, but still, with the kind of composure and form that Revenant have been showing, God's Reign still have to pay respect and start the series
ooh,
off in a more calm and composed manner, with the decider being Icebox. All right, we've had quite a bit of Icebox games in the Penta Pro Series so far, and with the kind of games that we've been having on Icebox, with them being on a knife's edge, it's something that's making me itch and yearn for a map 3, which I was expecting anyway. I'm expecting this to be a 3 mapper, man, but at the long haul, I think Revenant are going to come out in the front.
yeah, definitely. I think the one thing we learned while doing our background research, Oji, we were talking about this too, is that Revenant does seem to have the stronger map pool. But then again, I think that could be a statistical anomaly simply because of the fact that we have lesser data about God's Reign as a whole, which allows them the opportunity to try and surprise. And talking about surprises, I was totally expecting them to ban out Icebox and go for Ascent because they have data on how Revenant likes to play that Ascent. They've seen Reckoning at least on one half dismantle Revenant on their attack. So I thought we'd totally see that Ascent come through, but instead they're
Hmm?
choosing to head on over towards this Icebox. And I must say, now this is a bit of a scrim box for all of you guys, but there was this team I was traveling with, and we did I did get to see God's Reign on Icebox. Now it was the newer patch, but I feel like on the older patch where Chamber is just as good, where we might see Sai and Knight Rider potentially pick up that double operator we've seen from them before on Pearl. I think Icebox might just be a map that might slightly go in favor of God's Reign.
Maybe, dude. It's at the end of the day, it's gonna go all 3 maps, right? So we're expecting both teams to have more than just a fighting chance. So our guess is as good as yours, chat. You let us know in chat.
Yeah,
Hashtag
fair enough.
Revenant, hashtag God's Reign. Let us know which player you're supporting as well. For us, I think it is very transparent, right? Who we want to see playing off against whom. Wimp and Blackhawk duking it out against Knight Rider and Ember. That's the kind of storyline that we're going for. The agent select. Let's see how one dimensional it is. Double initiator on the boards at the moment. Hoax going in with his raise. No surprises there whatsoever. Well, the other side, we're just gonna have the difference of not only the initiator, but oh wait, okay, there is a wide difference. An Astra
Yeah.
for a Brim, a Fade for a Sky. I mean, Breeze for a Sky, Sage for a Chamber. This is gonna be a very fun game of Bind, dude.
Yeah, beautifully. I think Revenant's comp all settled around trying to set a one tap god for success, right? Especially with that Astra for Blackhawk. But I will remind all of our audience that if you remember the old Astra meta, I think for me, the top three or top two Astras even in the country were Blackhawk and Helef. And Blackhawk was so damn good, not just with his timings, but his ability to find these crucial lurks. And that can be really important when you've got this almost duelist kind of aggressive chamber player in Josh S. But when I look at the composition of God's Reign, I must say it's a much more whole one altogether, where they're able to find a lot more options between them, where Vibor can play that supportive role, but he has the flexibility with that Sky, the way we saw MF God do yesterday, to play a little more aggressively. And then Knight Rider on the stage, especially with his passive opping skills, I think at least compositionally slightly in favor of God's Reign. But since this is Revenant's Mac, I'm sure they have some sort of plan up their sleeves.
For sure. And Revenant have been one of the teams who were the early adopters of Astra on maps like Haven. So I expected this to some extent coming in, and I'm really happy that we have such a wide contrast in the composition, which means we get to see a very
Yeah.
diverse amount of utility and fights, which means there's so much more combinations. There's going to be a lot of heat on the server, and that's truly going to test some of these players. We have,
Oh,
like
yeah.
we mentioned in the past, some of the most experienced players in the scene, some players who have been on championship winning teams, and there are some players who are a little newer on the block but with guns hot and blazing. So it's going to be pandemonium from since map 1, dude. It's going to be a fun day.
Oh, absolutely. And that simple fact, right? Like you mentioned, that we've got all kinds of players on both sides, players with lots of experience, but players with also a lot to prove, like in the side of One Tap God. It really sets us up for an absolute insane matchup. And I'm really just hoping we won't have to wait too long to get to witness it. But yeah, I really love the Astra on Bind for one simple reason, which is without the Astra, when you're usually playing the solo controller Brimstone, it gets very hard to condition as compared to the Brimstone Viper lineup. So when you have the
Oh,
Astra,
yeah.
you can use her stars as tempo smokes to really condition your opponents to a large extent. But hey, with no further ado, we're gonna get started towards our matchup. God's Reign versus Revenant. It's all about the revenge for these particular players on our screen. For Ember, for Knight Rider, former members of Revenant Esports, now looking to really make their former organization and their former teammates in Wimp and Blackhawk hurt.
It's going to be a gruesome affair, ladies and gentlemen. So have your next 3 hours free. This is not a derby that you'd like to miss out on. It's going to be Bind that starts this battle off in our 3 hour affair. Revenant start on the attack, God's Reign on the defense duty as we look at a split Revenant. Across the map, they try to show presence, but predominantly long, where the double satchel enables the fast peek, but Sai quick to dismantle on the back of this triple setup. No! They have the utility out of the hand, and Wimp finds the opening. This could be a disaster, but Vibor, he composes himself, he grabs the situation back into sanity, with God's Reign on the man advantage.
An advantage there for God's Reign, but look at Josh S's position. He's managed to secure all of that ace site. Now, the problem is they don't have the spike. God's Reign happy to hold down the crossfire towards long and wait for the move from Revenant. A bit of a stalemate situation as God's Reign waits for Revenant to appear, to take that contact and to make that move. And Revenant hoping to now set up a crunch, a sandwich situation with Josh's coming in from the back. His teammates helped him with the long smoked off, but he's got to make sure he gets this first pick right off the bat. Blackhawk now inching closer. And the contact getting nigh, and the player is spotted. Joshes, he's caught with his hands down. The shots missed, but Blackhawk still managed to take one out. Vibor with the immediate trade though, he's gonna back up, play on the contact, and now in the 2v1, Vibor able to shut them down. That's a pistol picked up for God's Reign, off to a great start.
And the plan was simplistic there, right? They try to get that early frag with the double satchel. Wim still found the opening, however, and made this interesting. A very nice attempt from Revenant at recovery.
I
Vibor?
totally lip-read what Sai said there in the cab. And unfortunately, I cannot say it on live broadcast. If you know, you know. But damn, I love it when a leader fires up his troops, you know?
I know, right? A lot of people could take good example, and Hoax takes good initiative. He gets the double, although the trade goes evenly the other way, and Revenant having an equal chance to fight back. These trades, they actually are a big W for Revenant. A lot of damage done. A lot more damage could be done if Blackhawk might be able to play his cards right. And mind you, he has the spike, so he can just make his play towards B or even get the safe plant towards A. Well, they get the plant, they get the moolah. It's all about how much more Blackhawk can get in the bag now.
Decent chunk of damage done though. So Blackhawk, if he's able to get even one more gun, might just be able to secure a great eco. But hey, it's okay. 3 weapons taken away. The plant got money
100%.
in the back for Revenant. So I think they definitely consider this a win. But I think for God's Reign, of course, it's all about that momentum. Getting that second round on the board, a win-win basically for both of these teams.
You know, I'm gonna be honest with the way the numbers work in this game. I don't mind if you throw bodies in the second round as long as you get the Vandals in the third and you're able to win that round. That's all that matters. Sometimes I even prefer this because, you know, teams then will be forced to pick up those Vandals. They will have more versatility in range, which they will then exercise. But that's not gonna be as much of a problem if God's Reign are able to, you know, take the CQC. That's the only criteria now. Take the CQC on the back of utility and it's going to be much more of a viable fight that they walk into.
This is the buy round though for Revenant right here, and they've got to make their stand. The defense where we expect both of these teams to be much better off, but already Joshua, she's picked one off. The trade's coming through though for God's Reign, and they're able to hold on. But while the plant does go down, Vibor comes through from long and denies. And suddenly the tables have been flipped. The attackers in the site and the defenders towards long and hookah, just trying to hold it down. 3v3 on the map, and God's Reign in a slightly better position, at least in terms of utility. They've got the recon to try and set up hopes for success, but it's all about that 1v1. Wimp caught off guard with nowhere to go. He sets up the fall line and instead focuses in on his teammates. They pick out 2, and just like that, Revenant able to shut down this round.
Classic
For a
Uno
second there,
reverse.
OG.
The wall ended up working so well into boxing him into hookah. A lot of nice plays made by God's Reign there. I love the way they dealt with that situation, right? You want side control, take it. We'll take our fight and on our terms. This
2-1 though.
will force the buy though, and both sides should be close to dead even except for Ember, who's on a stinger. Hey, he wouldn't need to force as many fights as he could work on the back of his teammates, so he can just pick the weapon off the corpse of maybe one of his fallen comrades or his adversaries. The less is Josh, who's gonna remove Sai from the equation. Where was that frag? It's all the way towards lamps, so I think Sai was just trying to maybe jump spot, and he still got punished.
Yeah. Exploiting small tendencies there, Revenant. I think the early idea to try and take control towards long, get Wimp his rolling thunder online, but with that pick off towards the A site, they've decided to change the plan. Now heading on
The
towards
bait.
this site, but it's all about the bait, but they still read into it. They shut them down. One tap got with
Wow.
one, and Ching follows up immediately, and Revenant, they're picking up the pace.
So
A
smart.
simple plant and likely a simple round here, OJ.
Exactly. As soon as that player peeked to his shot, they knew exactly what he was setting up for. And I think that's something that you can take a good note of from the game yesterday, right? The second best of 3 that we had on the stream. A lot of setup play was what we got to notice. That enabled Tricky to go ham alongside Ezzy. Yeah, I think it's more of a masterclass that you're gonna get to witness on how to outread your opponents. God's Reign, they'll have to force and concede the equalizer to a Revenant that hasn't lost a single player on their investment. So this means that Revenant, not only will they be able to force the equalizer at this crucial stage in the early segment of the first half, but crucially they'll be able to build the economy of their success, which is what's going to be more crucial in the long run.
Like you said, building that economy, it delays the op even more so for God's Reign. It's not an op that they may necessarily be looking forward to because of the lack of the jet or the chamber. But Knight Rider on the stage, historically, especially on this map, he's been known to pick up that passive op one too many times. But hey, either ways, 2-2 on the board. The eco now broken down, and Revenant Not just do they have the better weaponry, they've got the better ultimates to play. The Rolling Thunder online, it's all about how they make their way. Again, electing to play a slow default here, OG. Focusing in on those ult orbs, collecting it towards that Shower's area while marking the aggression towards Hookah. They spot a couple out, and now with Shower's presence, a simple enough call. Let's regroup and hit that ace site with our Rolling Thunder online.
Yeah, and mind you, CA, if Blackhawk gets the spike down, that means he'll have the astral wall for... Oof, disgusting sheriff shots, dude. Jesus Christ, these guys have no chill. Nonetheless, with Wimp going down the drain, the plan kind of boils apart. They need to find individual pickoffs here. Luckily, on the bat of that kill, Ching finds himself his Nightfall in his back pocket, which he now can opt to dispose. There are 3 members towards the site, so it would be pretty good information if they might want to look to the full commit.
30 seconds left.
Still playing it
Yes,
slow though.
standstill.
They recognize it's an eco. They're expecting the aggression, but God's Reign unwilling to deliver. Instead, they've
Shut.
got the Hero Vandal holding it down. Folks, he picks up one, but immediately gets traded out. And on the back of the Nightfall, they should be able to pick up the site.
They don't know. They don't know the presence to his lamps. Oh, if Ember was able to deny it, could have been a play.
Spike planted.
Knight Rider, all he's left with is a Sheriff and a little bit of hope. One tap God, relatively low. In fact, every player across the board from Revenant cannot afford to give away a 1v1 fight. Knight Rider, he has himself a lot of talent. But he needs to put that talent to good use. The pre-fire doesn't land at one tap God. Confident in his senses and his abilities. Finds this head. And Revenant find the round with 3 players alive. They keep themselves in a good position to continue their momentum and their domination spree. But things got a little too close for comfort. Wimp might have needed to be a little more conservative in that position, considering the utility he had in his back pocket. But hey, at least he now has a chance to use it to another round.
One enemy
Yeah. Revenant now, despite God's Reign's strong start, on a 3-round win streak, able to pick up the round. But this is the op I was talking about, Knight Rider. On that passive hold, playing with the Sky towards that B side, allowing a much more utility-focused defense towards this A. But again, Revenant happy to play it slow. Happy to bait some aggression out. And this time, purely static on that default OG. Not taking a single area proactively. They're just waiting and waiting and waiting. And I think the idea behind this is either they're going to get a pick off on the aggression or they regroup and use their ultimate just to force down a site.
Yeah, and I think what's going to be even more crucial is to force out utility. Things like the Sky Smoke. Exactly. The kind of play that God's Reign expect as well. They're not giving in to it, right? Even Vibora is very cautious. Nobody else is taking any aggression apart from Hulks, who still has the ability to fall back if things start getting messy. And one tap God. Oh, he comes in instantly with a showstopper. Hulks tried his very best to outmaneuver him, but of no avail. The Astral Wall is brilliant. There's no way that God's Reign dare to push this. The plant gonna be stuck, and the man disadvantage on the retake. God's Reign, especially with that operator, might have their reservations on this, but Knight Rider still finding that pick towards lamps. That is criminal, and he's punished, rightfully so. It's all left on the Ember, and I think he's bit off far more than he can chew.
Still though, 1v3 with nowhere to go. He's got to just attempt. He's got to try. Can't really go for the save with nowhere left
Holy
to place.
hell.
Finds the flick and yet another Ember turns the tables around. He's not got much time though, so goes down the defuse. Will try to get it halfway through, but Blackhawk, he shuts him down. Even if there was 5 more seconds there, OG, I think he could have set up his orbital strike towards short and then gone for the defuse, but just not enough time. And the only thing I have to say about God's Reign's setup in that round is right here. I think a little too split up. Folks with no ability to be backed up, they get split off on the back of the Cosmic Divide and piece by piece get taken down.
Dude, you said extra 5 seconds. I think an extra second for him to get the half stick and get the gun out would have been his round. Man was really feeling himself there. He was on fumes with that clutch. No wonder he names himself Ember. Now, Revenant, I think they've become somewhat reliant on this slow default, right? They feel like they not only bait utility, but with just buying time and leaving dead air, they force a lot of individualism from God's Reign. Split up, do your due diligence, and we'll win the round. Perhaps would be the call on their comms. And it's well exploited at the moment, at least. One Tap God's really been feeling it with his accuracy, so he doesn't mind holding these angles. But for you at home, if you don't have the accuracy that he has, I suggest maybe just easing it out on it a little. One Tap God nonetheless has a lot of utility to flush and force this fight, although Hopes premeditates that thought and goes a step ahead. Takes that fight, takes that frag, and makes this a doable clutch if Ember wants to maybe invest his ultimate, which he's gonna conserve for a round that's more likely for them to win.
The Arcane Sheriff in the hands of Ember. He's able to now upgrade. Get himself that Vandal online. If they're able to get themselves on the side, the Orbital Strike to deny the post plant could most definitely be a plan. Still though, playing it slow. They've first got to consider with Josh S. They're trying to bait him out. Oh, but they don't know about his presence. Sai gets shut down and Josh S with another. Revenant now with a 5-round win streak, OG. They're starting to run away with this map.
Yeah, they're starting to control quite the narrative, and their defaults are panning out brilliantly into forcing these small errors. And
Exactly.
rather than relying on a crossfire and a passive setup, rely on your utility and base yourself off individual place and position is what's being punished here. The bait and switch setup as well has not worked so far by God's Reign, because Revenant are just reading into it like a book. And this leaves them with very little options, see? The realistic options they have are to play a little conservative and play for the retake, just due to the amount of ultimates they have. At least then they win a round, they stand a chance of touching the economy of Revenant and then at least inching closer to that lead to change the narrative of what's been a very Revenant dominating first half so far.
Yeah, but again though, right? Like you said, it's all about forcing out those unforced errors, and I think God's Reign really have got to take matters into their own hands, play a little more proactively, because look at the amount of passive area that Revenant is able to gain just by walking through, not having to invest much utility early, meaning when they actually choose to go onto side, they can carpet bomb their way through. God's Reign, they've got to turn the tables around, instead look to drain out the utility, but again, it's their utility being drained out, so much more left in the hands of Revenant, and they're happy to wait it out.
At least that flash did give them information, although this aggressive play could work. No, Ember always let that go!
What?
But he recovers, he recoups, and he delivers them to their coffin and their maker. Two-man advantage so far. Vibor now committing the push from Hookah. Wimpus out of the equation. Individually, Revenants are forced to take fights, which, hey, they've been winning out for the majority of this game. Sadly, this is not one instance of it. God's Reign find themselves to be in a brilliant position at the perfect time.
Yo, but as soon as Ember whiffed for like a millisecond.
Exactly,
really, right?
even me, I jumped
like,
out of my seat, bro. I'm with you on that, bro. Don't worry.
Right here, thank you for the replay production. But this is what we were talking about, the calmness, the composure of this man. Cool is a freaking cucumber. He's able to readjust, recalibrate, and shut not just one, both of them down. Maintains that man advantage, pulls back around for God's Reign, and shuts down the momentum. And one tap God will actually thank his stars. Yeah.
Exactly.
Blessing in disguise. He's able to dodge the nades out. That's what you call tactical whiff, you know.
Yeah, close range though, and Knight Rider still has no inkling about Sai's positioning. Actually, that's Ching. Sai pushed through lamps, doesn't pan out. Ching with the double holds his teammates back. The fact that Ching exited showers, cleared showers and lamps by himself in and of itself is a stretch, considering there were players who entered in through short. So, doing a lot for his team at the moment. Not only giving them the
Flank too.
advantage, but setting up so much crossfire for this post plant.
Wimp's got his eyes set on the flank, but he immediately gets shot down. And now the Toad they're forced to deal with, but the backup is profound. Shing, he managed to shut him down, and a clean headshot of the back of that haunt. He truly is becoming the nightmare
Look at that smile.
will take over
Look at
this
that
tournament.
smile.
He just knows he's better, man. He just knows.
Cheeky demon. I want to see that free fire again.
Last player standing.
Crispier than Pringles.
Ooh. Must say Pringles
And
are
more consistent.
really crispy. Yeah.
There.
Consistent with the flavor, easy with the burps, lovely with the humor, but a nightmare all the way around. Ching looking to make his mark, but this time Sai in this aggression, he's shut down. Ember though, the nifty trade, he's gonna be able to back all the way up, and so far so good for God's Reign in there. Eco, but Ember finds yet another. He's not had enough.
Yeah. This round's starting to get a little too sweaty, right? They didn't expect us to go this way. And they have to deal with this thing on the fly. Now, Knight Rider not only has the revive, but he has timing and positioning at the utmost essence. I think they just about expected him, but Josh has caught in transition. There could be the possibility of a bait res. The man disadvantage and Revenant slowly but surely the desperation will start to seep in. Oh, the frenzy! You wouldn't assume that it'll betray you at a range like that. But the Seekers are going to confirm the fact that Revenant are going to go and commit the long rotation back towards the B side. In fact, God's Reign are trying to elect the route of caution and rotate all the way and not take the
30
teleport.
seconds left.
They do not want to give the audio cue that they're going to make it this quick, although the utility still leads the way for Sai. Ching trying his very best to hold the fort on his own, leaves us all in the hold hands of Blackhawk. 1 versus 2, repositions back towards Octagon, and that dodges that flash, so less information for God's Reign to work on. They do have audio cue, however, no star. He needs to be the star himself, but the double peak's far too much for him to handle. God's Reign, they managed to pick up one of the most unlikeliest rounds from what we've seen in the first half so far, but it's a very crucial one in the first half that allows them to contend to keep the half even.
You know, it's a big ask, but off of the Seekers, I feel like there was room for mind games in that position for Revenant. As soon as the Seekers start heading towards CT, God's Reign, they're expecting the rotation. So instead, if you're able to shut them down, yeah, not even rotate back, just hold that position, right? Because you have the better weaponry, at least in most situations. So the likely decision for God's Reign to make then is, oh, they might be rotating to B, they might be rotating to A, so hey, you know what? Let's leave one guy with the weapon towards the A site, and let's have 2 people rotate towards B, which gives you an option to pull off a 2v1. But hey, too many mind games to talk about as the pace being picked up now. Revenant trying to force down long, but instead they're flashed out, they're pushed
Holy
way
hell!
back, and Vibor commits to the action. He's picked up a double. Make sure that Revenant understand down long there's gonna be trouble.
Fight still forced, however, from Sai. And that's the only advantage that Revenant are able to negotiate in a round like this. Ember, it's crucial that he doesn't give away his life towards this A side, as that would mean an abundance of opportunity for Revenant to claw their way back from what seems like insurmountable odds. And John's found a way to sneak through. I don't think he would have eyes on Ember's position, so Blackhawk is still very much at risk. Oh no! He plays it silent, he plays it deadly, and Ember now put under a lot of pressure. Josh, however, still... Oh no, Josh!
Wow.
His spider senses are tingling, and for God's sense, their odds of winning this round are dwindling. There needs to be some better way for them to approach this. And they have the showstopper alright, but I think the show's already been stopped and it's a Revenant highlight reel at the moment.
One flash available on Vibor too, so it can just be spot out with the flash, hit with the showstopper,
dodge!
but they decide to commit their way through instead. Josh, with a flick of the wrist, makes his way out, and with just that flick, he's able to shut them down. Finds a 3K, but Vibor with the trade. Now I'm gonna hold on the defuse. Full available though, but the half defuse stuck all the way through.
Timing.
Looking to take his time, but he does it perfectly, shuts them down, and it went down to the wire, OG. But this is why Blackhawk, one of the best Astras out there, he just knows the intricacies of those timings by heart. Just plays it beautifully.
Sheesh. Astra might have 4 stars now, but it seems like Revenant have all 5. Especially Josh. Guy's an absolute monster. Criminal of what Revenant are. To steal away around like that from the grasp of God's reign. Gods showing that even they can bleed. And now hemorrhaging internally in terms of rounds in the first half, and the party out from one tap. God, no vision, no kill, no luck, my friend. Josh yet again dodging utility like an absolute Chad. Cue the highlight music already, man. This guy has made a heck ton of difference, and there's a lot more that he can still do.
Starting to devolve into a brawl though, yet God's Reign able to hold it down. It's again Knight Rider's op leading that charge. He's picked up one, and with a couple following through, Sai, he's turning up the pressure. 5v2 now on the map, and God's Reign with a broken buy in the right position to pick them off. Blackhawk and Wimp strike through in cohesion, and now suddenly God's Reign might be in trouble. But the judge and the executioner come through. Vibor, he shuts them down, and what a thrilling
Finally.
and enthralling first half this has been, OG. But 5-7, Revenant, they will take the lead, but I don't know if there is any momentum for either side.
Dude, and it's only been the first half. It feels like we've been doing this for quite a while, considering the intensity that we started off with.
And we talked about this yesterday, right? Most of our days so far, they've started out slow and ended out fast, but with the way this matchup has been set up, there's no way it starts out slow. Already, God's Reign versus Revenant delivering, and I'm sure you're running out of popcorn, so you've got 14 seconds to run out and grab some up because you don't want to miss a single second of this action.
Yeah, I mean, an easy way to do that is just throw it at Jing. It'll instantly pop, so you'll be ready for the making. So, Revenant now on the defense. An aggressive play from Josh. Not found as much value with the Headhunter as he has with the... Oh, no! What the hell? What? Holy moly, that is a PTSD-esque way to go down. God. Anybody would be traumatized inside. Trying his very best to hold on for his life, to hold on for this round. Revenant though, just team rolling all over them. I expected the entire game to at least be somewhat slow, methodical, relaxed, but Revenant, they do not care anymore. On the defense, their attack, I guess.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense too, right? Because we've seen One Tap God thrive in those positions where he's being set up for success and he gets to take those aggressive fights, really live up to his name. And Revenant happy to do exactly that. They set him up to take those aggressive fights and will do that once again. This time though, trying for a hookup push, they catch Sai out and double down and shut Knight Rider down. Now they'll just back up, they've got the man advantage, and considering that it is God's Reign's eco, should be a simple one for Revenant.
Exactly. And Josh S is so confident in his Headhunter that he... Okay. Starting again, see. It's...
Yes, the OG curse.
Gone here.
Okay, now at least they get the spike down here. God's Reign. With Hoax playing this aggressive and him still having the paint shells. If he disengages from a fight, it'll be a power move. But rather than forcing the fight, he throws in the paint shells and delays the inevitable, which was his death, and I think the conversion of Revenant taking this by storm. So, like I was saying, with Josh S not investing anything into this round, he now stands a very good chance of investing directly into the Operator, which will be quite the problematic affair for God's Reign, because unlike Revenant, where Revenant were the ones playing conservative for the first 45 seconds and then trying to commit to certain strategies, God's Reign like to take early control, and an Operator is at its most lethal against a team that likes to contest for early control, because then there are early pickoffs on the grabs for you where the anti-strat is effective. You will have nothing in your way.
This time though, the buy round coming through. Joshua instead electing for a Vandal instead of the op coming through, so should instead now have the money to go for a double Vandal. So while he does have the investment in this round, they are effectively playing that bonus and the aggression very much profound. Still trying to get one tap god into an advanced position, but this time Joshua, he gets shut down. And while Revenant, they've taken a large portion of the map, they force the attackers into weird position. Look at Hoax. He sneaked into elbow, and now Ching, he's confused. He has to look too long, look to CT, too many angles, but he still managed to hold it down.
B.
Finally, Hoax coming in from elbow clears out that position. And now, they're still taking their time with this rotation. I'm a little concerned for them. The only thing that's kind of being a saving grace right now, CA, is the fact that they still have the opportunity to use the teleport, especially considering the fact that the 3 players of Revenant right at the doorsteps of B. Rather, they choose on the commitment. Now the retake, the utility dumped on the faces of Revenant, yet it is of no avail
30
whatsoever.
seconds
The man disadvantage for Revenant and the close peek. Blackhawk, this is brilliant positioning and brilliant range to make the Spectre useful enough. Sadly, the advanced positioning of Hoax saves God's Reign a little bit of skin in a round like this.
Absolutely crucial this round. It was their buy. They couldn't afford to lose it, but a decent chunk of damage done. Ching in this impossible position when he's being crunched from long, crunched from CT. God's Reign, they make that small error. Instead of double peeking him, at least from long, or waiting for Hawks to come through from CT, they peek him one by one. And, well, Ching doesn't let go of those positions. He's gonna make sure they feel the pain. Itema up! But Josh is this time not able to get away. Sai finally finds his vengeance.
I know, right? Nice to see Sai getting
Down.
back not only his vengeance, but hopefully a little bit more of a good time after a round like this. Again, if you're a player like Sai, if you're a player who likes to feed off confidence, it's on rounds like these where you're looking to gain them. Although one tap god,
I've got your
I mean,
trail.
sure, he used the showstopper there, but more importantly, he finds that crucial frag. That one weapon picked up might enable them to do a whole lot more damage. And for God's Reign, it's very important for them to win this round in somewhat of a clinical fashion. They've walled off the defender rotation, so with the amount of distraction you buy towards defender spawn, it's gonna enable one tap god to be far more lethal as he tries to emerge from hookah himself.
Like you said though, this round crucial for God's Reign. Not just close down the score line, but also build up their own economy, put them in a comfortable spot, and they're looking to play it safe. A crossfire down in hookah while Knight Rider delays the CT push. And with one tap god being shut down, all eyes focused on now defender's side spawn. The time running out, RNT just playing it out, hoping to get some exit frags, but piece by piece they are getting shut down. Oaks though getting a little too overeager, might get taken out, and while he does find one, Blackhawk with the trade ensures that at least one weapon is down. For God's Reign, they won't care, OG. It's all about that round by round, getting that scoreline closer.
And more importantly, the minimum criteria to at least maintain economy is having 3 members alive with the weaponry, right? So, in the grander scheme of things, God's Reign, they managed to deal with the situation. Sure, they might have put a lot of utility to use, but that's exactly how you'd want to play around like this. Not want to put it to risk, not wanting to lose the numbers, not wanting there to be more problems later on in the half. Because the more kills you give away in a round like this, the more alt orbs that you fill in the pockets of your adversary, which is never something you like to give away for cheap.
They said though the ultimate's coming online as a showstopper.
Oh, no!
But Oaks is stopped off and he finds a double. And instantly there's trouble for Blackhawk in this site. He has nowhere
Brilliant.
to go, but the fault line coming through to help him out. Gets a 1-for-1 and stabilizes it for the side of Revenant. But in a 2v3, especially with the AWP, this retake's so damn difficult now.
But with Josh S, nothing is impossible. Shown us that in the past, might show us this in the present, although Wimp instantly removed from the battlefield. Leaving
gotta
the
save.
solitary sniper. Ooh, what a flick! What a shot! And there still stands a chance side, the jump classic.
So close.
Yeah, essentially a Mario peak there. As he leaps.
Astro Peak.
ET peak?
Astro Peak.
Let's go for ET, because if there's a moon in the
Yeah,
background,
yeah,
I think
fair
that'll be the
enough.
perfect,
Yeah.
transition. Although the operator removed from the hands of Josh S is a little, sad, he still has himself the Todefos.
Yeah.
Hence, the primary reason why Sai or Knight Rider did not pick up that operator. It's far more problematic when it goes into the hands of the defense.
And you can see, right, they've really elected to switch up the tempo, picking up the pace. I think, given the fact that they've got those ultimates coming online slightly earlier, they're looking to utilize them and make sure they're able to translate them into rounds before the counter ults come through. Now, the Seekers translated into one, the Showstopper just now used. I believe they might have the Nightfall ready for the upcoming round, and already the pings coming through from Sai. I think it's all about that Shovel's presence to set up the Nightfall early and then go late towards the hookah. So they're going to start off with the default in this round, but for Revenant in this timeout, I think the discussion has to be that when they got proactive, when they got aggressive, when they set up one tap for success, that's when they were winning the rounds.
Another thing that I just came to notice today, we just broke off tradition, CA. We're
Oh,
not
yeah.
having the...
No, don't curse it, OG. No.
Hey, I mean, it didn't happen, so I'm just pointing it out.
Guys.
But again, yeah, that's kind of
if,
what I do
If it
best.
happens, it's OG's fault. It's totally OG's fault.
Right, blame the casters. Casters start the game. Exactly.
I'll find you.
Regardless, the study force from Josh S is what's going to be very crucial if Revenant want to find what could be an unlikely round.
Oh
A lot of
my
the bullets
God.
from the Headhunter already expelled, which means Josh's options here are going to be limited. Well,
But so
they
much
at least
utility, OG.
exactly they at least buy a little bit of security for Josh S with that Nebula, but that essentially pushes the entirety of God's Reign towards this B side, where 3 players lie in wait. Mind you, there's a very scary player into its hookah. They've not cleared one tap God though. No.
What?
One tap God. Where's the one tap? God.
One tap, not more like. The way it started off, Josh is draining so much utility. 2 Prowlers, the Boom Bot, as well as the Seas. But they're happy to invest all that just because they have the Nightfall, and barely the Haunt, it spots Josh S out. Blackhawks though, well, it's a couple of clean shots. It won't mean much because with that round, 9-9 on the board and the adrenaline most definitely pumping for God's Reign. They managed to pull back the scoreline, they managed to pull back the momentum, and now they're in control.
Production,
Aye,
don't
aye,
do
aye.
one tap God like this, guys. Come on. He's been a good player throughout the tournament, but he's
look,
got but he got caught slacking.
Oh,
Alright,
but OG, they're
T.
grouping up now.
We go.
Exactly. All right.
Never mind.
Good job, Sia. Good job.
They were till the last 5 seconds, man. Come on. I think it's all about the early fake. So likely they're gonna use a boombot towards hookah, a flash towards long, and then regroup towards the ace side, set up the nightfall, and try to force this side down just so they can play on the orbital strike for the post plant. But what they don't know is that Josh Ish, he's pushed long down. He's giving all the information his team needs, and because of that, Revenant just able to back off. They're happy to give the plant because they have their own nightfall to play on that retake. Revenant.
Nice opening though. One tap got towards Shars and Wimp finds another on a Knight Rider. Hoax, the only one who's been able to find anything for God's Reign to work with the white swing. It's still of no avail though on the re-engagement side. 2 players staring him down from heaven as he sent down the depths of hell. God's Reign. Their reign in the second half looks to come to a momentary finish unless Ember pulls off the play of his life. Phenomenal one tap on a Josh S, and he's individualizing some of these frags. However, Blackhawk quick on the deny with a one tap, and they managed to redeem themselves and regain the operator. So Revenant Esports not only take the lead at this crucial segment in the second half where they've gotten double digits, but they also retain the operator on the back of which they can deny any kind of individual play that's going to be made now. And mind you, for anybody who's just joining us today, this is the old patch, so don't be confused if you see, a
Yeah.
chamber with 2 TPs. They're not cheating or anything, don't worry.
No, but like Godzrain really have to recognize the fact that Josh Yes is completely disrespecting the utility. He's so damn confident. He just doesn't move away despite a flash, despite a prowler, and that is opportunity for them to punish. But the crunch coming down, Hawks. He completely misses, and that's a nightmare that he doesn't want to relive. The Nightfall now coming down, and God's Rain, they're getting sandwiched. Vibor left all on his lonesome in this 1v4, and gonna take the TP, but walk straight into the hands of this oh so confident topper. So land his first shot. But he's not gonna give Vibor the opportunity to turn this around. Vibor still managing to find one. Will be able to sneak his way into sight, but Josh Ash, he sneaked around.
And they cleaned it up. 11-9. And with all honesty, Revenant closing that round out was the more important part of the picture. It did get a little close to comfort. And with Vibor getting a good chance in that 1 versus 3, getting a couple of those fights isolated, Revenant still managed to win it out. Though I still do feel a little sad for Hoax.
Yeah, and
ended up getting the Paul Walker experience there.
so we've got the timeout coming through for God's Rain. And I have to ask you, OG, again, you're like, just for reference for you guys, every time I go to OG's house, he's usually editing some insane clip of him hitting random flick shots with the op. So my question, quite pertinent, but with the amount of disrespect Josh Yesh is showing to God's Rain utility, and I say disrespect in the nicest of ways, right? Because he's also recognizing the tendency that they're dumping utility on him, but they're never actually capitalizing on it. First time in showers, next with that regroup towards the A side, towards long, where they flashed him out, but nobody ever bothered to check. How exactly do you force that opper out?
I think the only way you force him out is to inculcate the kind of, fear out of conditioning the fact that your utility works. And that's only if it works. That's the only, reply to an operator player who's trying to play as aggressive. Because the way that Revenant try to play off each other, right? With the double setup they have on the back of an operator is a player who's in charge of breaking the utility and creating a little bit of space. It's all about the support an operator player can receive that makes him even more deadly. And again, it's all about making sure that you play within your comfort and within your strength. So it's very, very reliant on having good synergy with who's going to be the man to not only trade you out but buy you a little bit of time to reposition. Nonetheless, talking about position, they're not going to be able to get any bit of it, God's Rain, at least for free. Because look at the amount of utility they have to walk through. Oh no, it's like walking into a blender, and they've just been juiced out of existence. Revenant
Again,
setting course to map point in such a grotesque manner.
and God's Rain really, I don't see any change off of the back of that timeout, because for me it's a simple answer. Like you said, right, you've got to make that opper respect your utility. You've got to strike that fear into his heart. And again, in this round, you can see Josh doesn't give a damn. This time he's all by his lonesome towards long. Takes out a Trailblazer, 2 slows I think, or even 1 slow, and a flash. All of that utility could be used to instead carpet bomb the site if you're just going to avoid the opper altogether. And God's Rain now trying to do exactly that, but it may be too little too late. The Seekers though, spots out the aggressive pushing. He still manages to pull one back. God's Rain now trying to force their way through into this site, but they're walking into a choke point and the gravity well shuts them down. Ching with his laughter coming through, and already know exactly what sort of emotional damage they've inflicted. First match picked up, and in triumphant fashion, Revenant Esports, they take the lead. Oh no.
What?
Oh no.
Let's relive it. Production, I love you, but Wimp, I love you even more, my man. Oh. Sheesh. From aim labs to shame labs, dude. Ooh, he did them that dirty. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I genuinely had to hold my stomach and my chest at the same time. Because I not only ran out of breath, but I almost lost my appetite for what I signed up for.
Yikes, man.
Ah,
You can't go through those choke points, not against the Astra and not against Blackhawks Astra, man. His timing on the utility is picture perfect every single time. The gravity well just sucks them into that black hole of death. And Wimpy is happy to oblige.
can't. Dude, this is so hard to play again. Like, what can you do? Not only do you have the utility dumped at your face, like you're standing in a dump yard, but you're having bullets being showered down at you. Like it's D-Day, but there's no boats, it's only caskets, and there's no water, it's only blood and massacre all around you.
And look, while it's easier said than done, for me, this map offer one simple basic point. Like the teams were neck to neck until Josh S's ops started coming through. It was basically, it at least looked like God's Reign was scared of it because every single time they dump utility, they would try to force him out, but he just stands strong. And they didn't actually push him off, they weren't actually able to punish him, and because of that, they would just go into the other side. But Revenant are like, huh? We're always going to leave our upper with maximum one guy strong. Our utility is actually where you decide to hit instead. And that utility, it manages to chomp them down. And there's going to be a problem going into Pearl 2 because if Josh's op is this devastating, God's Reign, man, they really need to find a solution.
Honestly, I feel like it wasn't even Josh S on the operator. Josh S on the Vandal was more than enough, bro. That 2 versus 4,
Fair.
I think speaks for itself, and the way that Revenant were just in cruise control thereafter. That was, I think, what Josh S was set up for from the very beginning, to set up his team on not only the momentum spree, but to be such a vocal part of a lot of these rounds where he was able to not give any room for God's Reign players, even in a round where they did not win per se. The kind of frags and the kind of fear that he was able to set within the boots of God's Reign individuals was a weight that they really could not walk with.
I think after this map, God's Reign might contact Penta and be like, so, can we talk about playing on that new patch, maybe? You know, this shaver is kind of annoying, bro.
Enemy down.
The highlights, I think, are gonna live on for quite a while, CA.
Oh, yeah.
It's like every round at this point, like some of the plays, not only in terms of aim, but the outbrain, right? Like the amount of ultimates that Josh was able to dodge just on the back of his trademark was unbelievable. I mean, it's rendezvous, but yeah. Oof. I feel
Josh,
a little sad for the fact that at least on the defense, right, we have not been able to see much of the aggression that God's Reign usually are accustomed to. And Revenant, they did a very good job by changing the pace of the game when it reached the halfway point. I think when it hit round 7 or round 6, they started playing these slow and conventional defaults that's meant to root out said aggression and set individual plays, which even if they didn't give away the frag aggressive individually, they did end up splitting up. So eventually when Revenant did end up taking the fight, they always had the advantage walking in.
Whew. Still though, I think while God's Reign did display that they are able to give a close fight, like you said, Revenant, I think, just one step ahead. Especially after that op started coming through at this point, right? You could see that it was really hard to force Josh's off unless they were able to challenge him. And in the few rounds that they did, they managed to pull it back. But as soon as Josh S started getting uncontested on that op, it started becoming a chomp fest where every single time Revenant just had the better utility. And then at this point, it was the gravity well of destruction. It was like, what is that movie? The Matthew McConaughey movie.
Not a movie guy, bro. I can't help you here.
Fair enough.
The only movie I see are frag movies, so yeah.
Can vouch for that. Can vouch for that.
That's what we can vouch for is Revenant might have won the map, but God's Reign sure did give them a run for their money. They made this somewhat close. They made this somewhat sweaty. and they almost hit double digits on a map which is not their map pick in the context of this best of three. So heading into Pearl, heading into their map on map two, I feel like just a small reset in terms of mental and God's Reign are going to be right back in it. For a player like Sai, for a player like Knight Rider, when you give them their comfort chamber, when you give them their comfort jet on a map that they're comfortable with, they come in with this innate level of confidence that I think is going to be very crucial if you want to put a stop to what we've seen from the side of Revenant so far, which has been a Blackhawk show. It's been a one tap God show from time to time. Josh S coming in with a lot of clutch rounds and clutch plays. Wimp just closing out the game like an absolute Chad, and Ching always around the corner to be a viable threat regardless of what situation phases him. So it looks like across the board, Reverend's five pieces stand strong regardless of how the day beats them down.
Yeah, definitely. And really simply said, right? I think the idea that at this point, Blackhawk able to really step up to the mark, display that despite Astra not necessarily being the meta in this map, comfort is what reigns all the way around. In the God's Reign, it is shot down 1-0 for Revenant the lead. And while Pearl hasn't necessarily been something that we have seen from Revenant recently, all of that Yoru action in a previous iteration, I simply can't imagine with the innovation that Revenant have brought to the table, the consistency that Revenant have brought to the table, that they'll be afraid
Yeah.
of Pearl.
One surprising but important statistic here is the fact that God's Reign on two occasions they were able to get first bloods, and they still managed to not close the game out, and I'm talking about two occasions ahead of Revenant. So I think closing out the round was not only the problem here but a lot in terms of the defense and how they can play and flex off each other is something that they really need to discuss on Bind, which might be a completely different story on Pearl. Nonetheless, the
Yeah.
MVP, I'm pretty sure our production had a very hard time trying to figure out who the heck they'll give this to, because every player came out with at least one highlight themselves, which was in and of itself, you can put that one in the history books. Show that to your kids. Say like, yeah, this is why they call me Papa. So yeah, and Blackhawk, you mentioned how much of an impact this one individual can have when he's on the controller, not only in terms of utility, but also aiding in terms of firepower. And in my opinion, his utility was so much more key than his firepower, although he didn't seem to be lacking in that department whatsoever.
Absolutely. Truly reminded me of C9 Gopi. C9 Gopi, baby. For the win. And Astra ain't gonna go anywhere when it comes to Pearl. So he's gonna look to continue that momentum into the next map. And Revenant not just looking for their spot in the upper bracket finals, OG, but looking to make a statement, to make a mark, pick up that 2-0 and really establish it to every single team out there that Revenant, they are here to play. And there's a reason that a lot of us consider them the favorites.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think the game has done so much of the talking. Revenant,
Yeah.
they had a lot of they had a lot of opportunities where things were let loose to some extent, right? Mind you, it was
Yeah.
still a 13-9 game. CA. Realistically, if a couple of gun rounds went the other direction, we could very well be breathing under the necks of overtime. So
Oh,
Revenant, even though they had immaculate play set up by their individuals, even though their teamwork on the offense worked relatively brilliant, and the second half I had a small sense of doubt in the back of my mind when their defense started to fall apart just a little bit. But hey, at the end of the day, it's a marathon and not a race, and at the end of the day, they're a step ahead in this best of three. That's the kind of comfort now that they have attained. That lower bracket, it's starting to look a little sweaty, especially watching Reckoning and their steamroll up from a position of doubt. I'm pretty sure that if Reckoning Esports are in the chat right now, they're hoping for a Revenant loss for that matchup of revenge to see whose tournament lives is going to be at stake. And hey, Revenant might have been just avoiding that nightmare for a little bit of time. I'm pretty sure that Sai and the boys are going to have a decent prep talk. We have a lot of composure on the other side. I said this in the pregame, right? You have players like Vibor who are very calm and composed. And talking about players who are calm and composed, there's a lot of players that we've been having the luxury of interviewing, and I think getting a couple of words from them right now would be a thing of joy. Another day, another interview. This time, we have our race guy, Chrome. We've seen him massacre some people on the server, but sadly, it comes an end for his team and his run in the Penta Pro Series. How are you feeling, my friend?
I'm feeling good, man. It's been a good tournament actually for us. We got a lot of experience from the tournament. We expected to do better, but at the end of the day, we were lacking a lot of teamwork there. But yeah, we got a lot of experience there, and we hope to do better in the future tournaments.
Well, talking about the future tournaments, I think the past is also important, right? What are your views thus far on the Indian Valorant scene?
I mean, the Indian Valorant scene has been growing like throughout the last 2 years. We've seen like teams like Global Esports and Velocity like do really like good things. They've been defeating a lot of South Asian teams also, and we've seen like a lot of good players also come up. Like there's been SK Rossi, there's been um, Deathmaker, there's been MW1. So there's a lot of scary players actually coming up from the Indian scene, and India has been pretty much dominating the South Asian scene for the past 2 years also. And I'm hoping to see like the Indian teams push forward and dominate the SEA scene too. Yeah.
So, considering that you not only played but also watched a couple of games of the Penta Pro Series, what are your thoughts on the tournament so far?
The streams and stuff were like really cool. They had really cool graphics, and it was like pleasant to actually watch. The casting was also really good, and it's been a while since I've seen a tournament like this. So yeah, it's always good to see like a really well organized tournament.
Well, that's lovely to hear, man. What do you think about the upcoming matches, though? Who are you going to be rooting for from the backseat?
Uh, I think I'm gonna be rooting for Velocity Gaming, just because I see like a lot of potential. Honestly, like the players there are really scary. Like even for me, like when I play against them, like it's really scary to go up against them. So I'm gonna be rooting for Velocity.
Well, that's delightful to hear, man. I think we have a lot of Velocity fans in India, and again, a lot of players as well have been choosing Velocity quite a bit. Well, I mean, this has been an amazing experience for you guys. Is there any shout out that you'd like to give as you guys have hit your final stage in the tournament?
Uh, Honestly, I'd like to give a shout out to y'all. So the guys at
Aw.
Penta Esports actually helped us a lot to play in this tournament because we've been having like issues where we'll have like power cuts and everything, and you guys have helped us adjust the timings and stuff for all our players to come and play. So yeah, shout out to y'all.
Well, thanks for your comments, Chromes. It'll be a great pleasure seeing you back performing again for the next one. And until then, good night and see you later.
Thank you.
Well, I think Chrome's just not only won the hearts of everyone out there, but also our backend team, right? I'm pretty sure every admin now,
Yeah.
everybody in the backend of Penta now feels so much better. And hey, I mean, that's the entire point of this tournament, right? To kind of give the best
Yeah.
experience, not only to you guys in the front end, but also to all the players towards the back end. And hey, I've been enjoying the entire tournament so far. It's been nothing but action-packed days. At least to end things off with, sure, we might have started slow on the couple of occasions in the past, but today we've been packing it, especially with the first game. It's been a very nail biting affair, but it's only the start of what's a three map extravaganza, right? Bind
Yeah.
might have ended in the back pocket of Revenant, but mind you, now it's going to be very crucial for the side of God's Reign to bounce back as we're going to head into their map pick in this best of three of Pearl.
Absolutely. And heading into Pearl, right, I think the discussion is really all about which kind of Revenant are we going to see? Is it going to be a very different Revenant? Maybe even continuing in that exact same lineup that we saw from Bind with that Breach Fate coming through, one tap got sticking to his race? Or are we going to go see them go back to one of their oldest setups with that Yoru coming into play?
I mean, Yoru, yeah, Paradox sadly ain't here, man. If it was Yoru and if it was
Yeah.
Paradox, I would have been like, dude, it's almost a given. Why are you even making this discussion right now? But you really can't make that debate because we've not really seen the Yoru being phased in without a Paradox, right? Wimp has been a very good support for Paradox in how he sets up for his ultimate plays, for his TP plays, for his aggressive dives in towards a place like, let's say, Halls towards the B side. So with that crucial piece of the puzzle missing, I think it's something that they really will not try to explore, especially when they're playing against God's Reign, because this is God's Reign's
Mm-hmm.
comfort pick. Here, we've seen them try to use that Chamber Jet uh, duo to its absolute best in terms of how they
Yeah.
run the double operator setup. You have one person manning the B side, you have one person alternating between taking the aggression towards A main, taking the aggression towards art, and then channeling it towards door from time to time. So that change of setup and change of pace is what's going to keep the side of Revenant on their toes. But make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, Revenant are no slouches on Pearl either, and that's what keeps this
Yeah.
entire negotiation. That's what keeps this entire conversation going, right? Because this is a team that's had the confidence to take a map like Pearl even on land. So they
Yeah.
have no problems in their idea of this map, the kind of setup, the kind of philosophy they follow. It's all about execution at this point, CA. And I think that's what's going to be more important with the kind of form and the composure that these players are showing. I feel like they might have that one squared away, but hey, it's God's reign. You never really know once these players start to pop off. It's hard to kind of get them back where you can deal with them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And like you said, right, that double op setup on Pearl for God's Reign is one of their signatures. And going into Icebox, it's likely to continue. So if
Oh,
God's Reign are
100%.
to pick up this map, that confidence in their setups only to be exponentially increased in our third map. That's like I was talking about, that third map being Icebox in this setup. So for Revenant, it's not just important to try and close this map out to make that statement of with a 2-0 victory, but it's also to ensure that God's Reign have no opportunity of a comeback. Because make no mistake, Sai and Knight Rider are two of the best oppers in our region. You give them an opportunity to build up that confidence, which is also key for them. They're only going to be able to pounce.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very, very long road for God's Ring to claw this one back now. It's going to be
Yeah.
endurance and nerves with gut tested, checked, and put to the absolute limit. Because for
Ah.
all their heart and for all their sweat, both these teams are going to want to avoid that lower bracket run and at least keep themselves in calm
Whoa!
comfort. Oh, I love
Wait.
this. This is a nice.
Hello?
This is something that I did not expect from Revenant. A very, very dynamic change in their approach to this map. They have Josh on the Phoenix. Mind you, the last time we saw Phoenix on this tournament, ladies and gentlemen, really didn't go that well in their favor. So for his sake, I hope that there's
Yeah,
a curveball not only in the game but out the game as well. We have Ching
it's more like
on the Astra. I think it's. I'm a little worried because see, here's the thing. See, you talked about how you kind of deter an operator player, right? And I told you one of the
yeah.
ways is by utility, and I still stand by that. Although I still feel like on a map like Pearl, it also comes down to outdueling him. And most of the times you outduel an operator with an operator. So I still find that chamber to chamber
Hmm.
duel on a map like this to be very viable. And that's something that's going to be absent. So I have a feeling it's going to be that utility dump, and the abundance of it makes me almost not question it whatsoever. So for Knight Rider and Sai, it's going to be crucial for them to pick their fights and their timings very, very diligently on the back of conditioning their enemies in certain positions. That's the only way they'll dodge utility. That's the only way they'll have any room to work with. Because against Revenant, a team that likes to play utility and fast paced while being a very big proponent of variabling, I mean, putting a bit of variable into that pace as well, it's not going to be that easy to find wiggle room.
100%. I have to say though, I'm a big fan of the Phoenix on Fracture. I think there's so much potential for him to actually play. So much so
Actually,
that I think it's actually his best map right now, all across the pool. So I think there is a lot of potential, but like you said, not having that chamber, especially on this patch, not having the operator against that double op setup, it is a little sus for sure. So we'll have to see how they're able to work their way around, because the only reason I can imagine that they do go for that is because of that potential like agent pool on Fracture being an issue. Because normally we get to see Blackhawk pick up the Astra and then the Fade go towards Wimp, uh, and then they're able to make their way through. But
Yeah.
not the same in this case. Shing is actually picking up the Astra, Blackhawk on that Fade. But hey, a lot of theory, a lot of potential for both of these teams to find their way through. Either ways, at least in the first half, Revenant, they've got to hold it down, because not just do they have that double duelist, but they have a lot of utility to match up against basically a no flash lineup coming through from the side of God's Reign. So, Random, they've got to make sure they capitalize on that small chink in God's Reign's armor. They shut them down in that first half, because we know what happens when God's Reign switch over to the defense, that double op potentially coming online.
Honestly, I feel like the very important aspect of this needs to be shutting down the kind of confidence that's going to go the way of Sai and Knight Rider. Because Sai and Knight Rider are very reliant on having good starts to when they start, wielding the snipers, that even economically, it should hamper them to have the double op. That's the only way that Revenant win out this in a dominant fashion. The fast dash, one tap god not able to make that connection work, although Blackhawk from range finds that kill.
Weird dash, no less, too. Trying to potentially catch one guy out, expecting that solo push towards V-Long, but instead, it's a three-man proactive play. They're able to instead rely on the Astra KJ to hold this A-side down per Knight Rider. Now setting up on his lurk, he's managed to chunk Ching out and will be able to open up this site for the plant.
Swarm grenade.
Whip though with the Nano Swarm will not be able to deny the plant, but does a small chunk of damage to the board. Still 5v3 on the retake, and for God's Reign it's all about re-aggressing and nullifying that man advantage down, but the trade's still coming through, and now Wimp on that site, while he will get taken out. It's a simple matter for one tap god to trade him out. No stars available for Ember, and with 4 HP, an impossible task at hand. It's Revenant able to get off to a great start, pick up that first round.
Oh goodness Christ, that could have gone so much better, especially with the play that they could have done off each other. Ay. Vibor left to dry. And the start that Revenant were looking for, now in their palms. At least on the defense, CA, it's still possible for them to man an operator, but just not at the same pedigree as you can with the Jet or a Chamber. So it requires a little bit of conservative thinking, but it's nothing undoable. One more thing that I'm a big fan of, especially with this lineup, is that Cease alongside Nade combo. The only counter you have to that is just come swinging off the gate from since the first, second, and take that fight raw as it comes. He eats a bullet. Oh, he gives one back as well for breakfast. Ha! Wimp. That was not the way he saw that transpiring.
But they're able to use their Skilljoy very well to make sure that they're able to fluctuate their way around until he gets shot down. So now, without that Killjoy, they're going to have to split up, and that does give the opportunity to Hoax and Vibor, the Sheriff carriers, to try and find a pick of their own. Still, 4v4 on this map with Sai's early kill being taken down, leaves Blackhawk in a bit of a weird position. With the Spectre run and gun, the spray and pray, it works out in their favor. One tap god though caught fumbling and floundering. He gets shut down, and that's a weapon recovered for Knight Rider, a bulldog in their hands.
Whenever there's a Sheriff, one tap god has the worst luck. If it's on him, he doesn't land a shot. If it's on his enemies, he just gets obliterated. Every other weapon he's able to play against. It's curse, I guess. Like how we have our curses, CA, I think the players have their own.
He's an outlaw, so he just doesn't like the Sheriff. Either way, it's a decent eco right here for God's Reign. Not too much damage done, so Revenant, they won't as much care, but just a couple weapons taken away. I mean, God's Reign now get to focus on this buy round. A glass cannon operator coming through from Knight Rider. No trap as well, so really focus on this hit. They've got to make their way in. Sai now leading the charge, trying to find his way around and making sure that he doesn't get flashed out. He spotted out
shot.
Ching and he manages to take him down. Josh's position known as well. He spotted out and
Spike planted.
now caught with nowhere to go. Josh is just trying to get himself out.
Difficult situation nonetheless for one tap God, but he still manages to jiggle between the angles and find himself a kill.
Ooh.
God's Reign, they've been trying to trade off each other and they've been trying to negotiate the advantage, but it's gone the other way and it's nullified real quick. 2 versus 2. The spike being planted and Knight Rider planted in position as well with the operator. Holds his breath, holds the angle, but not able to hone himself to get that shot. It's all now left on a Josh, who's well covered by Ember towards screens. And God's Reign, with things looking a little scary considering it was what, a 4 versus 2? They managed to get this round on the back. They managed to get themselves an operator as well, which I think Knight Rider was keen on having his hands on. Mind you, when he played Bind with the Sage, really didn't have the most pleasant times when he had the operator, right? Didn't have it many of the times as well. So it's really gonna be a fair chance for Knight Rider to try and aim for redemption.
Yeah, and again, the bonus not being played there for Revenant. They actually invested, which means they're now stuck on the eco. Inside with a key flick, he's able to shut one down immediately. The nade coming through, and it has been that managed to get
Showstopper.
traded out. The showstopper.
From
And
the grave.
while he's taken out from the air, one tap, he takes him down.
Oh, that thing, it almost found the kill. Ember, 5 HP and he survives. Finally gets healed up. They do not have the weaponry here, Revenant. But what they have is still an opportunity. A claim around, which they have no business coming close to winning. God's Reign recognizing that their plans have been foiled, try to regain composure, but they've slowed themselves down for, I think, what's gonna end up being their own detriment. Sai, he leaves the angle at the worst possible time. Ching not gonna show face. It has to be Wimp who finds the kill. Luckily, he finds himself that frag, as he had himself that sheriff to work with. Ching up close and personal, 33 HP on Bibor, so he needs to spam that bot ASAP. He has Ember to try and support him though, but it's the rest of Revenant crunching from that back lines, so utility could be used to halt this push. Ember just dancing between the bullets. Ching might just need a little bit of luck and fortune to go his way if he needs to find the opening here. And mind you, Wimp having that operator might just want to throw it out of the map and not give it back to God's Raid. He finds himself a frag. He finds himself with the opportunity. Shorty up close and personal, but he's confused with the weaponry. Tries to hold the angle and Ember just jiggles between the pillar and finds himself a thriller of a clutch. With a round that needed no kind of contention, with it boiling down to a 1 versus 1 like this, God's Reign definitely had to break a sweat there.
I should play some Astro Stars in this reality.
Why is he getting so close, CA?
I mean, it's getting close because these players are damn good. And Revenant almost managed to pull off a round that they most definitely shouldn't. It was just their eco. And God's Reign, they hold it down. 2-2 on board now, and all of that damage in the eco, it has hurt God's Reign economy to a certain extent. Hawks now relegated to a Bulldog, but they've got the ultimates to play. The Cosmic Divide now coming down, but immediately the lockdown traded out to try and deny. They're still committing to the plant though, and the Nightfall to make sure they back off, but will they get enough time to get out of the lockdown? A couple of them detained, but the backup there to make sure that this is basically a bait. Revenant now with the opportunity to hold down the defuse, they just don't care. The
Big
C's
nade.
coming through as well, but the gravity well denies it altogether. Revenant is still able to pick up the frags.
And not lose a single member while doing so? Unbelievable. Revenant just purely off the bat of utility and timed aggression just cleanse the B site of God's Reign's presence. And the opportunity for them to fight back was so diminished.
I got enough time to go into the Astro form.
Yeah.
Revenant now with the lead. Josh S now with the operator. This is where God's Reign was supposed to start things off well and start digging themselves not only in the groove, but also for the marathon. It's now, I hope that they don't start losing pace and breath.
I'll find you.
Now 3-2 on board. And again, these close rounds going down to the wire have devastated both teams' economies. Was Rain not with much options in this round, and Sai just looking for a white peak, he gets shut down. Josh is happy to pick up that operator despite not necessarily having the agent to do that. And with the nano swarms, he's able to slow them and shut them down. Just like that, 3-2 on board, Revenant in a great spot, OG. And at this point, it's all about building that momentum, building that lead, and building that economy. But again,
Enemy remaining. Where are you?
we're both able to inflict a teensy bit of damage just to slow it down.
Yeah, One Tap God finds himself the closure, and Revenant. All that they had to essentially dismantle was a hero vandal with a couple of sheriffs here and there. So it's good that they do it in this fashion without losing much. And mind you, they still have that operator, CA. So that first half is still pretty strong for Revenant. With the kind of utility that these that this kind of draft offers you, it's going to be the attack where Revenant actually have that power spike, in my opinion, because they can time their fights with their utility and they can make it all work in synergy, at least much more synergetic than how you would in the defense duty.
Why though now coming online in Revenant? The setup, it stays strong. Just like that, the way we saw what they want to do in that pistol. An aggressive push towards B long to deny that early presence from
shot.
God's Rain. But Knight Rider on that lurk, he shuts the Astra down. And with this Wimp under a lot of pressure, he has nowhere to go. The Seas likely to spot him out. Wait, it didn't? Okay. The Seas and a complete fail for the Nightfall. An early investment and the lurk for Sai shut down. They will be able to get the plant, but not for too long. And actually scratch that, not even that. And I mean, they're able to retake the site before God's Rain even are able to set down the spike.
Yeah, I think the right wording there you used was not for too long. I think that was the correct way to describe it regardless. Because it felt like the moment you blink and you miss what happened to the rest of Revenant and their approach towards A.
I'm still confused how the Seas didn't catch Wimp. I want to see that.
We should get a replay, although brilliant opener from Knight Rider. I think this is where, you remember after the end of game 1, we discussed this fact that God's Reign had 2 more first bloods compared to the 10 of Revenant.
Yeah.
This is kind of where that stat, you know, paves a little bit of meaning. And around where you had the earliest of picks, and around where you've got the defender's controller, a very crucial piece of what, you know, you can hold the site with.
Here.
When they're not even able to get a plant in a round like that, brings up a lot of questions.
Definitely right. And
Here. Here.
a simple idea that they're not able to translate the first pick, that they're able to get that first blood. It's something they're going to have to discuss in this timeout. And more so even the fact that they're being sort of suffocated off the map. Revenant really able to dictate the pace despite not having that clear-cut operator user, despite not having necessarily that double initiator. Revenant just able to do it on the back of simple reads. So when they push down that B long, they've understood that God's Reign likely to default to just try to rush a side down, and they're happy to play on that side just to deny, just because of the sheer utility and the might. A lot more defaulty approach in this round though, and that might just be the answer to try and drain the utility early, but it's a little scary. All on his lonesome, he's gonna get shut down. That's not where you want your Astra to be.
I know, right? And Josh has just bunny hopping his way into that angle. Be elated at the fact that he did not succumb to death. Gets the kill with the turret. Perfect. Turret's the true teammate. Well, this close approach towards B, they're relying on Knight Rider to be able to outduel Josh S, who has the tightest of angles humanly possible. Reveal quickly disposed of, but Knight Rider well set up for that peek. Wimp position given away by the Prowler. In fact, he's eaten as well, so it's possible for Knight Rider to force the issue. But with 4 bullets in the chamber, he looks to make each of them count. Well, now he certainly can. At least Hoax has his teammates back, denies Wimp's aggression. And now it boils down to the man advantage. God's Reign might not have the weaponry, but they sure do have the manpower, and Hoax deleting Ching, trying to sneak his way in towards elbow. He gets an elbow. Blackhawk left with an all to do. Nice shot on the side. A brilliant clutch now, paving the path to success for Revenant Esports as Blackhawk cuts audio and cuts the hopes of God's Reign. Their reign coming to an end, and Revenant not able to even conceive the fact that they found this round. One tap God.
They really think that's scary.
You can see all that's gonna happen because words aren't enough to describe how their emotions are. Second one is the sitter, dude. Sent home. After that,
Blackhawk
it's just done.
living up to his name, right? That truly being a nightmare to his opposition. And just like an eagle, so precise with his aim. 6-2 now, and I think this is the case where I've been in this situation, right? Where you see that round devolve into a 1v3 and you instantly as the coach call for a timeout. And then your player just clutches it out of nowhere and you're like, oh, okay, I'm still gonna tell you guys what you did wrong, but well played, my boy.
Revenant are the one surprisingly taking a timeout. It's not God's
Yeah,
Reign.
that's what I'm telling you, right? So as soon as Malik sees that 1v3, he's like, timeout, instant, just he clicks that timeout, and as the players, you're gonna respect when that timeout call comes through. You're gonna accept it. But now Alex is in a weird spot. He can't really scold them because Blackhawk was able to pull off the 1v3, but at the same time, he shouldn't have had to pull off the 1v3.
Yeah,
So
I think it's very important because you kind of need to reset not only the kind of highs that you were gonna receive from that short term, but also the lows that you were going through prior, right? That essentially completely resets the situation, and you do not have any unnecessary fights that you force yourself into, or you really do not play all that conservative. So you don't let the situation phase you. That's the best way that you can put it. And right now, considering that Revenant have started off this map with a dominating first half, they could end this dominant first half on the cusp of maybe a 9-3. And that's me being a little bit ambitious. I still have faith in God's Reign's attack. Some of the rounds they've been not as fortunate as they would like to be. It's all about bouncing back from the position of misfortune.
Where are you?
6-2 now on board, and on the back of that kind of clutch, surely the momentum just too strong, which is why God's Reign, they've got to use that timeout almost for themselves to stabilize, to hold down that thought. Now they've set up Knight Rider towards B long with that operator, but in the midst of that, Revenant, they've taken control of mid top. A 1-for-1 trade though, and still in favor of Revenant because they're able to hold down that mid angle, and while Knight Rider is slowly but surely lurking his way up, mid control so key for on this map because they're able to easily set up the flank. The revive will finally come out, but the Seas, oh, it misses out. And we'll make sure that now God's Reign can use that man advantage to just force down the B side. Use Knight Rider.
It's look on look action though. One tap God, here's this coming, and there's no cover now for God's Reign on their entry towards the B side. Wimp getting ready with the lockdown. There's no utility that God's Reign has to force this utility out. They walk into their deaths. The board's down. God's Reign, things are looking terrible in their opportunity for them to win a round like this. The close angle held. Josh S gets deleted by Sai on his close range swing. It's still though a hard fight for them to force considering their positioning. They just walk into the slaughterhouse and end up guts and gushed out of the B side. Is Revenant Esports
Should I play some stars in
really
reality?
administering pain and punishment as their method of torture?
And remember, this is the map of choice for God's Reign, no less. So Revenant not just administering that pain, like you said, but making a statement along the way. With surgical precision, they're able to shut them down and potentially even get a better scoreline than they did in the map of their own choice. 7-2 now on board, and Revenant, they've got this map in a chokehold. God's Reign with nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. They've got to make their stand, and they've got to make it now. But with no weapons to play, it should likely be a simple round for Revenant to pick up.
Bomb grenade out.
Steps, but the setup that he might walk into could be gruesome. Or it's just being as patiently as humanly possible. He's just that box chilling, yo. Vibes. Flag out? Or is he playing anti-flash? I don't think there's a reason for him to play anti-flash because Josh
I
has
think
this-
all of them lagged out. Yeah, they're all in the boot camp, so I think the entire boot
no.
camp just.
Not
RIP.
like this.
I think that's a
Revenant are
rollback.
like, bro, where are they? They have only pistols. Why aren't they coming to fight us? Little do they know.
I
Little
think
do they
that
know
is-
everyone has become a turret.
Placing sentry.
This is where you knife them just for the memes.
30 seconds left.
No, that'll be a little too cruel, see. I think you reserve knife for moments where you earn it, you know?
It's
Gotta
nice
earn
for
it.
fun though too. But hey, fun fact for the players as well as for all of you guys, you can find out that they're DC'd right now. You just press tab, and if their ping is not fluctuating, they're DC'd. If their ping is static, stuck on a certain point, they're not in the game.
Enemy down.
Come on,
I
knife.
think they just found out now. There we go.
No. Too respectful, man. Knife them. Surely that's the rollback, right?
I think it has to be a rollback. I mean, it was a round where they only invested sheriffs for sure, but even on a round like that, I think it's very important to try and, you know, impact damage,
Here.
especially in terms of
Placing alarm bomb.
money is going to be very valuable. So we should have logically that round rolled back, and from the news that we're getting, I think, yeah, it's going to be rolled back, ladies and gentlemen. So don't worry. Revenant
Yeah.
and God's Reign are going to replay that round. Although, yeah, it's going to take like a good, 2-3 minutes for the players now to reconnect. Let's hope that whatever they're going through is something very minor and nothing serious.
Yeah, exactly right. I don't know, there's a lot of thunderstorms around this area, so I hope, like you said, it's not something in the case of a transformer that's gone down or something more permanent.
That's what kind of happened in my area today. Luckily, it's fixed.
Ah,
So yeah, you're having bad weather. I live in Bangalore, so by de facto, my electricity is
their
gonna be
boot camp is in
garbage.
Bangalore, Roger.
Revenant's boot
The
camp?
God's Reign boot camp is in
Oh,
Bangalore.
God's
yeah.
Reign. Ooh, okay, makes sense, makes sense. Bangalore electricity board doing them dirty as usual. I mean, they do it for me also. Okay, I'm a person speaking from experience. I have like 20 hours of power backup CA, and there are moments where I run out of power backup. That's how bad it is here.
Wow. That's a yikes.
And all I have running
moment.
inside is my PC, maybe my lights, because again, I can't run my AC on backup, can I? So that entire, I think the last entire few months have been this way. And again, you can't help it. Sometimes it's the thing of nature where, yeah, like you said, that entire hurricane has been devastating, right? Even for Bangalore, I think it didn't stop raining for a good like 2-3 days. How's the situation been over at your side, my friend?
Pretty much the same.
Is it like hardcore
Pretty
rain
much
or
the
is it
same.
like drizzling and a little more chill?
Mostly hardcore rain for the past few days. It has chilled down recently, but I hope for God's Reign they've got the power backup. I would be very surprised, honestly, if the bootcamp doesn't have power backup. So I assume that they'll be back in a jiffy as soon as they're able to get their inverters or generators. Inverters can't handle 5 PCs. Generators on. But a moment to relax, as you can see for Revenant, Blackhawk just laying back, Ching's pulling off some sort of game. Like, what is he doing?
I don't know. Hopefully not Candy Crush.
Is he like tweeting, like, where are these guys at? I just want to finish this quick. Hello.
Oh, dude. At this point, the entire Revenant side, I think, have to end up feeling a little weird, right? It feels so off when you're geared up to dominate the first half and you're well on your road to doing so, doing brilliant stuff in terms of, how you combine utility with aggression, and all of a sudden there's a pause. It puts an abrupt
Yeah.
end to what's, momentum and really getting your blood and your veins and your nerves ready for what we assumed is going to be a closer matchup. I'm not going to lie. Although God's Reign were a little, not only, you can't even call that a little unlucky, right? Because a lot of those duels that they were trying to take were also for a majority of the reason, for the majority of the portion was bifurcated. Like, for
Yeah.
example, the round where Josh was able to just get two freebies towards the B side with that operator. Like, rounds like those aren't supposed to happen, especially when you know there's an operator against you. The last thing you'd want to do is split up. Then you have less utility to fight that operator player with.
Especially when it's a Phoenix playing that operator, right? There is just no excuse. You can't
Exactly.
say it's just chamber annoying, man. You have to punish him.
If there's no punish, there's no fear. If there's no fear, you're just gonna play against an opponent who's gonna be damn cocky against you. And take it from a guy who, watches and plays a lot of Valorant. Even if you're making a wrong move, or even if your adversary is making a right move, but you're having the momentum spree, you're having the cockiness, and there's nothing that's essentially stopping you, you will still take a fight that's not really in the best odds for you to win. And for some reason, you still end up winning it out for a decent bit of the
Yeah.
time. I'm not sure if
Well,
it's so
that's
much
what.
related to mind games or if it's just the way the mechanics of the game work from time to time, where if you're not feeling it, you really aren't able to, zone in and try to be as precise. But hey, it's Valorant,
I think
folks.
it's just simple psychology, right? Like even in traditional sports, a player is much likely to instinctively do better when they're really feeling that confidence, and that's why the term "he's really feeling it" really comes from. It comes less down to logical train of thoughts as compared to, yeah, I think I'm gonna pop a head off.
Makes sense, makes sense. I mean, with the entire way this game is going, I feel like, at least for the sake of God's reign, they have a couple of moments where they have a breather, right? They have the chance to at least call it like, guys, I know
Well,
this game is not going the way that we expect. I know the series isn't going the way that we expect, but hey, we're not out of it just yet. You don't win a game until you hit 13, and that's a very important point that I think needs to be brought up to this conversation. And how many times, not only domestically but internationally, have you seen that big comeback where nobody expected it?
yeah,
I think my
yeah,
first flashbacks goes to 100 Thieves on Breeze. The old 100 Thieves with Hiko, Nitro,
yeah,
Asuna.
yeah.
So things like those are still very possible, and especially in a region like South Asia, where you have so much individual brilliance and the room for punish is really less, in terms of how punishing your opponents are. So it kind of makes sense as to why we are the region who are more likely to have a comeback off those kind of odds if their players are really feeling it. You just gotta hope, right? Sometimes you can't do anything else.
Talking about hope, I have some good news. I have got my
Oh,
eyes on a different screen where I see the cams of the God's Range players coming
oh
online.
really?
So I think it's a
That's
matter
nice.
of time before we get back into the lobby. Like you said, the rollback is going to come through. So it is going to take a few seconds to set it up. I think we have a lot to unpack and talk about. And like you said, it's all about taking it round by round. Now, we know that these God's Range players have tons of experience between them. They have leaders in the likes of Sai and Vibhor who have pulled off that comeback, so they should be able to push it back and get down, just get it down, like round by round, force their team to really focus in the moment.
True. And in the moment, they have a lot of work to do. They not only have to claw their way back from an abysmal first half start, but they also have to nail this one, bring it home, and then duke it off at Icebox if they have any hope to keep that upper bracket dream alive, as we look to get one crucial answer. Is it gonna be a dominant Revenant that's gonna make their voice loud and loud in that upper bracket finals for this playoff stage? Or is it gonna be a God's Reign that claws their way back from what looks like undoubtedly an impossible position, which in and of itself would be a very, very good statement to make, CA. It's all about the rhetoric here.
we've suddenly got news that there isn't going to be a rollback, so
Oh,
a bit confusing, but I think the rule is that a kill has happened before they DC'd, so they have to no roll back. I'm not quite sure, my guys, but I'm sure there will be a clarification on the Penta socials, so please go check them out, follow Penta everywhere, and you'll get the news as it comes through. Yeah. And Godren, they're taking a timeout just to sort of restabilize. It was just an eco, so it won't matter as much. But 8-2 now on the board, a crucial round nonetheless coming through up in this next round. Godren should be able to afford a full buy. Knight Rider electing to go for that operator. But again, the ultimates in the favor of Revenant. They've got the showstopper online, and with Blackhawk just 1 point away from the Nightfall. He's truly been a nightmare already in this half, pulling off clutches that he most definitely shouldn't. And with the Nightfall, that paranoia sure to come around. 8-2 on board, and Revenant really starting to pick up the pace, pedal to the metal, look to close this map out and make a statement and inflict some lasting damage on God's Reign's veto, right? Because this is a team, God's Reign, that has been insta-locking that Pearl across the last series and this as well. It has been their go-to map, but if they are beaten in such a fashion, then
Exactly.
surely it'll just be a matter of time before they're like, are we even strong in this map?
I mean, it's also very dependent on who you're playing up against, right? I think Revenant as well are a team that does a lot of homework. They have a good setup. They have a good amount of material as well to base their research out of. So the entirety of, God's Reign playing up against a lineup without a chamber, without a jet, without these conventional agents on a map like Pearl, I think the Revenant curveball that they brought into this best of three has certainly worked, and to an overwhelming effect, as it looks like it's completely off but God's Reign, like Yaf mentioned. I think God's Reign still are trying to get the last player in the server. It's gonna take maybe a minute tops, folks. At least we're hoping so. Again, in a tournament like this, where both Revenant and God's Reign are looking to prove that they are the next contenders to what has been VLT, EG, GE's year in 2023. So for them, not only to get these victories, continue their runs through upper brackets as they're winning tournaments, but also to get the victories in this fashion is going to be crucial, because then we can start talking about this team had been more dominant at their peak rather than any other team. So by de facto, they might have been the best team to play in SA, something along that lines is what we could be
I
in
think
the barrel of brewing in the long
they've
term.
still got a long way to go. They've
Yeah, in
got
the
great
long term,
legacy
exactly.
to live up to. The 6-month unbeaten streak of velocity from the very start of the scene, the dominance from global esports across the 3 lands that we've had towards the last year and now towards that franchisee slot. But yeah, definitely, I think Revenant have that potential to become one of the best SAS ever seen. They've just got to keep it going. The consistency is the name of the game, and in that consistency, they've got to unite. But hey, irrespective, in this map, in this series, it's all about taking it round by round to try and pull it out, because at this point, I think Revenant just one step ahead, not just in terms of the aim, not just in terms of the mind games, but just in terms of the way they're enacting this gameplay. It's not even like they're changing up setups, they're better IGLing or any of that. It's simply that with this no flash lineup for the side of God's Reign, they don't seem to have answers, they don't seem to have set executes, and whenever they try to default and play off of Knight Rider's luck, even though he's able to find the first blood on many an occasion, they're not able to actually translate that into rounds.
Mind you, I feel like especially with what we've seen so far from Revenant, right? This is essentially us showering praises on Revenant when we haven't even seen them play with their star player yet, which is the
Yeah.
scary prospect. Imagine, so just imagine, right? Hypothetical for today. Revenant win this matchup. VLT wins their following matchup later in our 7 p.m. game for today. So if you guys don't know, 7 p.m. best of 3, Velocity versus White Swing. You do not want to miss that one. It's gonna be a nail biting. One chance, no White Swing. White Swing are in my hearts because of the way they played against Exili yesterday. But yeah, Velocity versus One Chance. So we're gonna get to see Caramel
give them
duke
one
it off against
chance,
his old
bro.
comrades. I am. That chance kind of faded away from my hands as soon as I said the White Swing. But yeah, so I'm expecting what could be a Revenant Esports playing with Paradox up against VLT. Now that will be a
don't know.
hard fight for VLT to take to some extent.
Hard fight for sure, but like I can only imagine how much of a paradox it is going to be for the coach. Do you keep the one tap who has been performing brilliantly throughout the first 2 series and reward him for his performance, or do you bring in Paradox? I can't answer that question, so we'll have to see how Revenant do exactly that. But you can see God's Reign not in the greatest of spirits. They're gonna have to rally back.
You know, in a true 6-man roster, if it's made for the idea that we have more flexibility, I truly think that you don't earn your spot in the lineup based on your performance purely, you earn it based on the strategy. So if there's a strategy where they think they have better chances with Paradox and not with somebody else where they are able to change the setup around, that should be sole priority. And I think that's the main idea why people go for, 7-man rosters from time to time. There are teams that have done even 10-man rosters in the past. So there's a lot of case study in that, but everybody with different application with different results has not really made it the most viable project. But surely an interesting one.
Yeah, most definitely right. One way or another, God's Reign, they've got to make it count. I think we were just missing Ching, and he's back in his chair, so we should be just about ready to get this match going once again. A reminder to everyone out there, Revenant leading in this series 1-0 after winning their map of Bind. Now, we're in Pearl, the map choice of God's Reign, and Revenant, they've doubled down. 8-2 with the lead now as we head into the last few rounds. It is God's Reign's bye round, and they've got to make it count, because they lose this, it's effectively double digits picked up for Revenant. And at that point, irrespective of how good God's Reign's oppers may be on the defense, that's too big a lead for Revenant to lose.
Yeah. It's a very, very one-sided affair from what we assume would be a closer game, right? Because with the way God's Reign were playing on Bind, it felt like at least to some extent they were playing in their own comfort. Here it feels like that comfort is so far removed.
It's weird,
With
right?
Revenant
Because it's their own
being-
map.
With Revenant being this prepped against God's Reign, a team where they do not have a lot of prep work material on, it just gets me thinking, right? When you play against a team like VLT, who I think everybody in South Asia tries to replicate to some extent, at least in terms of the kind of strategies that they might like to impose, the kind of setups, the kind of calls. So when you play up against a team like that, Revenant are essentially going to read into a Bible, not a small notebook. They have a lot of material that they can dissect and maybe use to their own advantage, as we're seeing them do very much the same thing to God's Reign on their map pick of Pearl in this best of 3.
Either ways, we've got our match started through. 8-2 now on the board again. Again, this bye round absolutely crucial. Revenant, they've got the showstopper to play with, and with Blackhawk just 1 point away from that Nightfall to be able to focus in on that. God's Reign though, they're trying to push this A side down. A fast A split coming through, and Sai, he's picked up one. The dagger's now coming out, but he drops down to the earth. Wimp, he shuts them down. Ember though, with the immediate trade as God's Reign, they force this side down. But one tap
Nice
bot
trades.
denies the plant, and it's basically a 2v2 now. The Cosmic Divide just to buy some time.
I have this.
They know exactly where Amber's placement is, however. What they do not know is the position of Knight Rider. They need to play this brilliantly off each other. Plant forced down. And Ember is just trying to play off Knight Rider's contact. He's gonna watch the right side swing and allow Knight Rider to focus all his efforts towards denying the first cross. Here's Josh S, but no position for him to even try and make a little bit of space. Ember is essentially stuck and one tap god knows it. Hence, he's being very thoughtful with how he forces the fight. Now it's a set book. Knight Rider just needs to try and play discipline here. Jump peek, pre-fire, out-duel, demolish. Well, he does all that and a lot more, giving God's Reign a slither of hope in this first half. Even if it ends up 8-4 CA, the double operator setup from God's Reign is strong enough to propel them into Icebox. All that they need to do right now is dig deep and get ready for a lot of the dirty work. It's gonna come down to it. Very
Need that back.
very good first half from Revenant. God's Reign still have this in the realms of possibilities. I think Vibor would have wanted to play a little bit around with his wall, but not the case whatsoever. Oh, close range, the slow up sets the speak up perfectly for Hoax, who has a Spectre, but he doesn't feel content in forcing a fight like that. Rather, walks into the astral wall and Blackhawk sends him to meet his maker. Lockdown though, it detains two players from God's Reign, and Revenant are trying to force the issue. Luckily, Ember right around the corner to try and provide cover, but Wimp forcing his issue through Halls finds Sai. A crucial pickoff as they remove a big piece out of the God's Reign puzzle, and they're trying and struggling to make their way into the site. A brilliant hold so far from Revenant. 45 seconds left on the clock, and they try and force God's Reign to concede and hit that ace site. Timing for the rotation is going to be crucial, as early positioning into a cheeky angle towards the A site might just be enough for Revenant to secure the final round in the first half. Knight Rider doing his very best to still find the opening, and hey, the time has been such a problem that they've hoped that the silent sells a fake. Not the case. Knight Rider tries to provide cover, but Ember going above and beyond! The triple kill! As he gives his team the overwhelming advantage. The operator from Knight Rider, oh, Ching! Almost finds the clutch. Vibor pulls us back to sanity and reality, as the reality is God's Reign stabilizing at the end of the first half.
Spike planted.
Things could have gotten way nastier. That's a great transfer, man. It went all over the place. Precise gunplay from time to time does get you the urge to punch a hole in the wall, like CA Dead mentioned a couple of days back. But hey, an 8-4 half. God's Reign given a fighting chance to maintain this upper bracket run. Quick play towards B, at least to show presence. Josh, quick play through the panel. Does have the Killjoy turn to play around with as well. All a ruse. Trying to play slow contact, not only towards A main, but crucially towards mid, where one tap god might choose to play timing. He could be the first aggressor, or he could try playing bait of the main aggression. Spotted. Ember needs to run into the smoke to avert disaster. The Prowler giving away his whereabouts, and Ember dealt with clinically. Revenant find the entry, but they don't manage to convert that entry into a plant just yet. Wimp keeping things interesting, however, ends up finding a very crucial frag on his side. I think that was all the way towards Art. And he retains a little bit of map control and real estate for Revenant, which is more than enough for one tap god, as he's sent on a killing spree all the way towards Flowers. He's handing flowers and he's dancing like a Romeo on the corpses of God's Reign. Revenant, they claw the second half pistol to their name. This could be the beginning of the end, ladies and gentlemen, as God's Reign are not able to convert on the second half pistol. that certainly spells doom and double digits on the side of Revenant Esports.
Watch out. Here.
Revenant aren't shy with a buy whatsoever. 2 Spectres, a Marshall, 2 Bulldogs. Even if they do get to a point of double digits, they have more than a viable chance of denying God's Reign any kind of opportunity to gain momentum. The max tail risk is maybe a round. That's for later to come. Josh S. Quick breach in towards the side and the double satchel on the entry. Still not dealt with. One tap God finds the kill on Sai. They're trying to play close from cover as they hope for a good fight. Ching with the Marshall is quick on the deny. Mind you, if you're a little newer to Valorant, the Marshall on a round like this where your adversaries lack armor is essentially like an operator. 1 shot to the head, 1 shot to the body, to the leg if you're feeling particularly salty.
Yeah.
Revenant hit double digits, man. CA, this is a less than ideal map 2 for God's Reign, as their upper bracket run now truly
Watch out.
in risk.
Exactly. But at least they've got a round here where they can try and rally back. The buy round coming through, it is the bonus, I believe, for Revenant, so should just be able to hold on through. Irrespective, for God's Reign, it's just about taking it piece by piece. If they're able to build up this buy round, build up to the operator, maybe they can just find some relief. But the flash to the curveball just too strong. They still get a 1-for-1 trade, and Joshua, he spotted out. God's Reign, they're able to hold down the site. Ember holding on to his position, but trying to switch through it.
Oh, he finds himself the triple with the Sheriff, dude. Cool kids with cool guns doing cool things. And now a calm and composed afterplant as well. Knight Rider can wallbang this position, but he opts to go in the wide swing. Beautifully reads Wimp. 35 HP. Wimp so close, and Knight Rider so far. Team trailing behind in rounds, in strategy, in ability. More importantly, running out of comfort. What seems to be their comfort map pick, Revenant, with an absurdly strong reply. You have to run back, CA. This is it.
Face your fear!
Double satchel, 1 tap God, quick to find his way towards halls, but that Prowler alongside the... Wait, did he walk into Wimp's swarm? Well, Wimp might have killed his teammate with the swarm grenade, but he kills 2 opponents, so he's kind of made up for 1 tap God's death.
Spike planted.
At this point, Wimp is just flexing, yo. I think Wimp is like, dude, I can kill them without you, so let me kill you first. Catch.
Enemy punished.
All on Ember. Try and keep the hopes of God's Reign alive. And not give Revenant the opportunity for map and match point, which Revenant aren't gonna give up any day of the week.
Match point.
1 round away are Revenant from a strong showing in their upper bracket semi-finals here in the playoff stage. Not only were they able to get a resounding victory in the first half,
Enemy punished.
but the punish in the second has been absolutely brutal, not giving God's Reign a single opportunity to fight back. And anybody, especially VLT and One Chance, who are looking forward to the dub today, are gonna frighten what they might have to face off against in the upper bracket final. Good on the adjustment, but it's Knight Rider who deals the damage.
Spike down B.
Revenant, they walk in to what was an identical setup from them, in fact, in the first half. So it's funny that they fall prey to their own medicine, But hey, one ultimate for changing the course of one round. I think that's a little too much, and anyone with basic economics could vouch for that fact. 12-5, God's Reign still alive, but just by a little. Revenant, they have themselves the buy that they were looking for. Ching, in fact, has an operator, so they have everything and a little more.
Here.
Could be the very last round that we might see from God's Reign in their upper bracket, ladies and gentlemen.
Divide it.
Let's just hope that it pans out a little less grotesque than what we've already seen today. Astral Wall enables them to get the plant and to play very passive off the bat of a long-range
Spike
retake.
planted.
Showstopper removes Ember from holes, and this is a problem. They've lost their only bit of cover that they have to fight with. They have to force the fights now. They have to find what little now they can redeem, but it's of no avail. Knight Rider bites the dust, and so do God's Reign in their upper bracket run. Revenant looking strong. A superlative performance so far in the Penta Pro Series, as they show why they are top contenders of being in the top 2 that exit this playoff stage to play against Bleed and Boom in the finale. And we've not even seen what this squad can do with their star player. Pretty sure Paradox, he's gonna have a good bit of time to unwind from the extravaganza that he just went through in Brazil, as his team will be relying on the value that he adds to the roster. Whoever they have to fight off against in that upper bracket final, that being the winners of the Velocity versus One Chance game that we have later tonight at 7 p.m. ladies and gentlemen. In fact, I think it just might be preponed just by a TD bit, considering how fast this game was. So I'll be honest, not only me and CA, but everybody who was gonna tune into this game assumed that it's gonna be a slightly closer affair, with this going all 3 maps. Sadly, it's not the case. I want to see a lot of individual prowess from God's Reign, and that's something that we expected from them from the very beginning. But I think Revenant just outclassed them in a level that I don't think God's Reign was prepared for.
Play, let's play.
Revenant, their utility usage, kind of combinations and setups that they play on the back off, the consistency of one tap god alongside Josh S and Ching, and even Blackhawk pulling off this massive 1 versus 3. Rounds like these that truly bring in the little doubt that stems from a position of not having results. Something people have to be trained to ignore.
One enemy remaining.
Like I said, God's Reign
There.
got a chance for them to display their individual prowess. Every player, at least to some extent, was set up for it. So Sai redeem himself. Knight Rider bringing an important clutch.
Spike planted.
Ember being an absolute beast. Sadly, we didn't get to see one thing, which is God's Reign getting more rounds. At the end of the day, decides whether you win or lose the game, my friend.
Remaining. Spike down B.
She very well could have won this. Luckily, they found a little bit more room before they, as well, eventually had to bow out of the upper bracket. But hey, such is the life of competition. Heading into the court, heading into the server, Naturally, at the end of the hour, there's going to be one winner and there's going to be one loser. Especially considering the 10 names we have on the server, it felt like Revenant, despite having the status, had the homework done to the T. They bought a composition that truly threw a curveball in a map where we thought a chamber or a jet is fundamental and could not be replaced. With them making this victory look so easy, a lot of teams now, if not at least try to replicate, will have this in the back of their mind. Because even they will need to find answers for the ingenuity and the innovation that Revenant are looking to bring to the South Asian Valorant scene. Adding Josh and Ching to this roster has certainly started paying its weight in gold. Even prior, Revenant were the primary contenders to teams like EG, VLT, GE. But now, even on a decent day, it feels like with this roster, especially if Paradox finds a way and finds a place to be in the playing five, it's truly going to be a nightmare even for those top teams to kind of punish and stop. Because the only way you stop this kind of a team is absolutely denying one tap god and paradox in terms of personal comfort and the picks that they go for, which okay, somewhat doable, but the kind of flexibility and setup that Josh, Ching, and even Wimp, especially on his breach, can try and bring to this team in terms of value redeems that factor. Duo, it's gonna go down in the books. And with God's reign going down to that lower bracket, I'm pretty sure that it has to be God's reign taking on Reckoning Esports. With White Swing waiting for the loser of Velocity versus One Chance. Surprisingly, okay, so we had this conversation at the end of map 1 when we had this graphic, but especially on a map like Pearl, right? The first blood's going to be very crucial. And the moments that God's Reign found first bloods were on very influential post plant agents, you know, and agents like maybe Arrays. You have no mobility to try and negate a crossfire, you have no utility to flush out people from angles. With especially Astra, Ching got picked off like 2-3 rounds in a relatively early timer. So there was true problems that Revenant had, and I, for the love of me, did not know how they still found a way to cope with it, and they not only cope with it, they thrived in it. So that is going to be the flabbergasting part of what we had to experience, which was again the first best three for the day, ladies and gentlemen. And that, I'm seriously wondering who the MVP is going to be, though. Okay, one tap god. I mean, by de facto has the most amount of kills, but across the server, especially for Revenant Esports, all 5 players stepping up on a day like this where it was crucial for them to set a statement and set the narrative in this upper bracket. They couldn't have found a better time. With Paradox returning to India, returning to play under the Revenant banner, I for sure am going to be elated with the kind of upper bracket matches that we're going to get to witness, not only today, but the day after. This was a brilliant series to start the day off with. A strong 2-0. We wanted this to go 3 maps, and I'll be very honest, if it came down to it, if it came down to Icebox, I still feel like we would have had such a good game that it would have just been, you know, it would have just been easier to say, you know what, I'm ready to scream my lungs out for the next 1 hour if we have to have a chance to enjoy that extravaganza. But that's something that we're not going to witness, sadly, especially with this first best of 3. And with our second best of three being Velocity taking on One Chance, it's going to be very, very decisive because, at least in my opinion, between the players and between the kind of teams that Velocity Gaming and One Chance are, I feel like Velocity, they really rely on their base strategy. And I feel like if One Chance are able to kind of bring in immediate counter to the 2-3 contingencies that VLT may have, it's going to be very crucial in their ability to set the narrative early. And we've all seen the ability of One Chance to just push the pedal to the metal and choke their enemy at the moment of asking, right? We saw that even in their upper bracket matchup day before yesterday, where they took on Exili Esports completely they completely mopped them on map 2, which was Icebox, where Caramel went absurd. You had a lot of individual prowess and a lot of important clutches being brought in by the individuals in One Chance. So that certainly added on to that victory. But up against VLT, that's going to be a more Herculean task, because you look at that roster, right? You have mad players like Deathmaker. You still have a very, very cheeky Hellfighter that we did get a witness on Icebox on Breeze the other day, going back to his signature cipher. You have Excali, you have Amaterasu as well. So there's a lot for them to dismantle. And again, the last dance of MW1, that's going to be an absolute treat for us to observe throughout this tournament. But we, as usual, have a special players interview for you. So have a good chat with. So I had a good chat with a couple of these players, and they had a lot of insight, not only in terms of the South Asian scene, but their own team as well. This time around, we have MF God. Yeah, the salty sky that we saw yesterday. We had a word with him. Check out what he has to say and grab a little bit of popcorn, as we'll be back after a break thereafter. Enjoy your words, man.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to yet another post-game interview with the one and only MF God. MF God, you had a great set of games today. But first of all, how are you? How are you feeling?
I'm good. I'm good. And how are you?
I'm great. Thank you for asking. But let's get into it. I really want to know. I think you guys didn't have the greatest of starts against Velocity. And what I want to ask is, was that like nerves? Was that, bade naams? You see Velocity, big names in front of you. What was it? What happened?
So the first thing that went wrong was like one of our teammates. He got really late to the match, and we had to forfeit one game. Like one of the maps, they got like forfeited, and it was like a little stressful for us. That was a mental pressure, and then they had obviously their velocity, dude. Like we were obviously like under pressure. So yeah, it like got fumbled.
Fair enough. But I think definitely you guys picked up the pace today.
Yeah.
What was different? Like, were you a lot more comfortable today?
Yeah, we had to like change a little of our lineup, and we were a little more comfortable today because like we like had more warm up. Like I haven't been playing from some time because I have like a lot of things in my real life. Other, yeah.
Of course. I could see the comms especially, right? The setup, especially on Bind, like you guys were always playing contact stun. It would work so beautifully.
Yeah, we love to do that. Like on Bind, we're like more aggressive, and we like to like play with teamwork and have like nice setup plays that we always do. But I wouldn't say much about that because we're gonna stay in this competition.
I love that. But talking about Bind, right? You were playing the Sky, you picked up the MVP, and I have to ask, is that because Sky is also a full gym buff and you look like you're a gym buff yourself?
Yes, I'm like a gym guy, bro. But no, it's more of like a I like initiators. Like they're like helping the team. They get like information, and Sky is like the best initiator in my like opinion because it's like really aggressive. You can just play it passively. You can play it aggressively. You can just catch them off timings.
I love hearing that. I think everyone undervalues Sky's flexibility, but clearly you used her beautifully. But hey, to wrap us out, I think tomorrow, of course, you get a day off. But your next matchup is either going to be against Velocity Gaming or One Chance. Who would you rather face and why?
I would rather chase Velocity Gaming again because I wanna face off because I wanna like take my revenge.
I love it. So you want to take down the big players in the name. Okay. I love it. That's exactly what we want to see from our young stars. So, any closing remarks to all of the Eagles out there right now fangirling over you?
Um, so I'm single. You can hit me up. I'm Hriday Hriday Balbari on Instagram.
All right, let's go. Hit him up, guys. If you haven't seen, and when you see the roster come out, he's buff. Like, he's seriously buff.
I'm like a little.
Well, thank you, MF God, for taking the time. It was a pleasure talking.
Anytime. Yes, nice talking to you.
Lovely.
Get down, cause I'm here to flow. 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 Get down, cause I'm here to flow. 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 Get down, cause I'm here to 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 flow, 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 flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow, 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 flow. Get down, cause I'm here to 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 flow.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Penta Pro Series Valorant. And it's been a crazy day already. Revenant were so dominant in that map too, which was actually God's Reigns map pick of Pearl.
Yeah.
With the game getting over so fast, I guess VLT, they're here early, and I hope they're here to frag.
Exactly, right. Like you said, Revenant really showing up today, and I think really making a mark. So for Velocity and one chance, the same stakes are set. Now for Velocity, they need to make that same mark, need to make that same statement to reiterate the fact that they are one of the favorites out there, because Revenant up there in the upper bracket finals, they're feeling comfy, man. They're feeling at home.
Yeah, for sure. And this matchup, it's gonna be a very fun matchup just due to the fact that One Chance are a team that's coming together and have been looking strong from the get-go, right? The game
Yeah,
against Exili, it was one of the best games of Icebox that I've ever seen for quite a while. I've not, again,
yeah.
had the luxury to see many great Icebox games. There are some which live on in my memory, but most of them are just like meh, swept under the rug. That one for sure is gonna be in my mind. But heading forward to this matchup, right? One Chance, they need to understand the fact that they're very much unreadable in terms of what their past track record is. They have an abundance of information now to go off on in terms of who their adversary is, which is VLT, a team that a lot of other players in South Asia try to replicate, try to learn from as well. And again, when you put yourself up in that top spot, you're at any point going to be red, right? That's the nature of competition. That's
Yeah.
the nature of sports. And hey, at the end of the day, with our region being one of the most, I'd say, progressive ones in terms of getting, international talent,
Yeah.
having a lot of mixed rosters that keep competing and keep contending towards that top spot, this matchup is going to be hella crucial for both these teams. I'm hoping for a one chance underdog upset. What about you? Because again, you know both the
Hmm.
players in VLT and you see the potential in the team that is one chance. What do you have to say about this?
I think it is going to likely be a 2-0 again. Like I'm a big underdog fan. Like if you know football, like I'm an Arsenal fan, so I'm used to
So you
being
never
that
like to
guy
see
who
your team
supports
win?
the. No, I mean I like seeing teams win. Oh, the pain. Hey, we're winning right now. Okay, we're winning the Premier League. Like, come on,
True, true.
it's on here. But like you said, I think it's just
I'm from
velocity are too
RCB,
damn
bro. Don't say
strong.
that stuff to me.
So you feel my pain. But
I feel the
I think
motivation.
yeah, when I had the chance to talk to Heka, though, he was very confident about their ability to go up against Velocity. But more importantly, also, he suggested that they might have some tricks up their sleeve, still some comps or defaults that they hadn't necessarily shown and weren't looking to show in their previous matchups. So maybe Velocity will get thrown a curveball. Now, unfortunately, I know these players well and good, and with Velocity, it's 80% of the match is just decided by confidence, right? So it's all about if the players are feeling themselves today. And with the way Deathmaker, with the way MW1 popped off in the last time we saw them, it's why I'm leaning towards a 2-0.
I mean, that's kind of understandable. And for all of those who are wondering what the hell CA is speaking, where is the interview he's speaking of, for that, you need to be stay tuned for post map 1 and map 2. So, again, it might be a break for us, but not really a break for you guys at any time of the broadcast. So, don't worry about it. Penta has you
Yeah.
fully covered. With how we're going to talk about map 1 and map 2 again, we need to talk about what kind of maps that we're expecting, right? If you
Yeah.
believe it's going to be a 2-0, I'm pretty sure you're going to think that this map veto might be VLT centric, and I won't really blame you in doing so, because VLT's map pool has historically been somewhat deep, and with their ability to have their stronghold on Breeze, where a lot of teams even in SEA really would try to ignore and try to play any other map possible against this team, with them being equally viable on other maps as well. And
Yeah.
again, we keep talking about the rosters, right? Technically, on textbook, both these teams are playing with addition of new players, although on the side of one chance the entire team is kind of uh, a
Yeah.
group effort of old enemies going head to head, at least in the context of this matchup, because we have Caramel, we have Hellef, we have Deathmaker, who we've seen in many moons ago play with and against each other, both competitively, casually, and just as part of the growing community, because they both come from the same kind of timestamp, if you may say so.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's something that where I'm gonna love seeing in action. Just the idea that they're friends of the server, but when it comes down to the server, they're gonna be bloodthirsty enemies, vying for each other's necks and looking to cut out each other's throats and pop a bullet in their heads. And either ways, I think Caramel, especially, he's gonna look to have something to prove because while like if you go back to the CS:GO days, while you may
Yeah.
consider that they were in a similar platform, Helef and Depmaker since then in Valorant have really gone away from that. You know, they've really stepped up and they've become top players of the region. And Caramel, he hasn't got the opportunity to do that just yet, which is why the Penta Pro Series so crucial for that individual player, especially. He's got to step up today and really make his mark against the likes of Velocity. And that storyline, it carries over to the entire One Chance team because like we heard from Heka, right? One chance, it's all about these players coming back together and taking that one chance by the neck and really making it count. No better way to really make a statement to all the orgs out there that these players are back to play than to take VLT down.
Yeah, true. At least with how this upper bracket has shaped up, CA, it feels like one chance are essentially wide swing plus a good bit of experience and, of course, the insanity, which is
Yeah.
their entire roster, especially Caramel. He had a show to put on for us yesterday. Let's also see what these teams are competing for. With the total prize pool being 30k USD, with the lion's share being 18k USD, that we'll only get to see all the way in the 24th. So mark your calendar, folks. This is going to be a tournament that's here to stay for a little time. The runners up is going to get 9k, of course. And the winner of this playoff stage, which includes only teams from South Asia, will back themselves $3,000 and the addition of getting the better seed in the finale stage. And of course, the top two qualify from the playoff stage. Both me and CA have already predicted that we anticipate a VLT presence in the finale without a doubt. Revenant are another top contender to make it into the top two. Of course, with their progression through this upper bracket, it's going to be Revenant waiting on the other side to see who they're going to face off up against in terms of this matchup. One
Yeah.
chance, they find themselves in the perfect position at the perfect time, CA. They have all the makings of a very, very crippling underdog upset that can be remembered for the coming season. With this stage of the tournament, VLT, like hypothetically, right? Because at the end of the day, it's a game and anything can happen on the server. If VLT somehow find themselves in the losing end of this matchup, their fight in the upper bracket will comprise of teams against Reckoning and Godrain. And God's Reign, they might have got a very, very, poor showing today with against the matchup against Reckoning. It's still though not out of the books for Reckoning or God's Reign to try and take the fight onto VLT. Again, that's the entire story of a dark horse, right? The power
Yeah.
emerges from someplace beyond the known realms.
Oh, absolutely. And for me, very simply said, right? It is really the resurgence in terms of a lot of different players in the scene. For a Revenant, a Wimp, Blackhawk, and particularly Paradox are three players who've been around the scene for a long, long time, but never actually got to taste that ultimate success of being the top dog. They are in that
Yeah.
spot now where they can set themselves up there, and Revenant, they're doing exactly that. But similarly, so for Velocity, they were the top dog for a very, very long time, unbeatable for a bit of it, but to a large extent, they were taken down. And now 2023 is all about that redemption arc, about making it all the way back and restamping that velocity authority, or feeling that velocity truly for all of those fans coming through once again. But like you said, one chance. This is truly their one chance. They're two steps away from making their way to the main event, and I think that has to be their primary goal. Just to be able to make it to the likes of Bleed and Boom is more than enough to prove that these players have got what it takes come 2023.
2023, if they manage to pull out this upside, I think there'll be a lot of people outside waiting to sign them.
Ooh.
This would be quite the result. And
Yeah.
with the way this entire upper bracket's shaping up, I love the Revenant that we're going to get to see. So, equally on this side of the aisle, Velocity or One Chance really kind of need to make a statement, right? Because with Revenant
Yeah.
Esports, there's nothing but brimming confidence. And they're waiting
Yeah.
peacefully for their match, which is going to come in the 17th of December, 4 p.m., where they'll find out who they're going to duke off against in the upper bracket finals. So, yeah, Revenant Esports, are gonna make a meal certainly out of anybody who come up towards that upper bracket, if not at least give them more than a run for their money. I think today, one thing that we did get to witness, CA, and I think you can concur with me in this point, especially on Pearl, is the fact that Revenant aren't shy from changing up their game plan and making it seem like that was their comfort from the get go. They can go from a heavily frag reliant lineup to a lineup completely reliant on utility and synergy, with them still being able to make the best of both worlds.
Oh, absolutely. And that simple fact, right? Like you said, yeah, about trying to make the best of both worlds, where on one hand you've got the calm and patient style that we got to witness, but on the other hand you've already dry run practice these set executes where you basically carpet bombing the site and the enemy has nowhere to go. While they may be able to trade out utility, they're never actually able to trade out area, and that's where I think I really want to see VLT excel. They made a statement with the wide swing matchup, though I will say I feel like they didn't really face as much competition. Going into the one chance game, now that's a given. They are going to face equal competition. They're going to face a tight fight and they need to really step it up and really stamp their authority. Having said that,
Yeah.
though, one thing is for clear. Neither of these teams have had enough time to practice. Like maybe 3, 4, 5 days at max of practice between both of these teams, which really does bring it all down to adaptability, experience, and instincts. And that's where both of these teams have got all of those three in the bag. So the execution on this day going to be absolutely key.
I think in the upper bracket quarterfinals, which for your reference is match three on this creative, White
Yeah.
Swing came like what I think 30 minutes late, so they had to forfeit the first pick of Bind, which is
Yeah.
their map pick, and they just had to instantly go to VLT's map pick of Breeze, which again, top teams in the country want to avoid VLT on Breeze. So White Swing statistically stood no chance. VLT, they've not been tested just yet. And you know what? Like how you had a word with the other player, I had a word with Deathmaker. And what he essentially
Yeah.
had to say was they hope that off the bat of the start where they just demolish White Swing on Breeze, they want to continue on in similar fashion. They want to try being as clinical as they can throughout this upper bracket phase to again make a statement, right? They want to make
Yeah.
sure that they are the name that's the talk in the town when it comes to South Asian Valorant. And to a large extent, they already are. Now, the results, they're hungry for them.
Oh, absolutely. And that hunger is going to come in clutch in these situations when you go up against the innovation that One Chance is likely to bring to the table. But similarly, One Chance just as hungry. These are players that have been denied for a long, long time. Carmel as a six for EG, Heka stepping back and having to really revamp
True.
his play style, learn different roles. And when you have players like Astro and Markle who hadn't necessarily found success despite being in great rosters in SEA, coming into the table, the entire roster now coming together, all with one objective in mind, the hunger to compete and the hunger to win above all. Going up against the might of VLT, though, we'll have to see how they can make a stand.
Again, I feel like Astro and Markle make the world a difference, right? Because it helps bringing a little bit of contrast into a lineup which is predominantly friends and family put
Yeah.
against each other. Usually, when you look at the names on top, right? You look at GE, you look at VLT, you look at EG, you look at people, you look at Revenant. You might see them as okay, these guys are up against each other most of the time, but they came up together. So there is a sense
Yeah.
of knowing the other person that you're gonna face up against. So with that aspect, I feel like Astra and Marco could help put the perfect curveball at the right step in the right part of the journey, which might make a world of difference. Again, I think that both of us can agree at the fact that this game, which I feel like we couldn't really, say without statistics, is gonna be a little polar. Because if
Yeah.
hypothetically VLT get off to a slow start and the players of One Chance are absolutely feeling it, VLT are a team who relies on that early confidence to some extent. Even though they're to some extent fundamentally solid, the momentum is certainly necessary for this team to succeed, and it has cost them issues in the past.
Absolutely. And that momentum is what One Chance will have to grab from the very start. Velocity Gaming versus One Chance about to come up now. And I think talking about this particular Velocity Gaming roster, right? Dapmaker, Excali, Amaterasu, MW1, and HellFF. I think one thing is for clear. that they've got oodles of experience, but the synergy is the question that really comes to play, and how Excali is going to fit in, because we talked about the fact that this is a very different Excali from the Excali these guys have experienced. So
True.
he's a great flex player. I'm sure he'll be able to fit right in, but that answer usually only comes up in situations where everything is going well. The true test, though, OG, lies when everything is going wrong. There's pure chaos. It's brawl coming all around, and that's when a
Yeah.
team's true synergy is truly tested.
One point that I feel nobody brings up about Excali and this new VLT roster is the fact that Excali is the only one in this roster who has tasted a land trophy.
Yeah, very true. In
And that
Valorant.
certainly is a very, very important experience for him because he had to rebuild himself after leaving VLT to join EG. And obviously, his time there was one of the most dominant times EG have ever put on in their run here at South Asia. So
Yeah.
I'm really looking forward to this revamped Excali bringing life to a VLT that has always been in position two from after year one. Because GE had maintained the status quo after the initial segment of the first year, right? Where they overcame and they didn't really let go of that grasp really easily. And VLT weren't able to reclaim that any time in the following few months. Now, that narrative could completely change with a rebranded Excali and a reinvigorated VLT.
Oh, absolutely. But when you look at One Chance, you look at Astro, Hika, Caramel, Markle, and Pixels. We've talked about how at least four of these players are looking for their return to the scene. And for Pixels, it's about proving once again from where he's been. He was a part of that resurgent reckoning roster, but since then they
True.
have parted ways, and Pixels hasn't necessarily found a roster that he can call home once again. So coming into this matchup, I think Pixels, he has a lot to prove, and I can personally vouch that Pixels has given PTSD to several of the VLT players off of just one map and a judge on Haven. So I am telling you, right, this player has that X factor where he can pull out rounds out of nowhere. But he's playing very different roles in this roster. He's not playing the controller roles. Instead, we see him on a lot of flexible situations, playing even secondary initiators sometimes. So I'm curious to see what kind of pixels we truly see come into the picture.
And this entire matchup, it's got me so hyped that we don't know what to expect out of One Chance, right? And with them having
Nope.
the possibility of drafting in new maps, but last time when
Oh,
we saw them on the stream, they were taking on Exili Esports. And one
yeah.
chance, they started the game off on Breeze, which was a very dominant 13-3. I think there was no question that one chance had that in the bag. And later on Icebox, it became a little sweaty. It went all the way to 13-11. And VLT are a team that's decent on Icebox, but their defense, like you said, still might
Yeah.
have a couple of holes in the wall which they might need to get rid of. So if one chance are able to maybe come up with a map that VLT did not expect and they've fully prepped for it in that sense, it could be what tactical edge they need to maybe get something to compensate for in the lack of experience and the lack of pure chemistry between these age-old players.
It has to be Breeze that One Chance has to prefer, right? Because they've shown up on Breeze
Really?
before. They know,
Against
yeah,
VLT?
exactly. Because yeah, they know that VLT is going to insta lock it, so it's the best opportunity when you know your opponent is going to pick it
Mind
up like
games, huh?
this to try, yeah,
Hmm.
and anti-strat them before they even get there. And you know VLT is gonna ban out Fracture, right? So if I am One Chance right now, if they have Pearl in their map pool, I'm allowing VLT to pick up that Breeze and insta locking that Pearl to just question them. Do you have what it takes? It's a brand new lineup. MW1's just come out of retirement, more or less. So do you guys even know how to play Pearl? And that's a question that VLT will have to answer. But having said that, this is an ideal world, right? In the real world, One Chance hasn't got as much time to practice, just like VLT. So Pearl definitely a harder map to prep. So I'm not sure if they can actually go out there and challenge them. But hey, we won't have to wonder for much longer. We are just about ready to see the map veto come through on the screens. And with players like Amit Risu on one side, Davi, of course, the coach of VLT. I'm sure
Yeah.
he's taking a part in this veto as well. It really makes it that much more spicy in terms of mind games. So we'll have to see if the bans are the same and the picks as well.
For those who don't know, Davi, he was a coach back in good old entity days, if I'm not mistaken,
Ooh.
and was with Amaterasu and Excali back in the day, if I'm not mistaken as well. Again, my memory could be a little choppy here, but I do remember
Yeah.
his presence in the South Asian scene.
Yeah,
Nonetheless,
but
Haven vetoed out by VLT. I'm not really surprised there. Breeze taken out by one
I
chance
am.
now.
I am Ochi because VLT have left Fracture wide open. Now the bind, not so surprising, but Fracture has been a map where VLT used to play Amit Rusu and Jet, and while it worked out the first time around, didn't work out since then. I wonder if one chance will be thrown by this curveball, or do they have Fracture in their map pool to be able to pick it up? Seems like the answer is
Ascent,
no. They're going to go
finally.
for Ascent instead. And VLT's gamble, it pays off. They don't have to play Fracture. They're able to target one chance on Haven, and they get two maps that they're very comfortable in Bind and Ascent.
Surprisingly for a South Asian tournament, this is only the second Ascent game, if I'm not mistaken, that we're going to get to see,
This
which
is
I'm
not the
truly
Ascent Pro
surprised by.
series. Don't worry.
Thank goodness, dude. Well, Fracture banned by VLT, so I think your concerns are other door.
Yeah.
Pearl banned by one chance. Maybe I think Pearl would have been a nice curveball to throw in the direction of VLT, like you mentioned, CA. I'm sad that one chance didn't capitalize on the opportunity to do so.
Ooh. An icebox coming through. Like you said, that capitalization didn't come through on Fracture, and I think Vanchan's just not ready for it. And with the way this veto has shaped up, especially since VLT does have some data to work with about Vanchan's icebox, I would definitely give the veto favor over to VLT. But, and this is a big one chance, they have the advantage of basically no data for VLT to work with regards to bind or reset. They can come
Unless
up
it
with
goes the
innovative lineups.
distance, yeah, I get where you're
Yeah.
coming from.
Yeah, one
If
chance can
they did
work
their
with
homework
different
on
stuff, right?
bind, that's all that's
Yeah.
going to be the X factor here. One chance. They have, they could have had a way better veto, like you said, if maybe Fracture was the second map being played. Again, we don't live in an ideal world, right, CA? And I think that's the best
Yeah.
part of life. You get to expect the unexpected and you get to live it as well from time to time. And that's what keeps South Asian Valorant fresh, my friend.
Yeah, 100%. But hey, having said that, I think all in all, what we are ready to witness is a blockbuster of a game. Bind, though, I'm really curious to see if Excali picks up that
The
raise or
race?
it is going to be completely different from the side of VLT. And similarly, so for the side of one chance, if we get to see Caramel's raise finally come through, or does Hika go back home and pick up that race, which did used to be at one point of time one of the best race in our region.
There's so much to unpack and bind. There's so much that can be done as well, especially even in this tournament, right? I think bind has shown us different compositions that work, compositions that don't, the double controller, the double initiator. There's so much that still can be done. And for one chance, it's all about getting in their mojo. They can't be phased by the battle that they're going to take. VLT might be a very storied team and organization here in South Asia, but hey, you know the old saying, right? The bigger they are, the harder they fall.
Almost definitely. And that simple idea makes it that much more spicy to witness. It's a sort of David versus Goliath here. It was David versus Goliath, very much so in VLT's first match as well. But one chance, the David that has a lot more experience. One chance, the David that has a lot more innovation. And one chance, the David that has that pebbles, that has the stones to really hit that Goliath where it hurts and take them down. They're gonna have to do it from the very start too, because like we've been talking about with velocity, one thing is absolutely key. Momentum is the name of the game. You cannot let them get off to a strong start. You cannot let these players get smiles on their faces, because once they start just getting into the groove for them is just like any other ranked game. That's the level of experience they have into play.
Exactly. VLT need to be the one controlling the narrative from minute zero. And again, there's a lot of flexibility around this velocity lineup. So for velocity, it's possible for them to change their composition according to what kind of game style that they're comfortable executing. It keeps the textbook a little more open and gives Amaterasu a little more options to work with. Now, with so much of the map veto being discussed, with the amount of the strife one chance has shown, I still feel like this has the possibility of it ending a 2-0 in the favor of one chance. And again, with one chance coming in with the performance they did on Icebox, if they're able to kind of roughen up the edges and are able to rely on their individuals to not let it go to dire situations, right? Because I feel like that's where it fell
Yeah.
away in Icebox. The star players in the form of Caramel, Hika was chiming in. You had decent moments from Markel as well, but they kept giving small openings away, which were heavily punished by Exili. Now you look at a team like VLT, their base is so far and beyond good that their ability to punish rogue tangents in offense is very easy. So playing together in a structured way while at the same time trying to get the pick off, it's that very very thin line, right, between greatness and
Yeah.
stupidity. That's where they need to find a balance.
Oh, absolutely. And it's a very thin line for sure, right? And finding
Very
that
thin.
balance is easier said than done because more often than not, you're going to look like an absolute fool to try and make a read. And you have to really compensate with the way you progress. But having said that, with an IGL, with in the likes of Amaterasu, more often than not, you're actually going to have the right read. You're going to look like absolute geniuses when you're making that play. And then when you compare that to the likes of Hika, Astro, and Markel, I think these three players especially really need to step up to that plate to try and deny those reads. Try and be absolutely batshit crazy, for the lack of a better word, to just throw Amitarasu off his game, make him wonder, hey, what is going on? Similar to what we saw on Breeze when we last saw one chance, right? This was
Yeah.
a team that used their Viper wall pre-round towards mid and then played purely contact. Now, that's not a playstyle that we've ever gotten to see in
Mhm.
worldwide, at least in the top teams, where the Viper wall is so almost carelessly used but still gained value off of the same time. And I think that's the best way to throw experienced players off guards. You just do something brand new and they're not going to expect it. It doesn't have to necessarily be logically correct as long as you know as a team how to make it work.
I think when you said that, the one thing that came to my mind is a pop and swing. Because I see the kind of stupid stuff even in
Oh
my
my
game and in pro games that
god.
just make me question: Am I in the wrong or are they in the extreme
Bro,
right?
pop and swings are tilting like straight up.
No
Like they're
cap,
just
no
like,
cap.
why are you what? Like, yeah.
Might as well not play an FPS game if you want to do that kind of movement, right? That's just
Yeah,
what you're thinking.
exactly.
But see, that
uh,
aside, that aside, I think MW1 has a minor issue in terms of connecting to the lobby, so we're just gonna take additional what 5 minutes. It buys us a little bit of time, right, to talk about experience, to talk about the past, more importantly.
yeah.
With you having a brief time coaching VLT, who would you think was the one team that was the hardest for you to prep against, and why exactly?
Hardest team to prep against usually GE, right? Because that
Yeah.
history really lies. So I feel like because of a history in any rivalry, I think we're gonna have new rivalries build up with Revenant really rising up to the plate. The social media banter of Revenant and Reckoning most definitely there. So that's a rivalry building up. But in any rivalry of sorts, most teams are just gonna take their playbook and throw it away, and they're going to rely on what they know about the opposition to really decide how they want to play. And that can really switch things up for any of the coaching staff coming into play. And I think that's where Velocity are going to have to be especially keen here. It's not a rivalry for them against one chance, right? They need to make sure they're 110% playing their game. It can't be the case of them trying to adapt to what one chance is bringing to the table, because that's when I think Velocity starts stepping into one chance playground. One chance wants them to forget their playbook, forget their style, and start reacting to the kind of plays one chance is trying to make. And the minute they start doing that, then one chance is in more familiar territory and they can take hold of the pace. So I think for Velocity, it's all about just either ignoring entirely what One Chance is trying to do, or just being proactive and getting into their faces and denying them the opportunity to even do those innovative things.
I think that's a nice way to put it, that you have to play and you have to set the narrative when you're the most experienced
Yeah.
team, right? When you are the upper dog, you're the one who's expected to be the one who's bossing people around and essentially taking full control of situation. I think in the past matchup, VLT were fortunate with the way they played off against White Swing, because especially on the attack, White Swing did not have much to offer. If you remember how their breeze game did pan out, the problem with White Swing's breeze was the fact that, especially in the attack, there was no emphasis given towards mid. It essentially enticed VLT to just play towards side. They forgot about mid as well. They usually set up late lurks uh, from the polar opposite side to be immediately in action. Where once you have three VLT members inside, they just play off each other brilliantly, not only in terms of the crossfire and the gunplay, but also the utility, more importantly, as the hits happening. That's something that needs to be firmly denied in this matchup. You cannot allow the kind of constant and comfort counterplay to be set in motion. And I think that it's going to come down to a very different draft that One Chance might be wanting to employ. I feel like if they go the Revenant way of trying to use utility to outdo your opponents than trying to necessarily outduel them, that might be the curveball enough for VLT to then adapt and play according to what One Chance now have to provide to the game.
Oh, absolutely. And again, we're expecting that curveball a lot. So, because we've seen One Chance be really innovative, but we might just see a One Chance that succumbs to the pressure of facing off against top dogs like VLT and try to just play them at their own game. Personally, I think that is just a recipe for disaster. So I hope they don't do that. And also because I love the innovation One Chance have brought to the table. But hey, we never know. Either ways, I will say one thing I am very, very, very glad for is that this time around we have the traditional technical issues coming into play, because we didn't have that in our first matchup and I had to pay the price. I had to face the technical issues on the other side. So I'm glad that one of the players is facing the technical issues instead, so that the rest of the match goes
Uh,
nice and smooth.
I mean, you did say it right then and there, right? I kind of jinxed it.
Yeah,
I ended up
exactly,
jinxing
bro.
it. See, why do I do this, man? Oh
Uh,
God. Well, honestly, with the way this entire tournament is set up on the old patch, right? So we've seen a lot of that chamber proactivity come up. We've seen the not so problematic cipher yet, which I'm still waiting for, because we have
yeah,
players like LF on the server, right? He's already given us
yeah.
his debut of his cipher in the game BLT played prior. So it's something that I'm going to be looking for in the new patch. What so much? Do you think? Okay, so in your opinion, what team do you think will get a buff of the patch? Because there are certain players who are really
Ooh.
good at certain agents. There are teams that are inherently better with certain compositions. Like, for example, a team like maybe God's Reign might be a little punished by this patch, because now they don't have Knight Rider as powerful on his chamber anymore,
Mm-hmm.
and might force a little adaptivity for Knight Rider. Rather, you might even move away from a double operator setup, because there's no viable substitute for chamber to make a double operator setup, um, let's say, economical and feasible, at least justifiable,
Yeah.
that at the minimum.
Definitely. I think the buff team has to be Revenant for me after that last Pearl map, right? Because Josh has showed this incredible ability to still use the op on agents that we might not necessarily affiliate with the
Phoenix, dude.
op. Yeah, on
Like, are you
Phoenix. So
serious?
exactly. So if this player is confident enough to do that, then I think coming into the new patch, you can put him on agents like the Killjoy, like the Omen, where it's not so bad to pick up the op and still not as great, and he's still going to be able to find value. Because I think that's how most teams are going to look to transition into the new patch, where they may not necessarily want to give up their old playstyle as compared to just throw out the entire playbook, learn a brand new meta, just try and find a way to compromise and make the new meta come in while still keeping that old playstyle. Revenant likely to be in a great, great place because they've also got very flexible players, especially with the likes of Paradox, right? Who is supposed to be a duelist, but he can play pretty much anything at this point.
Makes sense. I feel like one team that's gonna get hella nerfed though is Reckoning Esports, because with the new
Oh,
patch, you will also have the problem that Bind's no longer gonna be an option, right?
Ah,
So with Reckoning Esports not having the ability to play
Velocity
one of their
too
best.
then. No
True.
breeze.
Honestly, yeah, VLT as well. VLT might not. I'm not sure how good was VLT on Split because that was way, way long ago, right? Was VLT
No.
Split ever something that's relevant?
Let me just put it this way, OG. It was a
Yeah.
day of celebration when it was announced that Split was not going to be in the pool anymore.
Okay,
Uh,
makes sense. Makes sense, dude. I
but
honestly, yeah. You're saying?
to be fair though, Velocity was actually very good, and on Split during the Astra meta, Helef used to be insane with the lurks. It basically like his cipher when he used to play the Astra. So they used to be good, but I don't think at least the old iteration of the team loved that map as much because it was a lot of RNG. To be fair, so maybe the new Split will be completely different. We'll have to see.
Dude, honestly, like we're talking about patches quite a bit, right? I'm kind of worried
Yeah.
that our boy Omen isn't getting any attention from Riot. I feel like Omen is a very good controller, at least if you're not playing entirely reliant around teamwork and execute
Yeah.
style game. That's why you see him more on rank than you'd actually see in,
Nope.
let's say, an official tournament game. The only maps that he's sort of viable on are what? One is Haven. We've seen at least a decent bit of Omen on this tournament when we have seen Haven on a couple of occasions. Not a lot, but just a couple. What's another map that Omen can be decent on?
Uh,
Not on Bind,
most
for
maps,
sure.
Ascent.
Hmm, Ascent, yeah, one of the few maps where Omen is actually pretty darn good. Not only due to the ability for him to play as one ways, but just the setup around the mains, right? The Paranoia is a
Yeah.
brilliant piece of utility. You can make really good space and fakes with your ultimates, and even play for that fact. The shrouded steps helps you kind of be evasive, especially when you're trying to enter that B side and there's that darn annoying cipher right up against you. If you have a little bit of information, it's still possible for you to navigate around the tough situation and get a very crucial pick off for your team.
Oh, absolutely. And I really just want to see more teams pick up that woman for that reason. I think he's actually viable on every single map, to be honest. With the
Yeah.
possible exception of Pearl. I think Pearl is probably his worst map because it's just not many one-way spots. But you'd be surprised how many the one-way spots there are on maps like Icebox, maps like Fracture that have just never been explored. I spent an entire day, not in this patch, but in an older patch,
Really?
just looking through one ways. Yeah, and it's insane. It's genuinely insane. And the best part about Omen now is with the Harbor meta coming in, especially in the new patch, the way Harbor's been buffed up, you want Harbor with another controller, but you don't necessarily want a controller that's a pure controller. So the best pairing for Harbor generally does become either Omen or Astra. Astra, if you're more focused on the team play, but Omen, if you want to give it to one of your more aggressive players and give him some agency.
I mean, it kind of makes sense, but you know what? This is from the heart, so take it with a grain of salt. At least as a player and as a viewer, right? I kind of enjoyed the duelist meta much more than any other meta because the amount
Agreed,
of
100%.
ridiculous stuff that you can see and the explosivity of the game was kind of on a next level, which is what kept me excited about Valorant. It's somewhat like a hybrid of Apex and CS, right? You get the fast-paced action, which is gonna be like ultra proactive, yet you have to approach it with discipline and tactics. That's kind of what sold me on this game. And well, I think we've sold you enough on the coming game, ladies and gentlemen. But I think MW1 still requires a couple of minutes
Yeah.
to just get past the small hurdle and get on with this game and be an absolute demon. It's his last dance, and this might be the best game that we have in the upper bracket thus far. So stay tuned, restock on your popcorn, and maybe get a beverage or two. We'll be back right after a short break.
Get down, cause I'm here to flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow, 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 flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow, 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 flow. Get down, cause I'm here to 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 flow, 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 flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow, 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 flow. Get down, cause I'm here to 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 flow.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Penta Pro Series. My name is CA, and of course, I'm joined by OG on the desk. Guys, we're back here right now, but I think still facing a couple of small issues there, client issues. So not really the fault of any team on either side. It's just Valorant
True.
issues. So hey, it is what it is, right, OG?
Exactly, man. Sometimes, it's beyond us, beyond Penta, beyond the players,
Yeah.
beyond anything that you can control. Because, hey, at the end of the day, we're at the top of what SA Valorant is, right? We have one of the best teams in SA Valorant trying to duke it off against someone who has a very likely chance to upset them and has all the right pieces at the right places. So we have to give respect where respect is due and try our best to get the game
Yeah.
underway in as orderly of a fashion as humanly possible. Hence, I think it might take a couple more minutes. We're hoping that MW1's issue could be resolved relatively quickly and we can get on with the game just as much as you guys at home, folks. Trust me, the excitement just doesn't, just can't be embodied anymore because we've been waiting for quite a while. With the first game actually being quite a breeze, we expected the game one to go quite the distance and there to be quite the fight, which wasn't the case whatsoever. With Revenant making it look quite easy. So yeah, I understand how you might feel because it's been a long break, right? You're waiting for your daily dose
Yeah.
of Valorant action. So my buddy, so we friends.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure all the Velocity fans in the chat, they just want to feel the velocity, quite literally. But hey, I personally faced these issues, especially with the tournament round, the different client that we're on the older patch, right? It's something that is just not in our hands. And while we are here with you, what we can do is talk about the matchup itself. One way or another, it is going to happen, right? So Velocity and One Chance, once again, just a reminder to you folks, no need to introduce Velocity Gaming itself, but it is that one time return for MW1. He hasn't been in the scene for quite a few months, but making his way back for this tournament, and he's already been off to a great start with that Reina pickup in Breeze in his last matchup.
Exactly, dude. The entirety of the curveball that we expected really didn't embody the same way that we might have described in the pregame, right? Right before the
Yeah.
map veto was out on the screen. I think we can have the map veto back at any moment to try and paint a picture if possible. But again, it could be beyond us at this point, right? So, with how the entirety of the map veto went, I think what Fracture was not picked by
Yeah.
the side of One Chance, which both of us felt like was kind of a missed opportunity, which they could
Oh yeah.
very much have capitalized on. Again, you're playing up against a team that hasn't really had a staple Fracture, so it is possible for you to maybe even out the advantages that naturally come with being VLT if you're on the side of One Chance. With them still taking it to an icebox decider, see, here's my only argument against it, CA, and let me know if this makes sense. Exili's icebox, I'd say, is not on the same level as Velocity's icebox. And for
Yeah.
it to get that close against Exili, having that as your decider against a team like VLT, who, even if we push it the distance, right, we know that these players have endurance, especially against a team like One Chance. If it's a GE or if it's maybe another team from SEA, we might even give them the benefit of the doubt to some extent. But yeah, this is against a team that has up and coming names but really doesn't have the kind of status quo that the players and the organization that VLT has in South Asia.
I mean, definitely, right? But at the same time, I think it's a pretty simple read as to what kind of composition we're going to see from Velocity on Icebox, right? It's either going to be that similar double duelist lineup, or more likely, I think, it is going to be the Reina for MW1, the Chamber for DM, and basically that Reina lineup that Excali and Enigma used to play back in the day, but instead of Excali carrying that Reina, most likely MW1. And I think, of course, all goes back to that simple fact that Hika mentioned, where they did have a tough time against Exili, yes, but it was on a no Sage lineup. And then again, like a no Sage lineup, while it can work in theory, in practice is actually extremely, extremely difficult to execute. So that simple idea makes it that much more different, I think, if they bring a different selection to the table. But I think the issue has been resolved, so we're gonna
Let's
head
go.
straight into the lobby real quick. Let's go, man.
Exactly, man. We were talking a lot about the agent, right? We should right about jump into the agent select. But what you mentioned, right? Having no Sage in your composition, I think it was something that we noticed in one of the Icebox games that we did get to witness, where the entire problem arises as you're trying to get the plant. Usually, when you try to substitute Sage, it's something along the lines of, I don't know, you already have the Viper and the Sova by default. So something like a KO to make it a double initiator and let the chamber be the solo sentinel. And again, when you have the KO, you not only have the ability to delay a retake by using the 0 point, but you have the ability to play time with abilities like the fragment and set up your teammates on playing against the retake with set flashes for counterplays. It makes a lot of viable sense on paper, but we've seen teams just absolutely demolish through spam and through utility when no Sage Wall exists. The planter goes down, the front line gets weakened. That's when the call is made to push in towards the side and force these fights. Where at the end of the day, even if you play the trade game right, as the defenders, you still walk out of it with a man advantage at the minimum.
Oh, absolutely. And again, that defending side, while it is offering in terms of so much utility, is the attack where you really, really lean on that stage. It's a crutch almost for a lot of our teams carrying in the meta, where the sage
Yeah.
just makes life easier. You just fall, plant, easy clap. And if you don't have that, then you certainly have to explore the entire site. You have to worry about different positions that they could play, and that becomes the biggest complaint that Icebox really has. And I think, again, in my opinion, theoretically, that sage is not necessary, but it takes too much work, too much effort to actually pull through a composition without that sage if a team is able to punish it accordingly. But having said all of that, that is our third map. Let's head our conversation back to Bind, because that's where we're going to head on towards for our first map. Velocity have locked it in as their choice. So going into Bind, I'm really curious to see who we're going to see pick up what agent, because you have the likes of Excali, who is known for his rays, right? But then again, with MW1 and Dempmaker, two almost clear-cut duelist players in the lobby,
Exactly.
it does likely push Excali back to his ability to be a flex player and play something else altogether, maybe even a Sky.
Yeah, what I'm still looking at is the Excali that's still able to set up for individual plays, right? Hence the Sky,
Yeah.
a very good agent to self set up for good plays. I know a KO is something that we not usually see, and something that
Yeah.
maybe Velocity could experiment with. I mean, hypothetically, a KO still could be a nice asset to the team if put to the right avail, right? You can try getting good informations towards position like lamps towards cubby at B side, towards elbow at towards lamps at A side, cubby and the elbow towards the B side. There's so many angles that you can clear off with a safe use of a 0 point, alongside the ultimate being really useful for orchestrated hits. Imagine hitting the B side and not having to face utility. Now that's gonna be like a dream situation for any duelist. So MW1 and
Yeah.
Deathmaker can really have their leash is taken off, and that's something that we quite often see when a team plays stage on icebergs, right? Because once you're on the defense and you have a revive, you can let your jet out a little more loose, and that's something we saw yesterday as well. So I want to see it used in that fashion maybe, but hey, we've theory crafted quite a bit. We're looking for ingenuity. We can dive right into it and
Let's
call it for
go.
what it is.
Heading into the agent selection, remember it is bind once again, and these compositions not reflective of what these teams are likely to pick. Of course, I think these are the breeze compositions of the respective teams. So already you see MW1 locking in that brimstone, and we see Excali pick up his famed raise, and I love it already from the side of Velocity. He's gonna go up against his former teammate in Caramel, so it really livens up the stakes that much more so. But a mirror composition from both of these teams: Fade, Sky, Chamber, Brimstone, Race coming through. So a stacked matchup already, but with both of them playing the exact same composition, it's going to come down to execution, OG.
It's gonna be very, very vanilla from what I see, man. Again, I love to see games where there's contrasting lineups for contrasting ideologies, contrasting approach, and more importantly, a little more ingenuity on the fly. This is just gonna more or less make the battlefield dead even, and it's just gonna be the best of who the rest
Yeah.
are, who might end up taking it down to the lower bracket. That's gonna be a thing of bother. Because again, if one chance now hypothetically goes to that lower bracket, the lower bracket still is going to be a tricky place to navigate, because you have so much skill and experience in terms of names down there competing to stay in the tournament and just live by their last tournament live.
And it's really cool because if one chance do go to the lower bracket, Pixels will get to face this former team, Reckoning Esports, waiting for the loser of this match to go face off against them. So either way, it's a really cool tale, because if one chance is able to take down Velocity, I think Velocity Reckoning has really turned up recently to become a blockbuster rivalry of sorts, like a
Actually,
David Goliath rivalry. Exactly. So either ways, we're set up beautifully in this bracket, but we're also set up beautifully in this lobby, hopefully at least. And we will be able to get our match going soon enough. And again, this Brimstone Fade Sky lineup, right? At least in my opinion, in the older patch, it's the most flexible lineup you can have on bind. It allows you to play fast when necessary, but the defaulting is freaking amazing because of that Fade Sky. Your ability to continuously dictate, especially on the attack, across the entire map where you want to take information, and then turn that initiator information, that early flash almost, into a conditioning utility of sorts. But at the same time, what it does lack is that pure stopping power that the breach might bring onto the table. So that's where the teams have
honestly,
to
yeah.
really step up the mark with that contact setups, with their ability to play combo off of each other with the raise fade or the chamber sky, or even use the smokes in the defensive half to condition in terms of area, where sometimes you smoke off long, there's three people behind it, sometimes there's only one.
Yeah, one thing that I am going to fear is the fact that you look at the players on one chance and you look at this draft, right? With
Yeah.
the kind of game style that this draft can encompass, you can have proper site executes on the back of fast paced utility deployment, with you just taking aim duels at your pace and on your terms. With
Yeah.
the kind of explosiveness on the server, I feel like to some extent that might be the strategy they might resort to. When it's chaos, there's so much advantage that can be gained, which will otherwise be invisible to those who are spectators, because only the players know what they're trying to face up against and the intensity of that situation. That's what I think will be a very big X factor. Could one chance unleash the chaos that forces Velocity to play on a very different game style? Is this going to be Velocity Gaming continuing their upper bracket run with Dread and Tremors across the battlefield? The pop. No, Deathmaker still makes his way out. He's paused the aggression though, and they're quick to make their room in through hookah.
Already proactive though for Velocity on the attacking side. They've taken up hookah, pushed their way into B side while taking showers at the same time. But look at the position of Markle right here. He's pushed up a shot, and the spike it's on Deathmaker here, OG, and it could be disaster. Now moving in from CT, Amit Risu able to take down Hiccup, but it again all comes down to the spike, and Deathmaker able to make his way across. Despite that aggression, will ensure that VLT get the site. An easy plant picked up, and just like that, VLT now in control. But Carmel shuts one down, nullifies that man advantage, and now it's a 4v4 lead.
Yeah, the utility though being a prime problem for one chance to try and navigate their way through this. The crossfire already being set. MW1 just had a lie in wait. The flurry of trades ensures that VLT come in front of this pistol victory. Having 3 members alive, but more importantly, playing that textbook, not giving away anything for free. And you can see the smiles already starting. VLT. It might have been a slow start, might have been a late start for you those at home, but hey, it's a start and they're enjoying it.
Absolutely. Once you get into the game, get your blood flowing, most definitely start feeling more focused, irrespective of what happened before the game. But Velocity now on the attacking side, the anti-eco coming up, and once again onto a similar default.
Yeah.
The Sky to get information towards showers, but this time not focused and taking that through either. They are able to force out that hookup position for Markle Shorty out, and you can see one chance just trying to bait off a kill, bait off a position, try to upgrade a weapon, and Pixels might just get in the face.
Both for the utility though, to try and push them back. Scally facing the brunt of it, down to 34 HP. Should be able to get healed back to 100 by the courtesy of Hellfighter, if he doesn't play this aggressive towards Chars. Heading up towards this A site hit here, with Hellfighter ready for his reconnaissance mission. He's gonna try clearing the backup sides, pause the Brimmy towards the side default position. And there are 3 members already on the defense here for one chance. Scally being healed on the fly. At least the flexibility of Hellfighter allows him to be lethal and mobile at the same time. 2-man disadvantage, one chance given no chance in their ambition to get a couple of pickoffs with this pistol. Scally playing this ultra aggressive and gives him the opening. Hellfighter, his flash well dodged by Caramel. And with barely anything to fight with, one chance are still
Enemy remaining.
doing the bare minimum they could have hoped for.
Yeah. But with DM going for the save in this round, that's only a singular weapon lost. Velocity Gaming should be able to move on to a comfortable bonus and will likely look to pick up the pace. You want to be able to get that spike down and play on the post in the bonus, really maybe even farm a couple of alt-obs along the way. But one thing is for certain, one chance, they're still able to fight, and now going on to the next round, especially with crispy shots like that, one chance, they have a chance to come alive. The Vandals coming all the way through, and one chance trying to hold on. Caramel getting aggressive. He's already found the first pick, and now Velocity. The idea definitely was to try and go for that A split, but they've lost a member on either side, OG. So they're gonna have to slow down their cards, reposition, and look for a mistake.
Tarazu is just standing on a box where the floor is lava. Avoids all the damage. They do have information here, one chance, and pretty solid one in that as well. They know exactly where the VLT members lie in wait. Surprisingly, the rotation from Pixels hasn't come through. I assume they'd want to rotate around to try maximizing the use of the overgrowth, but not going to be the case. Again, they're much more comfortable, I guess, holding positions and playing off each other. Even if a member does end up going down, you just play the numbers here and you win this kind of rounds.
Bring them down.
I think they discovered the position of
Player standing.
Caramel, although
Down A.
oof, crisp deny by Astro. And even better from Caramel to deny Hellfighter any more damage whatsoever. They only lose one member here, one chance, as they gain themselves their opening round here on the defense duty.
Yeah, a really nice round picked up there for one chance. Velocity, there's just a bonus. So they'll be looking towards their next to make their mark. And again, this is where the idea of building up your economy for the operator does truly come online. For one chance, they really need those back-to-back rounds to get it for Markle. But for Velocity, it's all trying to deny. They've instead actually upgraded Deathmaker to an operator himself, and suddenly one chance with an opportunity to not just pick up this round here, devastate the economy of VLT, but also get an operator for free. Long crossfire to try and deny the aggression. But they've given up Hookah
Scally's-
instead, and with Excali's position here, OG, the B-split ready, the regrouping.
What? Are you serious, Pixels? He finds that? At least Excali finds something. Needs to force the fight and is aware of it as well. Jumps down.
What?
No respect whatsoever. Beautifully done, Excali. Finds the opening and brings this round back into contention in the favor of VLT. As they have the site, they're rid of any booby traps. Nothing like a backstab or a good cubby angle. In fact, Deathmaker pushing all the way through elbow, finds Hika all the way towards defender spawn. And now Astro is just holding the close cubby angle position, discovered Deathmaker, sending them back to spawn, essentially, as one chance left to reckon what else they could have done in a position like that, as the counter initiation looked to be perfect initially. They found the rhythm and rhyme towards long. They did not give away any frag necessarily, at least to open that affair off. And Excali, the fact that he's able to force that uncomfortable fight from Hookah, the fact that he won that is beyond me.
Yeah, exactly, right? Pickles had a roller coaster of a round. From pulling off an insane shot in that crossfire towards long, where both him and Markle got a pick each, and then the slight whiff from the adjustment on Excali jumping down. Pixels is gonna be wondering, bro, what happened that round? Either ways, it's a huge one for VLT. Now able to break
Disbanded
down.
stuff.
Yeah, production, why you gotta do Pixels dirty like this?
Guys out.
Ay. No, there's something that I recognize with a couple of players. The fact that, you know, you hold crouch in situations like that sometimes could be the biggest problem. When your enemy is more mobile and you're less mobile, that's an innate disadvantage. So, a part of the reason why he suffered the L that he did.
Already though, you expect the defenders to be having that operator, you expect the defenders to be picking them off, but Velocity able to control the pace and make it happen. Caramel, though he wants to be
Almost.
the rally for change, he is that Wander saved up from the last round. He's already picked up a double. 3 for 3 in this round.
Oh, Excali,
But
what?
Excali able to spot him out. Excali just on fire. And we talked about this, the momentum for the entirety of Velocity. It's all about how they build themselves up, and Excali, he's certainly feeling himself.
Yeah, exactly. He wants to take
Them down.
I have the spike.
his trademark,
No charges.
which is playing his game to his style. On that, he shall not compromise.
Spike
Although his
down A.
teammates might end up paying the
Player
price.
standing.
Astro finds himself a beautiful double on transition towards Cubby and leaves Deathmaker, who already got the first 2 kills to start this round off, with a 1 versus 2 clutch.
30
Markle
seconds
not gonna
left.
bite, not gonna show face towards the shot position, gonna rely on the bait. No!
No
The
way!
head bait!
Everyone sees that.
What?
You want to play?
How does he have that
Let's
within
play,
him?
baby.
Like,
Holy,
dude, did you see Excali? He turned up the heat because he's feeling ice cold there.
Left.
That's Deathmaker for you. That's DM King for you. And Astro and Marco, welcome to SA, guys.
Ay,
This is what you're gonna have to deal with.
come to
This
SA.
is Deathmaker.
Average SA experience.
Here.
Average Deathmaker experience.
Hawk out.
Well,
Aye, aye,
VLT
aye.
certainly gonna be feeling themselves out of that one, and Deathmaker finding timing,
Here.
finding pure dominance finds Caramel. Not only that, he finds a little bit of wiggle room for VLT to now negotiate an easier path towards this A site, as there are only 2 defenders that lie in wait. Right now, One Chance cannot afford to play this man for man because the rotation is so delayed. They need to play this off utility and take calculated fights if they want to draw this round back into their favor.
Yeah, VLT though. Lovely orbital strike there, effectively forcing that player either to walk into Depthmaker's operator or die in the ulti. They're happy to play it slow. Now able to pick up the site, and Depthmaker, he picks off another. But Excali dumped on with that utility. He gets shut down. Helef though, with his back immediately trades him out. Now 2v5 over in this position, and VLT with full control. Pixels, he spotted out, and Amaterasu, he shuts him down. That sort of clutch really brings up the entire team. It gets every single one of them fired up, and Velocity now with a 5-1 lead. Potentially breaking not just the economy, but the mental of One Chance right here.
Nice. Clinical move. One Chance, economy, down in shambles. Caramel will be able to invest into an operator in the coming round, so Merkel has the opportunity to take an even fight against
Oh, he's got the
Deathmaker.
orb. He's got the orb though, so the Tornado Force coming online. But Velocity immediately headed towards this B side. They've got the showstopper to get themselves in. I mean, Amaterasu might just pick up an orb as well
Never
to get the
mind.
Nightfall online. But Excali says, showstopper or not, I am the blockbuster. Shuts down a couple
Oh.
himself. Markle though with a
Spike
huge
planted.
trade. Still Velocity with the site now. And with Deathmaker's operator already set up, they've just got a simple crossfire against the likes of a couple sheriffs. It's all down to
But they
Mark
still have to
here,
deal with
OG.
that 34s here. Exactly. It's all about Hika and Astro trying to make a little bit of space for Markle to work his
Yeah.
brilliance. Sadly, no space given, no chills given as well. Velocity, they're looking confident, they're looking comfortable, and they're looking to be in their absolute mojo. You can see Astro trying to be a little more vocal here as to what needs to be done. And I hope that the adjustment is play
Ah.
based more on maybe utility rather than early aggression, because VLT's defaults are right now crippling any kind of early fight that One Chance are trying to force.
Oh, but they're not stopping. They want to keep up that aggression. And Hika, he's got himself in advanced
Okay,
position.
brilliant.
He's able to pick a 1 in the second as well. Hika doubles down. And his teammate now able to back off, ensure that they're able to keep that man advantage. But all that chaos caused has got Caramel in this advanced position. MW1 though, smelling in for Caramel. Just too
Down
crisp,
A.
just too clean. Drops that spike carrier. And One Chance, they pull it back. They pull back some of that momentum.
Oh, Hellfire. Slick movement to
Oh.
dodge all the utility damage, and Caramel almost taking Hellfire down.
3 HP.
Ooh, cold as
3
a
HP.
Phew, ice cold like he's kept inside the fridge. And right now, VLT, they still have this round to bridge. It's still very viable. Deathmaker on this operator will and has been a menace as he continues to lay terror on One Chance's defense. He has to deal with what's left of it. The Headhunter has been a force with lethality, but he's not able to strike when the moment is right. Astro holding the angle true. And BLT left with a bruise or two. That round was the perfect change of pace that One Chance needed to throw their way, although I could very realistically see it going the other way as well.
Exactly, right? Especially with Helef pulling off a kill at 3 HP. And for a second, I thought Caramel might just break his PC if they had lost that round. But One Chance, they pull it back and they stay strong. They should be able to pick up the operator as well. So Markel now getting his hands on one, but Velocity, they've got 4 ultimates to play with. The Tour de Force now coming online, but all intentions quite clear. With the Nightfall available to get into sight and the Orbital Strike to play the post plant. It's all about Excali though to be that blockbuster, to start them off, to lead their charge. But instead, they create a lot of presence. They pick up the orb, they get the Seekers online, and they're gonna back off. Leave MW1 towards that showers and instead make a 4-1 split towards this A side. But do they realize they're walking into a 4-stack here, OG? This could be a disaster.
Seeker's gonna give them all the information and Excali to make the deep dive. Rocket in hand. Patient as ever. Knows that he has the opportunity. He sniffs blood. He claims the kill.
Spike planted.
And it's Caramel who's out of the equation. So without a duelist, one chance on this retake are gonna be hella hampered. That Molotov adds salt to the wounds. VLT are essentially saying the A side is ours, please take it out. Oh, beautiful orbital strike, beautiful counter initiation. They've somehow still found a foot within the door, and the round's not done just yet. Markle able to deny MW1, and that's a linchpin of the defense removed. It puts a lot of pressure on Excali, and Amaterasu almost find the clutch. One chance. They're able to pull this back in.
Wait, what?
Wait,
Okay.
my head felt light, see? My head felt light. I was gonna fall from my chair. Because this is a pain that I will not be able to bear, my friend. One chance, please don't play with me like that.
Marco laughing too. You can clearly see that for a second he thought they were done and dusted for, and those are the kind of moments that the team doesn't come back from. So I'm very, very glad that they're able to pull it out. Still a timeout, acknowledging the
Top 10
fact that
moments before disaster.
yeah, exactly. Still acknowledging the fact that it's turned quite chaotic in that round. A lot of ultimates invested, especially from both sides, with one chance using that Nightfall as well as the Orbital Strike to get themselves in. The Showstopper, the Seekers, and the Orbital Strike invested from VLT and the Nightfall in the post to get themselves out. They still lose the round. So Velocity now likely to go back to their standard defaults. And this is a moment for one chance to try and capitalize. They know that Maker likely to be left alone on his Operator or even with his Vandal. You can try and hunt him down, or you can look for that lone Sky, because every time we see VLT defaulting, we see that Sky on her lonesome flashing out a particular angle, trying to get information. If you can play a little aggressive, use the fact that Caramel is really feeling himself to pick out LF, it really does set up the stage for future rounds.
Yeah, and Deathmaker, I think this game has just added warm-up for him, man. At least he's making it look that easy. 14 frag killing spree already. We're in just round 10 at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first map of this best of 3. So it's gonna be quite the long night.
I'll find you.
For VLT though, they've started this off in a... Never mind. Yeah, average SA Deathmaker experience.
One less.
And LF takes another one down. They've got Shower's control, and with the amount of presence that MW1 and Hellfight are able to create, they can just waltz into this B site. The chamber taken down, meaning the strap has no value, and Pixels, even though he has the operator
enemy
picked up,
remaining.
has no idea where to expect them to come from. Excali shuts him down, and a flawless in the
Spike
cards here
planted.
for VLT, where one chance's timeout suddenly works against them instead. No chance for Hika to
Dodges.
save either!
Nice try, I guess.
Yeah.
VLT smiles all around the board. And on the other side,
A gift.
one chance waiting at a moment of redemption. What is the redeeming factor here, CA? They have no ultimates at the moment. Pixels is close to the Seekers, but that's only useful when you have something to fight with. And when you're even in a position to fight for that fact. With this half being so close to dead, one chance really need to start digging deep and finding and hoping for miracles to come their way.
And we talked about this, right? Like, in the pre-lobby, the idea that for one chance, the only way they can make this happen is to try and be innovative, try and be different, try and be aggressive. Otherwise, that maker is just gonna run rampant. Shuts a couple down, and while Pixels does pull one back, it just doesn't matter. That operator clearing up that A site. W1 now able to make his way through. Heka though, he's got a nice flank. But with
Yeah.
just a stinger, it's all about the timing.
Here's Matsuratsu, it could be big. Yeah, he does. Now we'll have a gun. Oh, no!
That's gotta sting.
Hika!
Teleport's ready.
Oh, cringe.
Aye. It's potentially. I was gonna say finish before it even begins, but Markle, he has something to say. Shuts a couple down, makes it a 2v2. Should be able to recover a weapon as well. But he has all the weapons he needs in his hands.
Last player
Potential to now just save the operator, but elects to go for the Vandal instead. He wants this clutch.
enemy remaining.
Spots out Amitr Su and with a flick shuts him down. The time's running out though. He's gotta go for the tap. Go for the half, go for the diffuse, and stick it out.
Alright.
But then
Valiant
flash
effort.
comes through and Helef will fight and shut him down. 8-3 on board now for Velocity and strongest ever. They're running away with this map.
This is
Wow.
this is quite the round. We got to see a variety of things for sure. Felt like at a moment Deathmaker was just in range 2.0. And then Marco still proving that he has the fight within him. Hopefully this awakens the inner beast, man.
Well, he's got the Tour de Force. He's got the beastly weapon to do exactly that, but at this point, Deathmaker is like a beast killer. So they've really got to prepare. Carmel
Oh,
getting
no,
a little
not
too
like
aggressive
this.
in MW1. He expects him. Deathmaker shuts Markle down, and at this point, it's basic chamber diff.
Dude, they're
He
losing.
just
They're losing aim fights across the board. This is just, yeah.
But are they aim fights when it's Deathmaker in this form? Like, what? He just can do nothing wrong.
No, if it's in this form, you call that a scripted montage. So, I mean, it has a pretty good script. Not saying the script
Actually-
is premeditated.
I think Deathmaker has a date, and he's kind of mad. Like, MW1, you made me late for my date. I gotta get this over with quick now, man.
Just taking
9-3
care of
though.
business. Just another day in the office, eh?
Yeah, but 9-3 though, it is the scoreline that has plagued real team many a times. Maybe one
You know,
chance
for-
to pull off the comeback, but I don't know.
Okay, so I'm a guy who doesn't really read into body language and all that stuff much, because you know, I really don't give two hoots. But at least when it comes to players, right? Like you can see Deathmaker, even though he's on the top of the server, even though he's absolutely on a spree, he's the one who's the most desperate for this thing to start again. He's not tired. He's not like, guys, just hold my beer for a minute. He's like, guys, let's just get this over with as soon as possible. You can see him anxiously just going up and down on his chair.
Yeah.
Well,
At this point, it's all about this pistol. One chance they have to get off to the right start. The Prowler, the Boom Bot, the Nade all invested to push Deathmaker back, but he's left one buddy in return. MW1 trying to step up, get shut down instead, and one chance they've got an opportunity. But Deathmaker trying to push forward for vengeance. It's Amitr Su instead who comes up with the trades. A 3 for 3 on the map, and now Hellfighter left on his lonesome as one chance. They flipped the trades and tried to head towards his B side, but they've slowed down an instant too much. I wonder. Trying to play
think
mind
this-
games, OG.
yeah, I think this could have been the best move yet. Forces the hand of VLT to make a decision. And right now the decision is simple. Hellfighter to its elbow will not commit to a fight unless absolutely necessary. They still will elect to play this a 3 versus 3 retake. Considering that Hellfighter does not have the guiding light, there's no avenue for him to play aggressive. So he needs to respect the chances given to one chance. And has to bite his time.
Spike planted.
With Excali coming in from hookah, this will be a pretty good retake as they have every single entry point except for long accounted for. In fact, they've conceded elbow control, anticipating a one chance close
Oh, no.
aggression. Whoa, it's like watching a sitcom. Jesus Christ. They're making the long play. They're making the gamble play. This might be the best move yet. The back turn. But this might be Markle's redemption. No, the classic betrayal.
Wait,
Pixel's
what?
right around the corner. And one chance. Give it one opportunity. Their knees ain't weak and their arms are heavy.
Bit of a whiff there. I went to the suit. Not gonna lie. But I think it was an impossible round either way. One chance playing that beautifully. Taking the gamble to head on towards elbow. Recognizing the fact that if there's someone left on site, he's likely to be elbow. And the timing works out beautifully for them. VLT give up elbow. They head on towards the site. And they're surprised from their very back. Now, with the pistol picked up, one chance on the anti-eco. Carmel, he's gonna upgrade himself to a Vandal. Get aggressive. He's already shut down the server presence, and that's the top fragger for VLT taken down. Immediately prompting that double rotate. VLT deciding to stack up this A side, but one chance happy to switch up the trade and go on towards B.
Yeah.
Oh,
Rounds like these are going to be very crucial. It's about what you do in runs like these that kind of force VLT to play a certain way in the buy round. So it's possible for them to at least set in a little bit of fear. Maybe. The close range fights aren't gonna be what they intend though. Oh, Markle is blind as a bat. Lets his teammate go down. He does recover, however. The double for himself still keeps the number even for VLT, and MW1 needs to understand that he cannot be the one forcing a fight here as he's the only one with HP. Trying to hide, trying to play off Amaterasu, who's close jumping shorty from default. Now they have weapons to work with VLT around a possible victory.
The Thrifty on the cards here, OG, but it's all down to Caramel to hold down the fort. Hika, he's got the haunt available. Caramel playing contact right now since he has the Vandal. Hika tried to breaks off the haunt, and Caramel, he shuts them down. Despite the damage done, one chance they secure the round, and they won't care about the damage. For them, it's just about pulling it back round by round, equalizing that score line, and perhaps even, giving some PTSD to VLT, making them think, is the 9-3 curse truly coming alive?
Spike down A.
That's kind of what needs to set in the back of VLT's mind if they are to lose control of this game.
Oh, look at Markle. He's not playing bonus. He's decided to pick up the op.
That is brilliant. I love it. When you're down back, you need to try pulling out ingenuity from the bag and always try bringing out the unexpected. This is a very crucial round for one chance to win, and they recognize that as well. If they allow VLT to touch double digits, you might as well kiss map 1 goodbye. And Markle showing that he's willing to give it absolutely everything and even a little more. Ooh. Legs Hellfighter as well. 30 HP. Very crucial shot that should have connected. Well, now with that going down the drain, it kind of gives VLT a sense of what they're up against. So VLT need to modulate on the fly as to what their course of action is going to end up becoming. They know that
all the focus
position.
on
Yep.
Hellfighter.
Given away.
The bait and switch now taken away. But with Excali pushing up showers, one chance they have to commit. They're now electing to go for the rotate, but Excali's position now, OG, might just be one that decides their fate. One chance. Running through towards the A site. And Excali, I think he's hurt them at this point. He knows that they're coming through. It's about selecting the right moment to come through on the flank, because if he appears a second too soon, Markle might just catch him out. Carmel shuts everyone down, and Excali playing with the shadows. He's able to shut Markle down. He needs to find more though. He needs to find the value. He needs to hold them down in lamps in that tiny corner for his team to be able to push through for this retake.
Exactly. They cannot give Excali a single kill though. Then it'll be a problematic thing. One chance though, still fighting, still come out swinging, and they find every single one. Taking raw aim duels. VLT get a taste of their own medicine, and I'm pretty sure they're sickened by it.
I have to wonder what the comms were in that situation. Excali taking it real slow should prompt his team to take all the info off of that. As soon as you spot Markle there, you know that the rest of them are in lamps, and no good team is just going to elect to sit in U-Haul and just wait, right? No, sit in lamps and just wait. They're always going to swing out, so could have maybe established themselves in a crossfire to try and punish that, but just were not able to do that in the moment.
What?
But Markle and Caramel expecting the counter flash. They turn their backs in off of the Haunt Velocity.
The counter play.
Couple.
Oh no! It thunders massively! Hellfighter, the only one in position to recover, and he's found a little to work with.
Ooh.
Oh, Hellfighter! Hika sent back to the hells below. And Astro left confused as to how to mitigate disaster. As it strikes twice and thrice in the same position. Deathmaker position aware, Hellfighter playing together. And they find the unlikeliest of rounds. VLT double digit in the back of brilliance.
That's not the kind of round you want to give up to Velocity. That's the kind of round that will be the resurgent force for Velocity to push back. And one chance just getting that read wrong, expecting that sky counter flash and Velocity, they crunch. Pushing through from showers, pushing through for long, and they're able to upgrade their weapons. Astro, I think he had the comms, the Hellfighter was down low. They thought maybe he could isolate the options, but instead he gets shut down. 10-6 now. And while One Chance still have the economy to be able to get a buy this round, it's now down all to the momentum.
And honestly, with them giving that operator away, they now have to play against a very, very scary player with his very prolific weapon. The ultimate's disposed though, and Caramel not able to find Jack with the showstopper. The showstop, in fact, by Hellfighter, who puts an end to the push from short. Pixels. All he saw was pixels of Hellfighter as well, but he's not allowed to survive. And Hellf might even be tempted to hit the ace.
And those just the wrong smokes for that particular hit. You want to go for the truck and close A smokes if you're going to force down lamps completely. Otherwise, send the showstopper towards shower if you want the entire site. One chance they're crumbling apart despite that first pick. Like, the simple idea, right? If you're committing the Nightfall towards lamps and the showstopper, it means you just want to clear out a small portion of the site and try to get the plant. But then you can't do the left and right default smokes. You have to smoke out for truck and right next to site so that the shower players can't peek you. And Hellfighter's like, okay, the Nightmare might take you holes, but I am the Nightmare taking you down. Just able to play free at showers and shut them down.
And now VLT just 2 rounds away from claiming map 1 under their belt. A tough fight towards Charles, but an equally important fight here at Hookah. Excali successfully pushing Caramel off and pushing them back. Helps VLT to gain so much frontal control, and Deathmaker is not gonna miss those. But they're also being relatively well set up. Mako is not gonna expect it. Taken so low, and you know, both Caramel and Mako being this desperately down on HP. One chance, it's almost looking like the beginning of the end for them in bind.
I'll find you.
Okay, Excali has a shooting gallery. Never mind.
Down A.
Should have been like shooting fish in a barrel for Excali, but he's just able
Fish
to find
doesn't shoot
one.
you
But
back
that's
that
okay.
fast, though.
Yeah, true. That's why I say it should have been. But hey, Amit Risu able to clean it up, pick up a 3k, get match point on board for Velocity. And one chance, now facing a back end of their own mistakes, they gave Velocity that momentum back, and Velocity, they pick it up by the reins. Well, 6 on board. Still not impossible, but quite unlikely, especially when you look at the eco at hand. Now, they've got the weaponry coming online, but Velocity, they're in cruise control with over 5,000 credits on each of their players and 6 rounds to close this map out. It should just be a matter of time, but you never know.
Are you
Actually, we
serious?
do. Actually, we do. Never mind.
Bomb buddy out.
Oh, they're
Ah,
crumbling,
the
man. They're
classic.
splitting apart so much.
Yeah, I mean, once Deathmaker is feeling it,
Yeah.
Spike
what do you
down
do?
B. One
Like, what do you
enemy
do?
You write /FF in the chat and press F5.
Welcome to the party.
remaining. Defenders
Give him
win.
a Viking cremation over there. Not only did they blow him up, but they were ready with the orbital strike. Actually, that's not even Viking funeral. I think that's more like Alderon funeral.
Yeah.
You know,
No.
all orbital strike, blowing
Yeah,
it to
yeah.
pieces.
I refuse to acknowledge the power, the veracity of that pun there. But like you said, that maker just on fire in this map. And Velocity, they make quick work of one chance. 13-6. They pick up the first map, and Velocity now in a great position heading on, especially towards Ascent to close out this map. I say especially towards Ascent because I think it's one of their best maps. So one chance they've got to bring something new to light, because we saw what happens when you play that mirror composition and try to match Velocity in their style. It just ain't happening. They just
And
have more
one more thing
experience.
that we might get to see on VLT with Ascent. Might get
Yeah?
to see Hell Left Cypher.
No, I don't think so. I think it's gonna
Yeah.
be MW1 on the Killjoy, Depmaker on the
Okay.
Jet, Excali likely on the KO, Amitarasu on the Fade, and I forgot who I forgot.
Forgot who you forgot? Chamber?
No, it's a controller. I just forgot which player I forgot to assign. I guess Halef on the controller. Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, yeah, viable option. So I'm again just hoping that we get to see a Hell of Cypher, because that's the most annoying kind of Cypher that I can play, that I can never imagine to
100%.
play against. So maybe that would be a counter to the curveball that one chance might entail set for them. You know, if you're playing against
Yeah.
a team that you really do not know what to expect, you yourself become the element of surprise. That's a good counter to the unknown.
Yeah, but at the same time, after a comfortable victory in the first map, I think Velocity are just gonna say, let's play it simple, let's keep it clean, and just
Yeah,
try to be the
understandable.
better team. Yeah. But I would love to see Hell of Cypher again. Hellfighter Cypher has always been one that really puts terror into the hearts of his opponents, especially when you see him
100%,
go
bro.
bald.
Exactly. When you see him go no cap.
Yeah, that's terrifying. No cap.
This entire game was terrifying, bro. One chance. There were a lot of moments where I felt like they had the right idea in terms of trying to play that game, but it felt like VLT with their individual prowess just were a step ahead, right? Again, this is the kind of David versus Goliath matchup where I don't think strength is the primary, weakness that you can exploit from a team like VLT, at least in terms of the individual strength. So I feel like the mismatch in that sense really did paint the picture of what happened on Bind.
And that's why I feel like the best way for One Chance to play was actually proactive. The rounds that they were able to win out, especially when they were on the defense, was when they were getting Carmel into those aggressive positions, and Carmel actually winning a lot of those aim fights, especially against Excali. When he was being set up for success, he was delivering. So I think they've, in the second map, got to hone in on that star player, that they're able to set Carmel up and just let him have his run-of-the-mill fights.
Exactly. Again, VLT looking composed and very cruel from top down under. This map 1 ending without even having a chance for One Chance to have a voice in the conversation, or even change the narrative for that fact. It's yeah, it's exactly what happens when you don't punish players like Deathmaker and Excali. You'll just have the confidence brimming, and they'll start doing stuff against you which completely dodges sanity or respect.
Yeah, most definitely. And very simply put, Debmaker just lived up to his name on this map. There was very little they could do. 27-7, 6 first kills, just an absolute stomp. Debmaker on a Europa. When you look at the other side, again, I think you see a clear solution for One Chance. Caramel, definitely feeling himself today, had a decent map, I would say. You've got to
Yeah.
set him up for success. You've got to help him find his form, and you've got to help him become that player that strikes that fear into VLT's minds. And if you're able to quicken up the pace, then maybe expose the chinks in their armor. Because again, this is a team put together quite recently. And when you test the team with fast tempo that has been put together quite recently, the first thing that usually suffers is their comms.
True. You know, one other thing that I felt like One Chance had the ability to do, they had the
Yeah,
ability to pull off a Revenant. And what I'm implying here is when you have players against you who you know are operator demons and you might not want to face off against them, you head towards a more utility centric draft than a fighting centric draft. And by that, I imply what Revenant were able to accomplish on Pearl. So especially with Deathmaker going ham like this, I don't think even One Chance expected a Deathmaker show of this caliber. Well, now that they've seen it, now that they know what they're up against in certainty, that's a route that they now need to explore and maybe try implementing. Maybe one of the possible many, not many, few fixes to VLT strategy. What do you think are One Chance's options now heading into map 2?
I think the option really has to be to really switch up the composition, but Ascent is likely one of the worst maps to do that. I think, like, just to be playing different compositions, different styles is the hardest to do it too, because there's so little that these teams don't know at this point. There's so little that you can surprise the opposition by. But maybe One Chance they're able to find that, make it happen. Maybe they're able to pull off a harbor. Because I would say even on Bind, that would be one way to really throw VLT off their game, right? Pull off that harbor, play proactive, try to get Caramel into aggressive positions, and force VLT into a position where they definitely don't know what's going on, at least for the first few rounds. I doubt they've had scrims against Harbor.
And see, here's the thing, right? When it's Deathmaker going absolutely ham on the operator, I feel like a possibility here could be not only having a harbor, having a KO would be really nice to change
Yeah,
the kind of momentum that Deathmaker is able to present himself with.
yeah,
Having something like a raise is going to be really useful if you want to dive bomb and not necessarily want to pull off the operator against an operator. Rather, you can make do with it with speed and lethality while you're at set speed with that going hand in hand with, like you said, something like a harbor, right? Where you look
yeah.
at harbor's ultimate, it kind of sets you up to make that fast play, close the gap, and just force that one uncomfortable fight to gain possession and to gain the control over what could be your winning situation. So maybe a composition like this where of there's a little bit of pace involved with the entire strategy, something that you can modulate thereafter was what's going to change. And unless VLT are playing up against a different composition, if the battlefield is level faced like what it was on Bind, it's going to end up the same way.
Absolutely. And now that you say it, I can't get Hellfighter Cypher out of my mind. Maybe they put him on
Aw.
the Cypher. We see MW1 on the KO, and somehow they work it out, but it is unlikely, especially given the fact that their players are popping off. I wouldn't be surprised even if we see a pure fighting comp from Velocity, like a Jet Chamber Omen kind of composition with the KO and Fade, just to play entirely in the face of One Chance and sort of just spiral this momentum all the way to the finish line. Because I think one thing that we know for sure about Velocity Gaming is that when they are feeling themselves, when they are in the lead, and especially when they feel like they're in control, they're a completely different team. So for One Chance, again, the question has to be how can they find their way and how can they really set up Caramel for success? Because assuming that Marco's gonna go back to his jet, Caramel likely to pick up that chamber once again. A fighting composition on both the sides, I feel like that just favors Velocity after this first map.
Exactly my point. You really do not want to fight fire with fire in this sense. You need to really be a
Yeah.
little smart with your approach. Because again, that's the entire point of being an underdog, right? You know that there are areas where your opponents might be a little ahead of you, at least in terms of what technicality, experience. There are some aspects where we can say hands down VLD have faced stiffer opposition together for quite a while. So their base fundamentals would be at a higher baseline. Now, up
Yeah.
against that, there's very little that you can do with conventional strategy. That's why being innovative, that's why being cheeky and ingenuous will actually pay its worth in value. And this is how we usually see the come up of a team, right? You think of a
Yeah.
Revenant when in the start of 2022, only because of them being adaptive, trying new strategies, trying new compositions, and trying to play around a different game style to what the rest of South Asia were doing back in the day, found a little bit of a flavor that then was trademarked by them, and they've been carrying it forward throughout 2022, and now have ended up in that upper bracket final here at the Penta Pro Series with the final off-season event at the year. They're looking real strong. So it's a long-term process here, and it takes very, very dedicated and decisive IGLs to do so.
Oh, absolutely. And that simple fact, right? I think that you mentioned, Velocity, they are on fire right now. You don't want to fight fire with fire. But you know what completely douses our fire? Water. We've got a new water agent. We've got Harbor. And
Wow.
I'm really trying hard to make a good case
Are you
for you teams
serious?
to pick up that Harbor. So do it already, please.
Literally made this an avatar game for the agent. I love it. Maybe you should work with
What a
Riot, see
better
if you can
guy.
affiliate yourself with,
Hey, I'm
different
down,
kind
Riot.
of.
You know where to hit me up,
Nice plug-in. Regardless,
Yeah.
what we need to plug in is the veto, right? Because this is one chance
Yeah.
map pick. So we gotta assume that they have a solid strategy from the get-go to what their approach is and what they have over VLT. You just gotta hope that there's more proof in the pudding, like I've mentioned. So we mentioned what we expect from VLT. We mentioned what we expect from the side of one chance if they want to have a good counter, or at least for now, what we assume would be a good counter. Because again, we're just analysts, right? At least
Yeah.
analysts as casters. You have been a coach to some extent. The kind of intricacies that lay within the individual is as important as the
Yeah.
intricacies that lay within a team. And there lies the biggest reason why you might be the best player in your region, but you might not be able to find a team as easily. You might be the best player within your region, but you're far from championship success.
Oh, absolutely. It's all about teamwork, right? At the end of the day, this is esports, and the E part of it is what represents the fact that we're playing Valorant or any other game title as a whole. It's sports. At the end of the day, these are athletes coming into play, and while of course mechanical skill matters, your ability to use your body and brain to turn that into success matters. What matters even more are the soft skills, the ability to find teamwork within, to rally your teammates, to have a laugh now and then, to make sure you're on the right mental page, and all of it chiming together is what helps an individual turn into a team and then find success. Because an individual, all on his lonesome, can never do the same.
Now, this entire series lingers on one chance and their ability to fight back. Back's in the very uncomfortable position, and it's in a position where VLT are looking dominant as ever. Again, on a map like Ascent, right? I feel like it's the best map for an underdog to find an upset, because in this map you can make many compositions work. Like I've mentioned, you can have a
Yeah.
very, very uh, intrusive type of game where the change of pace is actually massively different from a lot of other maps. You think of Ascent right now, in case you
Yeah.
have something like that Breed Jet combo, the kind of possibilities are endless. Set up towards B main, set up towards A main with a quick flash and a stun, set up towards bottom mid, towards mid link with the with the flash, set up towards top mid as well. There's so much you can do, and the fact that you
Yeah.
have so many options enables you to try becoming harder to read, which in turn even experience sometimes has a difficulty navigating through.
Yeah. It really comes down to adaptability in the moment. And this is why when we go back to our pre-match conversation, we were so keen on One Chance being innovative, being different. You don't want to match Velocity at their own game. You don't want to give Velocity a comfortable playground where they know the kind of composition and the kind of style they're playing against. Even if you are playing the same composition, right, you want to get in their face. You want to really force them to start playing that reactive game. And then it becomes that 5v5 battle where Velocity's experience, maybe, just maybe, it doesn't really matter. But the slower it
Exactly.
is, the more time they get to think Velocity, it's just for them, it's a simple end game.
Well, that's something that we can only hope, right? We've talked about how creative they can be with how the initiator composition could be very different.
Yeah.
Especially our favorite sentinels are yet to be on display. We should be in the vicinity for a draft soon, hopefully. CA, is there a possibility for it to go all the way to Icebox and one chance win this at this point? Do you think that, with the kind of velocity we've seen on a map like Bind, and I'm asking you this just due to the fact that we've already seen what One Chance has to offer on a map like Icebox, and we already know what VLT's Icebox is looking like. So considering the kind of results that we got off map one, what do you think Icebox is going to look like? That's even if we do end up making it there.
If one chance are actually able to pull off the ascent, then I think Icebox suddenly gets very, very spicy because one chance they have the potential to really turn the tables with respect to the data that VLT might have, right? I'm sure VLT has seen their previous match and they expect them to run that no sage composition. But if instead one chance they flip it up and they blink something different, knowing that VLT is likely to default to very simple Reina kind of composition with two Reina players in their team, there is that possibility that one chance might just take it away. But I think honestly, it's harder in this particular map of Ascent than it is in Icebox itself. So they got to focus right here and really, really pull off something different. And honestly, it's harder said than done because on Icebox, the only way to do something different is go absolutely ham, maybe. Then, like, maybe pull out like a Neon Breach Brimstone and press the W key. But that is something that can easily be countered. But if they're able to read into the fact that VLT likely to play Jet Chamber, play a fighting composition that doesn't necessarily have a lot of stopping power, maybe they'll just be able to play something fast and aggressive and pull it off.
You know, with the entire way that Riot's been approaching agents this year, right? They changed how Jet works, they changed how Chamber works, the way that Sky was able to act so proactively and almost become a pseudo duelist has kind of phased
Yeah.
out to the majority of the extent. They've completely reworked Yoru. A little excited to see how, agents which haven't been touched so far, if they end up getting a rework. Because I feel like with reworks, the kind of um freshness that you get to see of Valorant with every passing tournament and every passing team that makes use of what's the exploited meta. It kind of makes you think that, okay, let's think about something like maybe a complete Brim rework or a Sage rework. Can you imagine something along the lines of, I don't know, what's the one agent that they have not touched from the start? I think Phoenix has been more or less simplistic apart from his flashes. Don't you think?
I think Raze actually. Raze has been the
Raise
least
double
touched
nade. That's
agents
the only
after
thing
the
that's
beta.
touched, I think. Yeah,
Yeah, so
exactly.
beta Raze was changed a lot, but ever since the game
Thank
was
God.
officially released, I think Raze has been the least touched agent. They did work around with the ulti quite a bit in the early parts of the meta, where the hitbox has quite reduced quite a lot. But I guess Raze is probably the most balanced agent outside of Omen potentially, but they do keep playing around with Omen's abilities. Like they change the cost once in a while, they change the
Yeah.
smoke a little while back. So I guess Raze it is.
I get so. And like you said, right? It's one of the most balanced agents for a reason. I feel like, especially with the way Valorant is set up, with a lot of players having this as their gateway to tactical FPS, most of the agents
Yeah.
are relatively peaceful to play compared to other FPS games. With the kind of controllers that you have, it's easier to set up utility, but it's harder to play around utility and gunfights. With your duelists, you have duelists like Rena and Jet who are tailor made for abilities players who like to play off each other fast and like to go for gamble plays. But you
Yeah.
have an agent like Raze now, right? When you look across the player base with the way Raze is played, it's very dependent on the mind. Because for example, the satchel, right, with it having so many purposes on setting your teammates up, setting yourself up, the ability to change pace, the ability to force fights in a way where you satchel your enemies, you throw them off. There's so many things that you can do with that agent that I don't think that has been fully, maxed out yet by
Yeah.
the average player base. Not as much of it as, that you can see in the Jet or a Neon for that fact,
Oh,
which is getting popular these days. MW1 Rena.
let's go. The double duel is coming out for VLT. We talked about that potential fighting composition, but Velocity doubled down on that idea. They set MW1 up on that arena and fighting it is. But one chance on the other hand, they've gone back to simple and comfort. The KO Sova, Jet Chamber, Astra, right? And while it is really great against Arena, especially the KO, to be able to shut her down, I think this is something the Velocity might just expect and know especially how to play against.
What, the KO?
No, I mean the composition in general.
Uh, but I still feel like the kind of composition that One Chance have drafted at least gives them a little bit of diversity to work with, right? They have a little bit of extra flexibility with Caramel on the chamber. And mind you, this is the old patch chamber, ladies and gentlemen. So Caramel can be as mobile as he wants to be, while at the same time, just to reserve his lethality alongside Pixels on the KO. It makes the night and day difference that's required, especially with the KO. I feel like that's one agent that's made to anti deathmaker to some extent, because when you don't have room to escape and use your abilities, deathmaker might just resort to fighting them. He's like, screw it, I'll just fight you guys 1v2. Still though, it at least puts the odds in your favor without any ability to help himself or from close teammates. That's what I'm hoping for. At least Pixels pulling that off to the T. It might give his team that fighting chance they need to finally stop the demon that is Deathmaker. But even if they do, I mean, the rest of Velocity's roster is right in his back, which none of them are kind of slacking at this moment. Good luck is what I guess I can say for One Chance.
Yeah, and at this point, really, right? I think even in the 1v2, with the way Deathmaker performed in that first map, I wouldn't be so sure that he is going to be worried about being able to pull it off. All of Velocity right now, calm and composed, ready to move on towards this next map. And so are we. With no further ado, with the agent selection done, we will now head on towards our second map. Velocity Gaming with a 1-0 lead in this series, looking to close it off. Right here, right now, every single player focused. But for One Chance, I believe they're starting on the attack. So this is that one chance, that one opportunity to dictate the pace and decide how they play. Come on, Halef, everyone knows what you're doing.
Well,
I'm sorry, I had to.
I mean, he kind of did play with us with him hovering over Cypher, so I don't blame you. I'm as
Yeah,
salty as you are.
yeah, exactly.
Well, it's going to be VLT on the defense. One Chance, the opportunity for them to extend their upper bracket run looks to be limited and running out of the tank, as VLT have a very dominant map 1 appearance. One Chance are looking to settle that score and push it to a map 3, push it to Icebox, but that's only if they can endure what seems to be a steam in VLT. Right off the bat, VLT take aggression through A main, in the downtime, One Chance splitting their way through market and trying to get a fast split in towards B.
One Chance trying to play it fast. I like this, the aggressive playstyle.
Beautiful.
Taking it to Velocity's hands, but Excali, the shock dart to shut one down. And that maker, he picks up another. While he does find a couple of trades, his team, they're falling apart. 40 HP and a ghost now on him with just one bullet on his headhunter. Caramel's only saving grace is his position. For Velocity, they're playing off of each other. They're already on the contact, so almost nigh impossible for Caramel to pull off this round.
Yeah, everybody is just gonna try playing off each other as soon as they try taking contact. You can see the setup, right? It's really well put together. It's almost impossible for Caramel to break unless he found that opening frag. Which, yeah, throw lack off his opportunities start to slim down his grave. It's already been dug, and Hellfighter is the one's gonna put him there. The pistol secured and bagged by VLT. Is this gonna be the beginning of the end for One Chance? I certainly hope not.
Yeah, and again, right, Velocity. It's all about that synergy that they have between them, playing off of each other. I appreciate the effort from One Chance to try and play it nice and fast, but I think you've just got to commit. You can't slow it down whatsoever. Especially when Velocity are happy to play deep on the side. Irrespective, that's just the pistol.
You're done.
One chance now on the eco, trying to make something happen, but Carmel peeking out off a one-way just gets shut down. Velocity this time a lot more focused towards A main and mid, allowing Excali to just shut down that B side.
Yeah. Like I said, they're so comfortable just playing off each other, right? MW1 didn't even give two hoops that he got suppressed. They're still trying to root out all aggression here towards main. But little do they know, if they take another step in, it's gonna be a booby trap. Flash, no avail, MW1 quick dismiss out, but that's at the cost of HellF going down. Rotations are being called. Oh, okay. I was assuming, is that his teammate right next to him? What's shooting him? Is he getting shot at his leg? Nah, that's clear at range. MW1 though. Sheesh. Dominant quad kill. Good display of dominance early on, and VLT truly setting a statement that they're not here for fun and games, they're here for victory and victory only.
Yeah, absolutely. MW1 with some easy eco frags to help his confidence and especially get that Empress online. But more importantly, enable this bonus to come through for Velocity. Scally with his Vandal and a couple of 3 Spectres carried over. Velocity in a great spot to deny any possible way of one chance to come back. But that mid default for one chance to clear out mid entirely. Velocity, they're happy to give them just that because they're looking for the aggressive B main push.
Oh, no.
And Netmaker, he shuts one down. I love this from Excali. He knows Netmaker's popping off, so he hands him the Vandal, and just like that, already the value found. Netmaker says, thank you very much, buddy. You can have your Vandal back.
Gentlemen, right?
Yeah.
What a sweetheart. Well, VLT, this strategy of playing ultra aggressive towards either side of the main so far has been panning out for them. Surprisingly, one chance not reading into that tendency. I felt like they could have just, played off it and used that as a trap, a bait potentially.
Oh, but
Caramel, because courtesy of that door going close, he has himself this ratty off angle. If VLT choose to play retake, he's gonna be a rat that they need to root out real quick. Excali though, beautiful play, beautiful finish. That recon dart was well set up, and Deathmaker, he is lethal as ever. On the road, on the cusp of an ace, but MW1's like, no bro, you're not gonna get that highlight reel that easy.
Here.
I get deja vu almost. This is exactly what we saw on Breeze. Deathmaker popping off, MW1 deciding that he can't leave his buddy alone in the pop-off moments. He needs to step up too, and both of them just ran rampant all over the map. 3-0 now for Velocity, and this is why I said I'm worried about Ascent more so than even Icebox, because Velocity, they feel damn comfortable on this map. Again, looking for those aggressive players, and Deathmaker, he's got his hands on the operator, but this time, Marco, all on his lonesome towards that mid area, so maybe not so much of a fight as one chance, instead looking to take A main control. They picked up the op, but they're still on their eco, so it's all about trying to pick Velocity off, but instead there's Spike taken down. Deathmaker's op just won't stop.
Never stopped. Ooh, neither has MW1. Recon giving away the position. But it's Excali, in fact, from the back, from the front lines to find that kill. Okay, that's pretty interesting.
Enemy remaining.
Feels like VLT aren't gonna relent whatsoever. At this point, it's almost like they're playing an FFA. Shee, okay, not bad. NT. Literally sprayed the Valorant logo for Mercy. Didn't get any though.
Talking about Mercy though, I don't think Velocity are gonna have any. I definitely don't think Deathmaker is gonna have any. I'm now convinced he has a date plan. Maybe not like a physical date, but I think he has maybe like a video call set up. And with every round the Velocity loses, his partner's just like, bro, come on. Nah. Either ways, Deathmaker is an absolute terror right now. And he's able to just shut them down. 4-0 on board in this buy round. It's literally do or die. I know it's just the starting of this half. It's just the starting of this map. But if you let Velocity run away with yet another buy round, your economy broken, that might just be the end of this map. Markle. Position not revealed, but MW1 still
Sad.
shuts him down. And now the Hunter's Fury coming through, but Hiccup able to find a trade and dodge out that ultimate. LF though still able to maintain that man advantage, and it seems like everything one chance try, VLT just come out one step ahead.
Oh. Why? Axali
Player standing.
truly showing his ability to flex. Not only his muscles, but with agents. Be a deadly duelist. Be a very team-oriented initiator. Man loves to do it all. As long as he gets a chance to do him dirty.
30 seconds left.
Astro on this clutch might find position, might find timing. Amaterasu only now understands that this is a very viable possibility. Where's the fight though? Because DM with that operator can maybe take that fight at range. At this point, you necessarily not want to give him a 1 versus 2.
10 seconds
Astro.
left.
Looks like for a second he plays all his cards right, but Deathmaker like a bird in
Oh
the
my.
sky.
Is
Brings
that a
down
bird? Is
death
that
and
a plane?
destruction.
Nah, that's that maker. At this point,
What do
he
one
might just
chance
be
even need to
Superman.
do here, dude?
I should
Do you think that working strict defaults is going to be something that's helpful?
No.
Because it's VLT on untamed aggression. If you play aggression on aggression, I'm pretty sure VLT have the tactical game sense to just turn the, situation on its tail. I feel like rather than that, you play a little more conservative, allow VLT to play overly aggressive, and you know what? Take the fights at your turf and on your terms.
I think if you're at least defaulting right, you play default just to spot that killjoy out, because most likely on the opposite side of that killjoy is where the aggression will be. Then you can sort of set up with the idea of shutting that aggression down, knowing that the site behind that aggression is literally empty. But if not that, then just 5-star duelists in Deathmaker and MW1 to function as their stopping power in terms of their firepower to pull out these rounds. So if you're just pressing the W key, playing on the trades, I know it sounds so easy, but it's most definitely not. It allows one chance a moment to take matters into their own hands, especially with these ultimates available. If you can at least get the spike planted down, maybe Hika can pull it off with this Hunter's Fury.
And especially if Deathmaker is going to be playing close main with that operator. Where's the issue? You do it quick, you do it clinically. Very good chance that one chance can snag away this round, although Deathmaker is going to play quick towards Wines, making his dart back towards the cubby position. He misses his shot crucially, dashes out, still alive. Hellfighter, he actually finds a kill on Markle, who tried to come in with a punish, but little does he know he came into a wall of bullets and he got added into the paint.
It's such a beautiful sequence of utility usage. The fragment. One chance they did almost everything right to clear out that makeup. Hellfighter's timing on the utility just perfect. The smoke coming through just as Deathmaker dashes out, combined with the spam to ensure that they can't spam him out.
Do,
Thought
however,
Caramel
know
could be
the
the beast
position,
from the
dude.
east, but yeah.
They have positioning here, they have information VLT, hence they don't need to play overly aggressive like they've been doing in the past couple of runs. MW1's gonna walk into some highlight reel stuff here,
Spike down mid.
and he gets put to place. Well, at least something for one chance to work with.
Remaining.
That's until they walk into Deathmaker. Like you said, the dealers are the stopping power.
30 seconds left.
So far, they're able to deliver, but Pixels, he's managed to save the op. I think at this point, since it's a 1v3, just go for that save, but he's revealed his position and the flanks now coming through from Excali. The Tracer spotted by Amaterasu. He locks on to Pixel's head and he shuts them down. The op recovered a 6-0 lead for Velocity, and at this point, this round has to come alive. They have the ultimates to make it happen. They have the null command as well as the cosmic divide to force their way into a particular site. the Hunter's Fury to play on the post.
Enemy remaining.
If they lose this round, surely it's just get ready for reckoning. It's time to go to the lower bracket.
Might as well, yeah. Okay, finally. Pixels pop in his ultimate. That's what we've been waiting for quite a while. The only piece of utility that allows them to close the range without running the risk. Deathmaker really feeling himself today.
Spike
Every shot that you do not take is a shot that you miss, is the philosophy that he abides by. And Caramel, finding brilliant timing, makes his way back towards main to yet again contribute to the hold. Ooh, dodging the shock dart. And he has nice positioning. Although with the door being open, it's a ticking time bomb.
Oh, Pixels though, he's able to hold it down. It's all about that chicken. Play towards A Heaven. Pixels, he shuts another one down, and finally one chance coming alive. They needed this round, they've most certainly delivered.
Oh, he anticipated it and still goes down.
Hellfighter going for the save, but he actually might just have a chance to pull off the round. Finds a 2k, but Pixels with the spam, he shuts him down. One chance going for the hunt. It's not about the economy, it's about the confidence. Trying to take them down, but instead they give Excali another option. He picks up the prime handle as he shuts them down. But I'm really glad that they're able to find value off of their ultimates, because they can do that just once again, but instead do an ace split off the back of the Hunter's Fury and use that as almost an entry.
CA, I think I've just found your quote of the day.
Like, what of the day?
Your quote of the day.
Okay.
Not about economy, it's about confidence. Welcome to South Asia.
Facts.
Well, VLT, at least they have both. Right now, with this aggressive setup towards mid, they're looking to maybe find a lurking Deathmaker, but I don't think Deathmaker is gonna push it.
Oh, Cali.
Okay. I mean, his teammates deal with Markle. Markle doesn't know of Cali's presence. Cali is gonna face no presence as he exits B main because everybody's outside A. A spam and everyone here could be almost dead with the beautiful bait that Deathmaker is gonna buy. Hellfighter is the cleanup crew. As he almost finishes the job off, walking into the double peak, walking into Deathmaker yet again. Not the happiest of options, even if you're presented with one. As VLT take no other option but a dub.
Yeah.
I feel like we just jinxed today in CA. We expected both games to be really close matchups. We expected, you know, everything to be neck to neck at every minute along the journey.
Nah, it's not a jinx to expect the best out of the teams, right? I think One Chance just not able to live up to their potential today, and Velocity, honestly, with the form that Deathmaker is on, they're just
They didn't clear.
one
No.
step above. One Chance, they're walking into a massacre. The Nano Swarms and Gravity work combined. Astro gets shut down, and at this point, these players, they're thinking of desperation. One Chance, they're walking into the grinders, they're getting shut down, and honestly, into that setup, they have zero chance. And Velocity, they're making them pay 8-1. This is turning into a stomp, OG. I feel like stomp's not enough either. Like, what is bigger than a stomp?
A massacre?
Nah, this is bigger than a massacre. I have a word for it, but I really don't want to sit down and broadcast.
I mean, at this point,
Let's just
one
say
chance.
the first part and the second part of that word rhymes with each other. If you know what I mean.
Well, I'd love to know, maybe off stream. That aside, though, I still feel like one chance, their run here not necessarily over if they're able to maybe gain a two
Yeah,
round
it's still the upper
back-to-back.
bracket.
Exactly. They still have a decent showing against VLT here. I'd still take that. Again, it's VLT, right? This is who we favored to be the #1 seed in the playoffs, so yeah. Oh,
Astro.
Now goes bye-bye.
yeah.
Able to shut that maker down though. Finally, the aggression from Velocity punished in One Chance. They most certainly have a chance. Still 8-1 in the scoreline. If they can find consecutive rounds, push it to 8-4, they might just come alive. But they're still quite split up. They need to cancel their default regroup now. Instead, they're giving isolated fights and Hika gets shut down. Pixels now, his audio cue given. It's Excali with the triple. And MW1 to shut Pixels down. Oh, yeah. After they find that first pick, they've got to regroup, OG.
Yeah, and that was like what the first time in the past few hours that we found Deathmaker slacking.
30 seconds left.
So around like this, not going the way of one chance and Hellfire. Oh, Astra Def. Alright. Nothing like a little bit of def to get, you know, a little bit of salt rubbed off your shoulders. Talking about getting rid of shoulders, well, Astra's getting rid of heads. The readjustment not going to be in the nick of time as Amaterasu is able to play brilliantly on the back of his turret. They did lose 3 members and a turret, so VLT suffering casualties only in terms of numbers. The true numbers game in terms of the economy is already being won. They have no sweat giving away a couple of, you know, extra frags. As long as they don't give away any extra rounds and any bit of hope for Revenant Esports, who I'm pretty sure are going to be looking at this game. Yeah.
9-1 though on board and their economy broken apart. One chance was certainly falling apart. I think at the end of the day, this is a new team, right? So their mental definitely affected. And at this point, trying to get all that they can salvage. Astro with the jump peaks. He's spotted out.
Here.
At least he's heard out. And MW1 now on the hunt. Didn't see anyone, but the Jiggle finally revealing his position. And with the chamber rendezvous spotted as well, it should tell Hellfighter that they're making their way in towards this B site. Hellfighter with the peak right in time for Caramel. He shuts him down and with a nice flick finds another.
Yeah, could be the man in charge for winning one chance around like this. Beautiful flick with the Tote Force. 2 versus 4. Mind you, it is still Deathmaker alive, so discount nothing, ladies and gentlemen. Man who can do magic. This very much like the round is out of the realms of reality. Pixels, beautiful job with the flash, but still ends up paying the price. That's Valorant for you in a nutshell, ladies and gentlemen. Do not feel bad if it happens to you at home, because it happens on the server all the time.
Either ways though.
Last round in the half.
A huge round up right there. Caramel again. We saw this on Icebox against in their last match too, right? One chance really able to step up the pace and on the backs of Caramel finding some insane shots. Finds this 3K, opens up the site, allows them to get the plant, and a thrifty pulled off should give them a breath of relief, some respite to be able to pull off the next round. A last minute change in calls, I believe, realizing what ultimates they have on board. They did this once before, and on the back of the null command, they'll try to force this A side down. This time though, Velocity, they have the Cosmic Divide and null and the lockdown of their own, so
I got the spike.
they've got to make sure that they play aggressive towards A shot. The null command now popped, the execute on. It's all about Hellf and what damage he can do, and still manages to get one. Oh my lord.
Almost finds the other. At least finds the connection. Deathmaker
Spike planted.
getting rid of the door. Now has the dash to his avail. Could take the CQC. Beautiful shot to open things up. And that's Pixels out of the equation. So utility gonna be prime position for VLT to fight. Beautiful job. Expecting the peak. At this point, it's falling away for one chance. At least they get a frag each. In a position where they can do something? Nah, never mind. Never mind. Good half.
Yeah, double digits picked up for VLT, and it's just a simple retake, right? This is why the idea that they needed to play aggressive towards A shot, but with the damage inflicted before they could even begin the post plant, it's just a matter of time before they got shut down. 10-2 now on board. Velocity, they start on the attacking side, and I don't think they're going to slow down whatsoever. Velocity likely to put the pedal to the metal and force one chance down to face their reckoning, metaphorically and literally, because that's who's waiting for them in the lower brackets.
No, just looking at the player cam of MW1, why is he not smiling? Like, not even a neutral look on his face. He's just looking like, yeah, bro. Gotta finish the game.
Just another day at work.
Surprisingly, they didn't. Surprisingly, they did not have the ability to fight back in that first half year one chance. I truly thought with the KO they might stand a true chance. Not been the case. Although on the defense, with so little in terms of rounds to work with, they have very little wiggle room. Let's hope with whatever the prep work has been, the defense might be a solid piece of that equation. Caramel, brilliant start by removing Amaterasu from the equation. That means post plan's going to be a problematic thing for VLT to deal with. Might have to just settle for taking fights. With Hellfighter being so dead low already, yeah, not ideal for VLT.
But with MW1's advanced position, VLT, despite the man advantage for one chance across the map, on this particular site, they actually face an evil battleground. The two duelists are fighting. Spear points of Velocity trying to force it down, and that maker shuts down Markle. He's able to dash into sight, get the spike down. Now with Hellfighter, no stars left. It's all about playing aggressive on this post plant. But look at Excali, man. He's pushed into that. He's on a massive lurk. So at this point, Maker and MW1 just trying to buy time.
W1 getting tagged just a teeny bit and recognizing the potential that Excali's flank holds. They are just delaying the inevitable. The recon giving the position away, and Astro to find form. Excali though, oh, they don't anticipate this on the back of the recon. They're just pushing the issue. There is, however, only one player, and that's Caramel, who stood in this path. Pixels, an almost undoable 1 versus 2. Hell is just playing bait. They have their knives out. Oh goodness Christ, VLT.
Last player standing.
They win this out 11-2 as they look destined to take home the dub. Well, at least one chance do not look devastated. Sure, they don't look that happy,
Enemy remaining.
but hey, they kind of anticipated it being a hard matchup, maybe just not as this hard.
Nice.
Pistol picked up though, it should be simple enough for Velocity in this map, because now one chance they face an impossible decisions. You go for the eco, play for the buy, but that's basically playing for overtime, and you're likely to get shut down. But if you go for the force, you're in that impossible spot where you're still against inferior choices. But Markle, he still finds one, shuts that maker down. W1 though, inching closer. Worried about that shorty.
Enemy remaining.
He's gonna shut both of them down easily. Velocity, they pick up match and series point, 12-2.
Match point.
At this
In a
point,
breeze.
just shop, Pochi.
Exactly. Almost no resistance for Velocity on their path, facing Revenant Esports.
Enemy remaining.
Both our games today have been a testament as to why the team at the top is at the top, right? Whose performance do you think you're more impressed by though? VLT or Revenant? Because either had a lot of ingenuity and brilliance in different departments to show. Never mind, I thought it was gonna go the same direction as the previous few rounds. No, one chance are actually having a 2-man lead.
Oh. Still though, one chance they have the advantage in this round.
Oh,
Oopsie.
he missed the swarm.
I know that Nano Swarm failed, but it's still kind of nice to deny that A shot push in, and that's where one
the
chance
avenue.
potentially coming from.
You all have to go in on the retake from different angles. They have the man advantage, so 2 men in through heaven, 2 men in through doors. It's kind of what I'm assuming. Scally priming utility, but he's able to force the fight up close and personal. Not only that, he's able to get away with it with his life intact. Dink on him Pixels, a lot of damage being done. Excali now in transition towards the underside, where him and Helef are going to play in tandem. They play off each other here, and they rely Amaterasu only on utility and the late commit. Beautiful.
Attackers.
13-2. A day of dominance that VLT were wholly preparing for. Mind you, Deathmaker, this is exactly what he was expecting from today's performance, and well, he gets it on a silver platter. The entire team bound to be elated with their performance in the Penta Pro Series so far, looking untouchable and to a new pedigree.
The camera turned off, but that is nights out for one chance. Only in the upper bracket. Don't you worry, one chance fans. They still have another chance. This wasn't their only chance. They will go down to the lower bracket, but they'll have to face off against the Reckoning for a further spot. Velocity, on the other hand, they set their date with Revenant. And with the way both of these teams have looked dominant in their respective runs, that's sure to be one cracking matchup.
Yeah, that'll be a juice and a half, bro. Trust me.
Yeah.
That's gonna be, I think, the first time we're going all three maps. It could be three maps of,
I will
nail
cry if you
biting.
don't get 3 maps.
Well, I mean, considering the rain, I think there's a lot of water to, get rid of your tears, bro.
Fair. Fair.
Well, the wind blows in the favor of VLT, and it blows pretty strong.
You're done.
So far, this entire
One enemy
tournament,
remaining.
we've been hyping teams that have innovated in terms of their roster, right? Picked up new players from new regions to give their team a new experience.
Enemy
Well,
remaining.
VLT have proven the fact that they can pick up one of their old players, and when he puts on that VLT jersey, he comes on to a form of his own. This Excali, especially the one who played Ascent, who played Sova, felt like such a breath of fresh air from what already is a pretty disgustingly talented individual.
One enemy remaining.
And that's not the only player coming back, right? MW1 on that Reyna, looking dominant as ever. Shockingly different from his Brimstone performance, where he was almost missing from the map. Once he comes on to that Reyna, though, most certainly coming alive, able to take
You're
fights
back for
of his
Astro.
choice. And yeah,
Oh
what is he
God,
supposed
bunny
to
hopping
go
into an
the
astral
side?
well where there's a nanoswarm right underneath you. Oh goodness Christ. I think even our production is kind of, depressed by the gruesomeness that we had on display today, ladies and gentlemen.
Right there.
As VLT spared one chance, no misery. And that maker on this
mercy.
operator, dude, just something else today.
That maker, honestly, on anything, just something else today.
Remaining.
But yeah, that operator, an absolute menace in map 1, carried over to map 2, and
One enemy
Velocity, they made quick work. I will say though, I'm not gonna judge one chance off of their performance today. I think Velocity just a step above. But one chance, they're gonna have to step up to the mark in their lower bracket run.
remaining. One enemy remaining.
They're gonna have to make sure they pull out all the stops. There can't be any single composition left out. It's gonna become do or die. Literally, their one last chance.
Now it's gonna be sticking true to the name, right? Because that's how it has to be in the game. Perfect Cinderella story, if you ask me. One chance, given one chance to make it into the league stage through the lower bracket run, Certainly make a decent documentary. Talking about decent documentaries, you should check out the official YouTube channel for Valorant. It's been releasing some of the most bangers
Oh man.
of esports documentaries that you can ever expect. In all honesty, the kind of production value that we've gotten to see and the kind of storylines and the way they've knit those storylines together, it felt like I almost was there.
Absolutely. Something that I've particularly enjoyed as well. And excited to see how 2023 unfolds because of it. I think, given the fact that we now have specific league setup as compared to tournament setups all across the board, it allows for more content like that to really come out where they can build up storylines, talk about revenge, talk about rivalries, and really build up all these teams from the get go.
Yeah,
One way or
true.
another, in this tournament, what we are going to be building up and looking forward to is that Velocity versus Revenant matchup. But we're going to have to wait a decent bit before we actually get to witness it. In the next few days, dedicated towards that lower bracket run. God's Reign versus White Swing and Reckoning versus One Chance. I think a beautiful set of matches, right? Because you've got two Augs going up against two teams who'd like to be Augs.
True. Yeah. You actually painted it so well there. For a second, I was blown back. I was like, wait, what do you say makes sense? Well, I mean, we've seen a lot of stuff today, see. I don't blame you or me if you kind of feel thrown off by the entire experience. I've started the day off with what was a very, very heated and close affair. If I'm not wrong, it started off on Bind as well. We ended up going to a map 2 of Pearl, where it was very, very clear that Revenant are here with big brains and big guns. After that, the second best of 3 matchup that we had, VLT looked in control, top down, under. They played their hearts out, and I think that was visible today. Both MW1 and Deathmaker got their fair share of gore in Ascent. If your hearts go back to Bind, Excali was truly at a class of his own. Alongside Deathmaker, of course. I mean, at this point, I might as well, not call out his name because it feels like I'm just repeating Deathmaker, Deathmaker, Deathmaker like 5 times every minute.
But hey, let's have a look at our brackets and see what kind of setups we've got today. Velocity now with this 2-0 victory dominating their way through. White Swing as well as One Chance. I must say though, they've had an easier run of the bracket compared to Revenant. They had to go through Reckoning, they had to go through God's Reign, and they face
Yeah.
off against VLT. Now, this can be a blessing in the sense that Velocity haven't had to reveal much in terms of strats. Can also be a curse in the fact that they haven't been tested. We'll have to find out, can the Velocity coaching staff use all of the data available from Revenant's matchups and punish them, or will Revenant just come out on top simply because of the fact that they faced almost all scenarios? They're just more tested and more ready.
Yeah, that upper bracket is looking really, really good, man. I'm really excited for that upper final matchup, but that's something, ladies and gentlemen, that you'll need to wait till 17th of the December for. Although tomorrow's matches, which are the 16th, we're going to start off with our 4 p.m. matchup, which is going to be One Chance taking on Reckoning Esports. So it's going to be a very, very good affair for One Chance if they're able to beat Reckoning and then make a statement in that lower bracket run. They're going to be looking hella scary if they end up doing so, because Reckoning are one of the top favorite in that lower bracket. And God's Reign versus White Swing, yet again, it's going to be a team of cracked individuals, one with more experience, one with up and coming promise, heading and duking it off against each other to try and decide their tournament life. So nerves are going to be tested, experience is going to be gained. We might have new underdogs in the block that really make their name loud and loud. There's a lot of things and a lot more that we can't even fathom at this point, because this tournament is going to go completely different directions from any story that we expect so far. At least all our predictions are turning out to prove so at the minimum.
Definitely. But hey, either way, is what you can know for certain is that we are going to give you blockbuster after blockbuster of the matches. Now, today was a long day despite the short matches. So make sure you come through again tomorrow, because tomorrow we've got that lower bracket on. Like you said, God's Reign going up against White Swing, and we've got Reckoning up against One Chance, all fighting for their lives in the tournament. But for now, that's all it is. That's it from me and OG on the desk. We'll see you tomorrow.
Flow. Flow. Get down, 'cause I'm here to flow. down, cause I'm here to flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow.